Hi, people. So today is the 28th of July at 20 past 7 in the evening. And oh my God. I don't know. I don't think people can conversate anymore. If this is how the masses are going to end up, if the Speaker's Corner lot really are the people that are sort of like meant to be a little snapshot of the rest of Britain, then fucking hell, we're dealing with some madness. No honesty, it's too much. Apparently Jupiter's responsible for everything once again, which is amazing to me. Absolutely amazing to me. And I can't even be bothered arguing with the way that, oh God, tired of it. So earlier on today, yeah, I think I have, Louis. I'm tired of them all. It's not fun for me. It's not fun watching people rip each other apart, tell lies about each other, drag me into the middle of it, tell lies about me. And do you know what? The funny thing is, I suppose at one point I might have been bothered about their lies. It's not just these lot, it's all of them, every single group, Louis. Every single group. Every single group. From Taffy's group to Dave's group to Dan Terragon's group, all of them. All of them. And they don't mean to. They don't mean to. It's that everybody thinks that if they walk on my cloak or my shoulders, that it will lift them up. And I don't mind them doing that if they're going in a positive direction. But not if they're fucking just lifting themselves up to batter everybody else down. No, I can't be bothered with it. Honestly. I'm not even getting any enjoyment out of listening to it now. All I hear is people screaming and shouting at each other. The cusses are not funny. The accusations are mostly based on lies. And for what? What is it they think they're fighting over? Or that they're gaining? Because I can't see what anyone's gaining here. You know? And even people like Dave, who's took himself out of it and got his own little followers, and even what he's doing is not going to get anyone anywhere, because people have had to segregate to actually be able to speak. And I don't believe in segregation. I feel like these people, especially that I've met on these channels, are just a waste of time. You know? The truth is that we've got injustices in this country that need dealing with, but in a decent way. And I know that everybody's personal experience makes them see things slightly differently. But we can't even talk about those personal differences without people getting in their feelings. All of it has become sad. Point scoring. I don't mind actually learning some things and getting some things wrong. But now it's not about even teaching other people or passing on information. It's literally about being right, even if they're wrong. They don't care about what their actions are going to be, or how it's going to affect other people or even themselves 1 or 2 steps down the line. It's all about living for the moment and just wrecking everything. And I'm not going to lie, it winds me up. All of it winds me up. And I only end up shouting and screaming at people, which I can't be bothered to do anymore. I mean, I could actually pick any stream at random. Shells, Bleedings, Taffies, Daves, Wasps. Well, not Wasps, but Base Lukes. Sean's. Easy's. Could pick any one of them, sit here and review it, and it'd be the same old bollocks. A's going to go on about who's affected them. B's going to go on about who's affected them. C's going to go on about who's affected them. And D, E, and F are probably going to turn up and click the link just so they can scream abuse. Mental. It really is mental. Do I take any of these thugs seriously? No, I don't even think they're thugs. Who remembers Thug Life? You know, the little meme. You couldn't apply it to none of these lot. Not one. They're all little wannabes and sad. I don't know. I get people screaming at me, yeah, but you don't know what it's like. They've done this to my children. And I'm like, yeah, they did that to me 5 years ago. No one listened. Well, we could have all clubbed together and sorted it out 5 years ago. You all thought it was funny, but, you know, big up Afghan, even though you knew it was Afghan. Big up Afghan. Afghan's so funny. Oh, yeah, it's a great laugh. You know. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it all. And then you're a nonce. So much so that even, you're right, Ichabod. So much so that the actual noncy movements of some of these people are being overshadowed by, I can't even say decent people, ordinary people, because some of them ordinary people are not decent. They tell lies every 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes. Just a point score. I could literally pick most of the people and tell you their flaws. And yet I've spent most of my time trying to look for the positives in people. And I'm the big, bad, evil one. It pisses me off. And I don't even mind them thinking I'm the evil one. That's what makes them feel a bit better about themselves. I don't even care. I don't even care when people fucking laugh at me, to be honest. If I can give someone a bit of laughter in their fucking life, then I feel like I give them a gift. But after 5 years, they still haven't realised I'm not the problem, they are. See, look, you've got Paul W. Look at all these fires you started. So, Paul W., let me give you the link, right? Because I like people who can fucking articulate themselves. Come on and explain how this is how I started all the fires. Of course, Paul W. won't come on, but I'll wait. We've got all evening. So, Mr. Rick, if you understand things properly, and this is the problem, you see, when people say that you're a troll as well, then you will say that you're not, but you are, because you've come here for an argument. I never said I lifted you up specifically, Den. I said all I do is look for the positives in people and hopefully lift them up with a bit of laughter. It's a generalisation. What do you mean it's kicking off on Sean's? Who's arguing? I can't be bothered, honestly. I don't even really care anymore if it's kicking off over there. I don't care who's fighting with who or what. I don't care. I'm not interested. Seriously. Because you give people honest advice. Oh, Moon Kaylee and 7. Oh, I'm not going to leave Moon on her own. Right, I'm going to shut this down because Moon don't deserve what's going to happen if they're all going to attack her. That's not fair. Hold on. Let's see what they're saying. Let's see from here. I don't need to be over there, do I? Right. It's not kicking off. It's just noise. I'm staying here. It's not kicking off at all. Brian's not on there no more. 7 went on and got kicked off. So, yeah. It's not even worth listening to be honest, over there, I don't think. Yeah, I don't care if you block him. I've had enough of all of them. Because even some of them tell half truths and some of them just tell complete lies. I mean, obviously not Moon, but I don't want to sit there listening to people going on to argue with her. I'm not in the mood with it. I mean, if I think she's in trouble, I'll go over there and help her. But Moon can deal with it herself most of the time. So earlier on this afternoon, I see James start up his channel. And he was on there with Bob's, and I went off with Babs, sorry. And I went off and done my own thing. And then I decided I'd have an afternoon nap. So I turned it on to listen to it. But I was like 5 minutes into it and I fell asleep, right? Only to be woken up by screaming and shouting. I didn't know what it was. There was all this screaming and shouting. I sort of like jumped up thinking it was my kids in my head. It wasn't. It was Kaylee. Right? Obviously, the computer was still playing. It's fucking Kaylee screaming and shouting, Michelle. So I sort of sat up and thought, oh, fucking hell, what's gone on? And I listened to it, I asked what had happened. And it just went worse from there on. Moon went on and tried to tell Sean to calm down. And then I went on and I just said to Sean, why are you even talking to Seven? You see, this is what I can't understand, right? Because for years you've warned and defended others, not yourself. So I don't think that's true, Rick. Who struck you, Rick? Who struck you? So I'm not like all the others, but they think I am. This is the craziness. Because if somebody can have a decent conversation with me, yeah, I know Zara. Me and Zara are fine. I know Zara B. But she likes to troll as well, Louis. And I'm past all that. I don't need her. Look, she comes on here and I go on her show. I already know her. I know Mona as well. I know most of these people. I know most of these people. But to be honest, for me, I used to believe that, well, I still do. The only way you're going to get something done or get injustices talked about is if people stand united against what they're angry about. Unfortunately, it's now got to a case where people have all got different reasons of why they're angry. And I've never really been into all this, oh, I'm the leader of this, I'm the leader of that, you're shit, you're shit, you're shit. I always thought everybody brought a little something to the table when you were discussing things. And I always tried to look for the quality that each individual had to bring to the table. Unfortunately, a lot of other people couldn't do that. And unfortunately, a lot of the other people were too busy trying to get one up on each other. And too many people saw me as a threat for some reason. You know? And then when they step on my toes and I give it back and I'll tell them about themselves, they don't like it. And unfortunately, I can change my behaviour not to be pulled into all the bullshit. But I'm not going to change my opinions now. It's gone too far. I can forgive people, but I can't be like these other people where they're going to just say, oh, all the shit doesn't matter. No, it does matter. It does matter that you've sat there for years calling my husband names. It does matter to me. I'm not talking about the people we are. Everybody knows when I say you, I'm just being, generalising. So there are a lot of people dragging me down. Yeah, Zara's funny. I'll go over there, but Zara's funny. I don't take them serious. That's the problem, Mickey. I don't take them serious. I don't take none of them serious. None of them are going to turn up. None of them can do fuck all to me. You've got Katie running around saying that my kids are never going to be able to even lick an ice cream. I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. I don't know what any of them are talking about. But they all want, every single group wants to try and fucking stick things on my head. Every single group. And I don't mind taking responsibility for what I've done, but all this is nonsense. All this is nonsense because of jealousy. And when I say jealousy, I don't mean because I think that they're jealous of my looks. And that shows you how immature and small-minded they are not to realise there's many reasons why people... I mean, come on, let's be honest about it, right? Yeah, we shouldn't talk about anyone's kids, Lils. But people do, don't they? People thought it was all right to drag my kids all over the place for years. For years. And they always, and that's the other thing, Louis. They always want, oh, what does Jupiter think of this? Oh, is Jupiter going to call that out? Is Jupiter going to... Why me? Why do they keep asking me? None of these people are my children. None of them. It's mental. I don't know, Louis. If I had the answer to that, maybe we could solve it. Maybe I could go, actually, I'm not fit for that job, go and look for someone else. Please let it pass me by. Yeah, Zara does do lives every now and again, yeah. She can be quite outrageous, Louis. I don't mind going over there. I'll go over there and talk to her. She's quite funny. I have a bit of a laugh and joke, but she asks men to strip quite a lot often. And I have to leave when it gets to that point. I'm not really into all that. I'm a bit too old for all that. But you'll probably like it, Louis. Seaside Mark got banned. Mickey got banned. But you see, this is the other thing as well, right? I'm a lot more tolerant than a lot of other people. So I'll end up being on panels or other shows, and it'll be a case of, oh no, we've got to ban this one, we've got to ban that one, we've got to ban this one, we've got to ban that one, we've got to ban this one, we've got to ban that one. And yeah, there are some people that, yeah, of course I'd be better on Zara's than Sean's or Easy's. Yeah, I agree. But Sean and Easy need help. Sean and Easy need help. And at the moment they've got too many nutcases fucking surrounding them. But yeah, they do need help. And although it's not really my problem to help them, I just feel like a little bit sorry for them, I suppose. Get ready, people, I'm in Parliament. Oh, good luck for you. Yeah, I think there's a lot of them that love the drama. And don't get me wrong, I find some of it comical, or I used to. I don't know about these days. Because I understand a little bit of banter and that. I enjoy a little bit of banter. But it's when people are spiteful, that I can't be dealing with it. I can't. It's mental. Yeah, Strawberry, I agree with you. So, Sean and Easy can't take their own advice. I agree. And I think there is a slight addiction to this. I think people do get addicted. But for me, if I ever was addicted, and maybe there was a time I was addicted, I don't know. I mean, I remember once I rowed with fucking Braden for fucking 72 hours straight. But for me, if there was an addiction, it's not there anymore. Yeah, I've seen all the Pentagon stuff, and I want to go into it. I want to do a show about it. But do you know what, Amy? I've got to this point where I open up the laptop and I think, let me do the StreamYard and let me do it all about the stuff now. And then I think, no, I can't be asked. I can't be asked, because all that's going to happen is you're going to have idiots that come and derail it, or people that start arguing. And no, I think what I'm going to end up doing is probably at some point just going off, taking stock of and enjoying my life. And then when I come back, probably just putting out recorded stuff. So, you know. Yeah, I agree with you, Strawberry. That is exactly what happens. And and because you actually say to these people, listen, you're not helping yourself, then the next thing is it'll be a conspiracy theory that I'm fucking setting it all up. I think I can't bothered. I can't bother with all this no more. You know, if you want to believe that I'm the fucking big master manipulator than of these bastards, believe it. I mean, I'm not here to compete with no one, and I never have been. You know, I literally, honest to God, literally, every single one of these people that wanted to do streams, I've turned up and tried to help them to get people in. I still go on panels where I think I'm going to get a little bit of respect, but then it starts going haywire, and then I just fucking can't be bothered. I mean, one of the main reasons why I don't go on Vellies is because at the moment it's not balanced. You're not allowed to have an open conversation. It's all based on anti-white stuff, and I'm not interested in being anti-white. Obviously, I'm white. I'm not interested in that. And I can't be bothered getting into the arguments over racial stuff with people that just want to have a row with you so they can clip it. So it's stopped going on now. I'm pretty safe going on Jedis. Heathen knows that. Heathen goes on Jedis. Because they don't really clip Jedi stuff, because they know that Jedi would probably strike. Yeah, Jedi's all right. I get on with Jedi. I don't mind Jedi shows. All these people that go on about Jedi and try and make out it's some kind of crush, it's got nothing to do with that. It's got to do with that even if me and Jedi don't particularly like each other, because in the real world, I don't think we'd ever... Yeah, I think he's extreme, Haven. But on Jedi's, at least he allows people to talk, and at least sometimes when he sees, he can actually moderate his show. I'm going to give him that. He can. Yeah. And the thing is, Heathen, they try to guilt trip you and make you dislike the man or whatever, because he might have different views. But the thing is, I like talking to people that don't necessarily always agree with me, because you can have conversations that are slightly different. I don't need everybody to agree with me. And I can laugh at myself. Do you know Jedi's is one of the last places you can go to now and actually have banter? And I mean proper banter, where you can laugh at them and you can laugh at yourself, and no one's going to take it personal. And that's why I still enjoy that show. And I think, to be honest, the Jedi, the amount of years he's been doing it, deserves to actually move up a stage. And he probably will eventually. But there'll always be horrid people trying to hold that back as well. I can't sit with the fake morality police, the Danny Oakes Joneses of the world, because I think that they're selective. I think that they just I think they've got a political agenda. I think that they have got extreme right connections and extreme left connections, and they wanted to attack the centre, mainly Tommy Robinson supporters. So I've got nothing in common with them. And even when I used to try and find, I mean, I could actually list them in an order of who I've got more respect for out of them. Sorry, it's a Chris packet. Yeah, I just find them disgusting because of the people that they've set up. And then when I look at the Hive lot, well, they just disgust me. All of them, including Luke, they just disgust me. I can't believe that we've got a woman over there that's meant to be a counsellor that sits with all the abusive people. I can't believe that we've got idiots that actually think that Deborah's got brain cells between her ears because she sits and records. And I can't believe that we've got an Irish woman, a mad Irish woman from Ireland, Cam, getting involved in so much shit and causing so much problem. Yeah. All of it's mental. And then you've got all the other little ones, the Shawns, the Easies, and all the others that even when you're helping them, they don't care about the abuse that you get, and it pisses me off. Can someone unban Mickey? He weren't meant to be banned. He was meant to be timed out, but somehow it's got banned. Someone unban Mickey for me, please. Irish. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go in and out and go and get him to unban him, or he gets upset. Yeah, unban him. Okay. Okay, timed out because I don't want him banned. So, Louis, would you like to come on and have the conversation? Because you keep saying you don't understand why this can't all be sorted out. But it can't be sorted out. These people have gone too far. And it's sad that it's gone this far, but it has gone too far. I don't believe any of these people could help me build anything. And I don't think I've got anything to offer them because they don't even respect me. Yeah, let me give you the link then. Right, I'm going to drop it in the side, but sometimes it don't show up. So I'll also put it in the description. So if it don't show up in the side, refresh and look in the description. So let's just put it in there and it'll be there. I don't know why StreamYard has started doing that to me. I must have hit a change or something. There you go. Right, so I've put it inside and it's also in the description, Louis, if you want to come on. Refresh, Louis, and look in the description. Let me do it again. Should be there. Right, refresh and put it's the bottom one, Teddy, and put it in the side chat if you can. For some reason I can't drop it in my side chat. I don't know why. Yeah, there it is, Louis, if you want to come on. Okay, it's here now.
Hello?
All right, you eating Chris as well?
Yeah, something like that. I don't know what's going on, but this has all got crazy now. It's just gone too far, way too far.
It's all gone mental. And yet everybody wants to blame me. It's nothing to do with me.
Yeah,
Do you know
exactly.
something,
This is
Louis?
what I'm saying.
I can honestly say, hand on heart, all I've ever done all the way along is try and tell people, yeah, I might argue for my own position, but when anyone else is arguing, try and make them see each other's sides and calm down. Mental.
Yeah, but what you need to realise, Jupes, yeah, not everybody wants to fucking resolve this shit. They just want to keep going and going and going. And then they come to you and they want you to verify their insanity. That's not fair. That's not right. I don't know what everybody wants to drag you into their madness for.
I don't know either, Louis, and I've had enough of it now. Let them all get on with it.
I wouldn't bother, to be honest. Like I said, from ages, yeah, just stick up for yourself and your family, Hector. Everybody else, do one. I owe you nothing.
Exactly. That's how I feel, though. I don't owe anybody, because these people, all they do is shout and scream and shout and scream, and even when you try and talk, they shout and scream and shout and scream. And most of it is nonsense. Look, don't get me wrong. I know you're going to disagree, but I don't think Sean deserved them people going to his house. I think that's where it goes into the real world. It's wrong.
Jupes, honestly, I agree with you. I think it's all wrong to go to someone's house. But at the same time, when you get someone like Sean, who's obviously fucked up in his head, and I don't care if people take that offensive or whatever, obviously fucking tapped in his head, but at one point, do you give him a reality check? At what point is he going to stop and say, you know what, enough now?
Yeah, but why do they rise to it? Listen, look, Louis, I've had my family hauled over the coals for fucking ever since I've been on here, basically. How many people have you seen me go down their Facebooks on my thing and go through it and mock their
Yeah,
children.
I totally understand that. I don't agree. I don't agree with that. But at the same time, when you got someone like Sean, who's clearly taking this not seriously, he don't take his own life seriously. Yeah, he just wants to be a clown for his whole life. And that's it then. What do you want me to do? How can I help you if you're unwilling to help yourself? And before I even offer my hand to help you, I want to see you help yourself. Other than that, fuck off, do one. I don't care. Don't keep coming out every 5 fucking minutes. I'm going to commit suicide. Get the fuck out of here. Take your nonsense and fuck off over there. And
No,
that's
it's welcome here. I'm not going to say it's not welcome here, but
I'm not
it's
saying he's not welcome over
Yeah.
here. He's welcome here. But if you're welcome, if you're going to come here, fine. Just be normal. You think we care about you and your stupid every 5 minutes suicidal thoughts? You're thinking that you're some sort of solicitor, lawyer, and you're taking the whole world. You're not going to do nothing, mate. Absolutely fuck all. And the mere fact
Yeah,
that
but
you've got
Louis,
mental health problems.
listen, calm down. Listen, Louis.
Go on.
He's obvious. He obviously. What harm is he doing? Putting a crown on his head?
Dupes. Absolutely nothing, right? There's nothing. I understand. If you used to put a crown on your head, I will laugh with you. That's not a problem. When this guy puts a crown on his head, he actually believes into this shit. Listen, when he was locked down and he was putting on a fucking Deadpool outfit and doing jumping jacks, I was laughing along with it, thinking, oh, this is funny, this is entertainment, right?
Yeah.
But little do I know, 3-4 years down the line, this guy actually believes that he's some sort of clown. I don't understand what is going on with him. I don't understand. So for me to sit there and start laughing at him, I'm not going to do that because he actually gets carried away and thinks this is funny. But it isn't funny, Sean. This is your life. Very soon, you're going to be made homeless. I want to see someone on YouTube to put you up. It's not going to happen. The same way, when I see people pulling up your doors, there's no one on YouTube on the front line with you. You're on your own. This is the big wild world. This is reality. It's not all fun and games.
It's not. None of it's fun and games, though, Louis.
That's what I mean. So, like,
So look. It's one thing. It's one thing us mucking about, taking a little bit of piss out of each other, and then the next day you turn up and it's forgotten with, right?
Yeah.
But too many people on here can't forget things. They hold grudges over silly things, and too many people on here want to try and point score for somebody else, and I'm sick and tired of it.
That's all it is. It's all point scoring.
I mean,
ultimately.
let me give you a few examples, and I'll weigh it up. Everybody wants to be outraged because I say rubber tits about Jade. Whether you like Jade or not, that's up to you. You know, that don't even come into it with me. But I've had 5 years of people telling me I'm fat and ugly, and I laugh it off. I don't even give a shit. But I'm supposed to be bad because I'm mentioning someone's got rubber tits. Or you'll have somebody on here going, oh, don't even say my uncle looks weird. Meanwhile, you've slagged off all my children, you've made up stories, you've run with all the nonsense that other people have said, and I still haven't took umbrage with you. Or you'll get somebody else come on here and say, oh, you can't turn around and say black bitch, for example, even though that same person has been calling me a white bitch, white whore, white cunt, white slut, you know, race traitor, all that fucking shit. I'm sick and tired of the hypocrisy. I really am.
Yeah, I know that. I get that. Listen, if someone's going to racially abuse you for you to retaliate however you want, I've got no qualms with that. That's not a problem. That's fine. What I'm seeing is, though, is everybody seems to be coming to you like these fucking bunch of misfits. And I don't know whether they're trying to get you to verify their fucking insanity. I don't know what they're trying to do. But in doing so, they're like a dead weight around your ankles. They're just dragging you
No, but
down.
all of them are. So I know that you like Cam and Shell. I consider them the same.
Yeah, but okay, fine. Whatever the issue is between you and Cam and Shell or whatever, I'm sure if you was to speak to him on a one-on-one without all these cheerleaders in the chat, no disrespect to anyone in the chat at the minute.
I don't want to make no.
Go on.
Louis, that will never happen again. No.
All right, fine. That's not a problem. But I'm saying
For me, I'll tell you why. For me, right? I won't argue with them. In fact, I'm not arguing with them. If people are truthful, I hardly ever mention them. But in their head, I'm talking about them 24/7.
No, but
They
I
talk
don't.
about me more than I talk about them.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying to you. This is now turned into a nasty circle. There's no beginning. There's no end. It's just
No,
like
there
one of.
is a beginning though, Louis, for me. There is.
Okay,
When I
fine. So
stopped going on Streets Channel, because they all took umbrage when Jada Franson came on and got interviewed on my channel.
yeah,
And they all started the backbiting then. If anybody knows the proper history of things, they would know that Right Reaction had a channel. Shell and that were mods on there. So was England and everybody else. And I caught them slagging me off, and I went on there, asked them what their problem was. I fronted it out and I said, fine, get on with it. And I stopped going on their things. I went off. I started going on Wendy's. Wendy's show got built up because Wendy put a lot of effort in and talked about things, and I was on there talking about things, and Angel Moon used to come on and talk about things. And then all of a sudden, one by one, people from their group realised what they were about, and they started drifting over and drifting over and drifting over and drifting over. There was none of this back and forth.
yeah,
But when
yeah.
Shell and Cam were on Emily's, there was back and forth. When Shell and Cam were doing their own shows, there was back and forth. When Shell and Cam were involved with Taffy, there was back and forth. When Shell and Cam were involved with Steve Atheist, Steve and Urban, there was back and forth. When they were on Reels, there was back and forth. When they're in the Hive, there was back and forth. And yet I'm supposed to be the one causing all drama. Fuck off out of here. I can't bother with it. I'm not taking the responsibility for all these imbeciles no more. You haven't heard me going around saying I'm going to fucking slice people up from their vagina to their throat.
Yeah, exactly. I know that. I'm just saying, like, this all needs to stop now. It just all needs to stop. All the back and forth. This is ridiculous. It's not benefiting anyone. Do you know what? We've just wasted the whole of the summer's gone. It's soon going to be winter now. And it's wasted on what? On a stupid back and forth. To get to point score on YouTube. My gang's better than your, or the people I'm with, I'm morally higher than you lot. It's like ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, Louis, and I don't even care about half of the stuff. Forky, don't feel like you can't be here, because you're welcome here as well, Forky. No, I'm just letting Forky know because I don't know if he's annoyed or something.
Oh, don't worry about Forky. He's talking shit.
No, he's all right. He's allowed here. As long as people can be it. Listen, I'm not going to fall into the category of what everybody else does. I'm not going to do it. As long as people are respectful, they can be here. That's what I've been like from the beginning, and it's what I will always be like. I don't care if you're on the left or the right, because I don't believe in that paradigm no more anyway. I just believe in what's good and what's right. And if people want to stand together, I don't care. I don't care whether you're gay, whether you're black, whether you're white, whether you're fucking trans, whatever. As long as you're not promoting shit that I don't agree with, you're welcome here. I'm not doing all this segregation stuff. That's for everybody else to do, Louis. I'm not a segregationist, and I never will be.
Yeah, but this is what. Okay, I understand what you're saying, but this is what it's turning into now. It's like side A, side B. It's ridiculous. Why can't we just get to a point where we can all agree to disagree, and then just move on to the next point? Why does it always have to get so bloody personal? What does it matter?
Because that's what they've done.
That rattling noise.
I'll tell you why, Louis. Because a lot of people couldn't beat me in a argument or a discussion or banter. Took it personal. Didn't like it that I would get on with a lot of people because they hold grudges and I don't. And couldn't find nothing on me, so they decided to go in on families. And it's something that they've done before I came along, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
All of those groups, and I didn't understand the history of it all, and I wish I did. I wish I did, because I might have dealt with some people a little differently. But unfortunately, it is what it is, and everything happens for a reason. But if you look at it, Louis, I call people out for what they do on here to each other on here. I'm not interested in their personal lives. Never have been.
Yeah, I truly believe that you personally don't are not one to go onto like Facebook and blah blah, get into someone's personal lives. I totally understand that.
Yeah, I'm not interested. It doesn't impress me. Look, I know this might sound really cold, but if I'm talking to you, it's not going to change my judgment if somehow, if you come on my panels every day, right? Say for example, and you brought good constructive conversation and good ideas, and then 6 months down the line, I find out that, I don't know, you live in your car because you've got no money. It don't make no difference to me. Or you live in a mansion and you've got a fucking front room with a living room, you know, the size of a fucking banquet hall, and, you know, you've got servants. How's that going to make any difference to me?
Yeah,
It don't affect my
exactly.
life one bit. I don't give a shit.
I know that. I know it don't. But that's what I'm saying. Is there's people that are around you that are, I'm not taking shots. I'm just saying it's the people that are around you that are delving into other people's life, and that's what's getting messy. And then again, it's that old saying: you want to like roll around in a pigsty, then please don't complain when you stink of shit. I'm not saying that you do, but I'm saying that's what it's kind of
No,
like.
no, no, I'm not having that, Louis, because shall I tell you why?
Go on.
Because when I've always been the same with everyone, no matter what panels I go on, right? And right from the beginning, I went on all panels. So I never ever stuck to one panel, and you would know that. So I used to go on Jedi's, I used to go on Safazis, I used to go on Zubidas, Reels,
Yeah,
Bellies, Raspecs, Red Pill Fills, England's. There's loads. I know I've missed out loads, right? Wendy's, Betty's. I've always gone on loads of panels, and I've always said, you're more balanced the more panels you can go on and the more people that you meet, because you get more of an idea of a wider audience. And I've always said that anyone that comes on into my side chat or onto my panels do not have to feel that they're obligated to me, or that they have to worry about whether I get on with the people or not. I've always stuck by that. But no one else could. No one else could be that mature. It's
that's what
not
I'm
me.
saying.
It's not me, Louis, that's put down the battle lines. It's everybody else. And I
Yeah,
can't
I
help
know.
it that
I agree with you.
they threw down the battle lines and don't like it now because it's all coming back on them. It's not my problem.
No, I kind of agree. Maybe you didn't start off the battles and all that. It's not even your personal battles. Like, if someone has to go at you, Jupiter, I'm not saying you can't say nothing. If someone has to go at Hector, I'm not saying that you can't say nothing. By all means, fucking go at them. Hammer and tongs is not a problem. Yeah, but I'm saying that when I'm just gonna say it, when people like Sean and are expecting you to go there and fight his corner or back his corner and all that, that's when I'm like, Jukes, please don't do it, because this guy is a fucking liability. And no matter what, the only outcome is just you're going to have a mess on your hands.
No, I'm not going to have a mess on my hands, because there's nothing that those lot can do to me that they haven't already done. Louis, they've put around fucking bullshit about my family.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm not saying that
And,
about your.
and I'm going to say
Go
it
on,
again. Let me
go
just
on,
make it clear,
go on.
right? There has been bullshit put out there. I'm not going to pull up what parts of it are bullshit and what parts of it might be true, or what parts are completely fucking made up, because it's none of their fucking business. Yeah? Because if all they can do is try and make up shit about my family, rather than actually talk about what their actions are towards other people on these channels, not my actions towards people, because they can't get nothing on me, so they've got to make up lies about my family. And this is what I've been trying to point out to people for years.
Yeah,
You
I know.
all want to try and pull me up for saying that's none of your business, but saying that's everybody's business, that we can all see with all your behaviour, and all of you want to go run in and hide and make out that it's all your business, my family. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. You're all nosy bastards. And let me point it out.
Go on.
If I ever had a son that did the things that they say they've done, well, I would be the kind of mother, yeah, that would rehabilitate. Because I
That's what
feel
I'm.
slightly responsible. just being the mother that produced that. So that's where I'm different to a lot of other people. But it's not even the fucking truth. If it were the truth, I'd fucking sit here and happily talk about it. But it's not the truth.
Yeah, I get you.
And no one has the right for me to have to come on here and justify stuff that's none of their business, that involves people that do not come onto YouTube and my grandchildren. I shouldn't have to come on and prove stuff with true stuff to prove it's all a lie and put my fucking kids and grandkids out there in great detail. No, I'm not going to do that. Because I'm a real mother and I love my family. I'm not like Wendy pretending. Because there's things I could tell people. Wendy can sit there and make out that I can't. There is things that I could sit and tell people. But I won't go that low. And I've never gone that low.
Jeeps, anybody having a go at your family, you're great to do. You're good to do whatever you want to do. That's not a problem. But to back a bunch of fucking misfits and fight their corner for them and get them to drag you down.
I'm not backing. But this is where you get it wrong. I am not backing anybody but truth.
Jeeps, I know that. You know that. But to someone that's with a tapped mind like Sean and Easy and the rest of the fucking Mongos, they're now dependent on you. That's the difference. They expect you to go to town for them. They expect you to be on the front line. They expect you to be the fucking colonel. I'm sorry to swear, but that's exactly it. And it's frustrating. Don't let these people fucking rely on you for anything.
People should only rely on me for me to be able to say what I feel.
Yeah, exactly.
And I will continue. Listen, Louis,
go on.
I'm not going to be blackmailed into not talking to people that I feel I have no reason not to talk to. So I'm going to explain to you what it is. When it comes to Easy, has Easy done stupid stuff? Yes. Okay. Has Easy said shit about me? Yes. But do I see Easy, and this might upset Easy, but it's the truth. Do I see Easy on an equilibrium with the group mentality? No. Because I think the group are working together against one individual. And I don't like that. I don't like that.
I get that. I do understand what you're saying. But my point is not how you see Easy. It's how they see you. How they're dependent on you. How they expect you to go over there.
But that's not my problem. That's not my problem.
Yeah, but I'm saying what it is. It's draining on you. It's sapping your energy.
No. What's draining on me is that people that claim that they're better than Easy, for example. Sorry, Easy, for using you as the example. People that claim they're better than Easy, okay? Cam, Shell, Jack, I don't know, Taffy, all of the very vocal ones, the Hive. They all think that they're better than Easy. But actually they're worse than Easy because they're in a group mentality. Yeah, attacking and trolling and trying to take the higher moral ground, pretending they're not doing nothing when we all know they are. And the thing is, there's a lot of other people that won't call it out because they might prefer Cam over Easy, or they might prefer Taffy over Easy. Whereas I sit here and I can honestly tell you, up until Taffy's recent behaviour, I preferred Taffy over Easy. Up until the last, 10 days? I preferred Taffy over Easy. Even when I was sitting with Easy, I preferred Taffy as a person. For a very, very long time. But the reason I went over and sat with Easy is because they were doing group mentality, gaslighting him and pretending that they didn't understand why he was fucking getting it in his head that it was certain people. And yeah, he was calling out the wrong people. He was being told in the back chat 1 minute, this, that and the other, what they wanted to do. And then someone would say something nasty in the side chat and he'd put 2 and 2 together and make 5 and go, oh, you must be the one in my back chat. Yeah, he was doing that. But let's not pretend we didn't know why he was doing that. It's because those cunts, all the way from back when they was on Emily's, and yes, the cunts I'm talking about, Shell and Cam, yeah? When they were back on Emily's, Cam did not like Easy and wanted to argue all over Batfreak. And where's Batfreak now?
Jeeps, this isn't about
It
Batfreak.
is though, because they've dragged us all into it. Because even back then, Louis,
Go on.
even back then, I wasn't involved in none of that other than trying to calm Easy down. Yeah. I had Hoof pretend that I was in background calls with him when I wasn't. Yeah. When it was actually him that was in background calls and Simon Lord. I had Cam running around making out that it was me putting batteries in Easy's back when I wasn't. Because they got paranoid. And they were the ones that were actually sitting in groups slagging me off. Not me. I wasn't in any group at that point. Didn't even have Wendy's phone number at that point.
Yeah, but at this
I literally
point,
had no outside contact with anybody. And everything I did in full glare of everybody. Yet people made up their stories. They passed rubbish. They made excuses so they could abuse me. They could abuse my fucking son. They could abuse my fucking husband. And I'm not talking about the son they're trying to abuse there. I'm talking about my youngest son. They would go and back up people like Nynefa, who had sat with people mocking my youngest son, who happens to be very, very intelligent, probably more intelligent than a lot of people's kids on here. I won't say everybody's because I don't know everybody's children. But actually, my youngest son is a very high achiever. A very high achiever, and if only they knew. But the fact of the matter is that they sat there trying to make out Captain running around. People forgotten that Captain was running around making out that my son was Katie Price's kid. Meanwhile, Emily was saying it was her child that was being said about.
listen, a lot of shit has been done and said that shouldn't have been done and said, right? All these children.
And I've forgiven a lot of it. So when Cam came to me and said that I hold my hands up, I've done some things, let's just move on, and I forgave her, that was fine. I forgave her. I'm bigger than that. I forgave her. I can forgive anyone, Louis, if I wanted to. I'm not going to lie. If I wanted to,
you're
tomorrow...
entitled. You're entitled.
No, Louis, listen to me. Tomorrow,
want.
I'm such a big person that I could actually say, do you know what, Wendy, I forgive you. Let's move on. But it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen because of the game playing that I see everybody get involved with since. Because the minute that stuff got put in my Discord, yeah, it changed everything. So it's not just words. Not only did somebody have the motivation to want to try and set me up, and it could be a group, it could be an individual, I don't really know. I've got my own suspicion, and I've told people this enough times. My own opinion is that it was Plisco. However, I could be wrong. It could turn out not to be Plisco. It could be a group of people. It could have been one people. It could have been a fucking stranger for all I know. But what I do know is the minute that happened, not only did it happen, and it could have been anybody, but all of the people that secretly hated me, who pretended they were getting on with me, tried to collude together to set me up, make out I made it up and that I'm mental. No, you can gaslight easy. You ain't going to fucking gaslight me. And the way they went after Moon, was absolutely filthy and disgusting, knowing full well she'd lost her husband. If that had been Wendy, they wouldn't have done that, would they? If it had been Cam, they wouldn't have done that, would they? And this is what I can't do, Louis. I can't sit here and pretend I can't see what is going on. Because I've had weeks, since that happened in March, right? We've had since March, these people making up stories. These people making up stories to justify abusing my children. Yeah? With their lies. We've made up stories with reasoning to abuse my husband with lies. And on top of that, they've been whispering in Taffy's ear and using Taffy, who has now, like I said, in the last 10 days, lost all of my respect. Yeah. But before that, yeah, whispering in his ear that I never, and look at her. Cam's the most vocal for this, by the way. Oh, Taffy, she doesn't stick up for you. She don't care about your kids. She don't. Meanwhile, there's stream after stream after stream of me remonstrating with Esau and saying to him, I don't agree with it. Don't do this. Don't do that. Don't do this. Don't do that. But all these people gaslit him as well. And after watching all that, no, I don't want them people around me.
Yeah,
I can't trust them, Louis. I can't trust them.
No, I understand that, Dukes. I understand, and you're entitled to talk to whoever you want, or not, or choose not to talk to whoever you don't want. That's not a problem. That's not the problem at all. The problem is, and all this children shit on all sides is fucking ridiculous. People going out anyways, bringing children involved in it. It's ridiculous. But
Yeah,
everyone's done it. Everyone's done it at this point. I don't mean me personally, but I'm saying on both sides. This one's going at that person's child. This person's going at that one. What they're doing to Taffy right about now is nothing but a fucking disgrace.
Yeah, it is, but it's no more than what's been done to me, but no one cared.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying, Dukes.
So,
Now,
so
like,
Plisco went into the real world, and I've got the
Yeah.
proof, but it's with the police, and I'm not putting it out there to feed these trolls.
Yeah.
Right, but I could in private. But Plisco went round trying to get in touch with my family members, and Wendy was aware of this. The Danny Oakes Jones was aware of this. Fucking Simon Lord was aware of this. Trying to tell people that I was a paedophile.
No, that's wrong.
And what did they use as clips to prove it? Shoddy stuff they've put together. Louis, let me tell you something, right? They've all been running around saying that I big up Fat Dan and I back him up and all this, and I have him on my panel on a regular. I don't have him on here on a regular. Why didn't one person stand up and say, to be fair, Jupiter don't have him on there? Why is everyone saying that?
Well, I didn't even know that was being said.
Yeah, that was the main justification, apparently, for attacking me and Moon.
I don't know about that. But I'm just saying, like, I've just been watching from the outside and I can see your energy levels. It's just taking its toll on you, Dupes. And at the end of the day, you've got absolutely nothing to gain from this. Absolutely nothing.
Energy levels are exactly the same, but I can't be bothered doing live streams with imbeciles. I can't be bothered with it.
There you go. So you know what to do, innit? If you're surrounded by imbeciles or you can't be dealing, fucking fuck them all off. Fuck it all off.
Exactly, which is what I've been doing. I might go on a panel to talk to people. I'm just not doing streams. At the moment, I'm fine. I know what is probably going to happen and what direction I'll probably take. But at the moment, you know, it bores me. I'm not going to lie, it bores me. Once upon a time, there would be fucking 99 Aoife saying things, and I'd be like, no, I want to prove her wrong because this, that, and it. Now I don't care. I'm like, okay, 99 Aoife.
Dude, can you do me a favour? Can you let that little fucking midget prick jump on Urban? He seems got a lot to say, the little tampon. So jump on and let's have it. Come on in, son. You've been waiting for your little fucking tampon.
The link is in the back chat. Or Moon, can you drop the link again if Urban wants to
come on in? Let's have it.
Yeah, but I don't want no
This is the
spokesman.
Hold on a minute, Dukes. This is the spokesman for the Misfits, yeah? All right, jump on.
What do you mean he's a spokesman for the Misfits? See, Louis, there is no such thing as Misfits. It's all people.
Dude,
there is no
these are people.
Louis, if you're going to say to me, which I agree with, by the way, that people have made mistakes all round on both sides, people have done shit.
Exactly.
Yeah? Then you have to admit that there isn't one side.
At this point, no one's got no moral high ground. No one. Everyone's rolling around in shit.
Yes, but there's still gradients.
Not necessarily.
Still gradients.
Shit to me is shit. Whether it's human shit, dog shit, cat shit, shitty shit.
Yeah, so all shit, it all smells the same. That's right. Yeah.
There you go. So, like, there's no point even trying to fucking anybody trying to pretend that they've got moral high ground because it does. At this point, it doesn't exist.
Well, I don't know. So I could look at it like this, Louis, right? First time I ever met you, you come on to scream at Hector and me. Do you remember?
Yeah.
We moved on from that. Neither of us apologised. We didn't need to. We were more mature than that. We didn't need to do all that grandstanding. We just moved on. was polite to each other, have built an understanding, and it's remained that way. A lot of other people could do exactly the fucking same. They just choose not to, Louis.
This is the point. This is the point,
But I
Jupiter.
don't hold it against you that you did that way back then, and you don't hold it against me what I screamed at you back then, right?
Yeah.
But there's a lot of other people that do. So let's take Urban, for example. He gets on my nerves sometimes. He knows that. I get on his nerves. Yeah. But in comparison to what a lot of other people have done since, who have kept up their behaviour and their pattern of behaviour, actually, they're worse than him.
I disagree. Again, that's subjective. But go on. I'm with you. I'm still with you on this.
Well, that's how I weigh it up. They're worse than him because they've carried it on. He hasn't.
He's carrying it on as well, on his multiple accounts, on his multiple sock accounts, on his bum Luke UK accounts, and all the rest of them. He's done it. So, like I said,
well, if he's doing that, then yeah. If he's trolling, then yeah, he is just as bad. Yeah.
Right, there you go. But again, he'll just pop up on his Urban fucking anal one, trying to give his little 5p piece on. But then when you're trolling on your troll accounts and you're winding people up and you're gaslighting people, then you're just the same as them. And it's just that simple. Again, let me reiterate, at this point, there is no moral high ground for anyone. Everybody's children's getting put out there. Everybody's going into the real world for what? Over what? YouTube hype. Over YouTube. Ah ha ha ha. I've got a screenshot. Look, there's proof. That's not proof. That's not nothing. It's just nonsense on an app on a phone. Well, it is for me anyways.
Right, I've got someone called You're Hungry in the back, so it's probably a troll. But I'm going to let him up.
It's me, man. It's not a troll. Jesus.
Well, yeah, you are a troll, so don't even try denying it.
Oh, no. Listen, something that you were saying, Drupa, yeah, you know what's funny? When these lot were all doing their thing to bleeding, there was no one going like, oh, that's evil. You should call the police on what they're doing to bleeding. It was all good then, wasn't it? It was all fine to bleed hard, wasn't it?
All right, calm down and talk normal, yeah?
So what about what bleeding's been doing? So what about what bleeding's been doing?
Bleeding ain't done nothing, it's all me.
It's all wrong. It's all wrong. Then you're wrong too then. And it's that simple. Accountability. Don't try and make out that your sweetness
5 minutes
and you're some angel, because you're far from it, son. I get that. People go at you, you go at them. No problems. I can sit here and go at you until the cows come home. It don't fucking affect me. But other people are suicidal on here. There's other people that are real fucking nut jobs.
Exactly, King James.
Can't handle it. So just think of them. If you're such a good mate and that, think of them. Think of their mental health. Think about their mental state. Think about them when they get kicked out of their house and people rock up to their door and they can't do fuck all about it. It's not about you, Esau. It's about these other people that are going to fucking self-harm or threaten to fucking hurt themselves or kill themselves. Do you really want that? As much of a prick Sean is, I wouldn't want to see that. I don't want to see no one harm themselves on it.
I don't think any of us want to see that, to be fair.
Well then, so at what point does it stop from being a laugh and a joke to serious? At what point? So obviously the line hasn't been drawn yet. We still need to continue. We have to go to a YouTube fucking funeral for us to stop. All for what? For a virtual reality figure.
Someone in the chat. Have with the batty boy.
See, this is where I have to sort of like agree with Louis and agree with Esau. Because the points that you raised, Louis, are absolutely spot on, 100%. And I do think, really, Esau, it's time that you let go of the people that have done you wrong. But I also think the people that have done Esau wrong need to leave him alone, because they don't.
Yeah, I agree. This is what I'm saying.
They don't. I mean, why
then go tell them that.
Yeah, shush a minute.
Esau, I've been telling you this since last summer, since he was on Rodney. Stop all the drama. We don't need the fucking drama. We can just jump on here, vibe, and have a laugh. We don't need all the back and forth. But no, you lot just want to continue like a dog with a bone. It's like, it's boring.
But can you accept that you've shouted and screamed at women as well and done wrong as well, Louis?
Absolutely, I have done. But again, I'm that person. If someone coming and attacking me, I'm going to attack back. I've said things that I regret. Absolutely, I do. At the time, heat in a moment and all that. No, not really. But with hindsight and looking back, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm
and
a
see,
human
that's
being.
that's
I
the
make
bit.
mistakes.
That's the difference. There's a group of us that can admit that some things have been said that shouldn't have been said, and that we've all been party to that. Urban's one, I'm one, you're one, whatever. Bleeding Heart's one, by the way. A lot of people seem to think that Bleeding Hearts should be treated differently to all the other women.
No, I don't believe she should be treated differently. She should be treated equally, the same as everyone else. So again, if she's getting involved,
so why isn't no one ever telling Cam what she's done wrong?
Do you know what? I've told everyone to stop. This is not a point of.
No,
like,
you haven't. Stop lying, you fucking.
Esau,
please
stop.
I'll have a conversation. But Jupiter, what makes me sick is, he's on here saying like, but Jupiter, it's all their fault. Listen, it's your friend's fault. You're over here caping for them. We know what it used to be like.
Right, Esau, you're not helping. You're not helping.
I'm saying, I'm saying calmly. We know how it used to be like. Everyone used to get along. But guess what? When people are arguing and hate people, they then start teaming up against each other like they all did with me. Jupiter used to on that side.
Esau, again, this is what I'm saying to you. On a one-to-one, me and you, we can go at it until the cows come home. It doesn't affect me. I press this little X in this corner. I'm going to sleep, sleeping well. Other people, no. They've got mental health issues.
Okay, Rick. Okay. I'm glad to say that. I'm glad to say that to me. But what about Rick? All the stuff you did to Rick. What about the stuff they did to King James?
I've done something to Rick. Hold on.
Okay,
I'm not talking about King James. I've done something to Rick.
What about the stuff? No, come on, have a conversation.
I've done something to Rick.
Yeah, we can't have a conversation with you talking like this every 5 minutes and just throwing accusations.
I'm gonna go on beans. Fuck this. I can't.
You see, this is what I mean about this geezer. He's stupid. He's talking about I've done something to. I've never done anything to Rick. Hence, to me, respectfully,
he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand that. Listen, I'm not against Esau like a lot of you lot are, because I've realised that he is not the main instigator. He does do stupid shit. He has said some fucking vile stuff. But so have they. So have they. And they've twisted a lot of and propagandized a lot of things, Louis. For example, I'll give you an example, right? And I know that a lot of people can't understand me saying this, but Esau repeated what Cam said, Cam's own words, to take the piss out of Cam. Yeah, they clipped it and made out it was him and said that how vile he was. And it was Cam's own words. And everybody went along with it, even though they saw the truth.
Cam, I mean, Dupes, I totally understand what you're saying on this particular occasion, what you're talking about. I do get you. But there's enough stuff out there, what Esau has said, that goes against him. At the same time,
yes. So what he said about Real's family was disgusting. That is disgusting. But that's Real's argument with him. It's not all of ours.
Yeah, exactly. But this is what I'm saying.
And we can say to him, Esau, we don't agree, and what you did and what you said was disgusting. But if we choose to sit on a panel with him, that's up to us. We shouldn't be bullied into not sitting with him.
I never said that. Dupes, me personally.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm just generalising, right?
Yeah.
We shouldn't all have to cut off people just because Seven doesn't like them, or Luke doesn't like them, or Cam and Shell don't like them. They're not my boss, Louis.
No, absolutely. And I'm not here to say that you can't talk to here. I'm not that kind of person to tell you who you can and can't talk to.
If we should be able to get to a situation where we have a panel and anyone can come on, right? The host should be able to let anybody on as long as they're not going at each other, right? Yeah. And if they are, it's up to the host who they remove. Not take it as an indication of them siding with what the person said, just that they might be moving this one off because it's noisier, or that one off because they're talking over everybody else, right? It shouldn't be seen as an indication of anything else. But unfortunately, we've got a lot of immature people on here that, because they haven't got the maturity to resolve their own issues or to sit on a panel with people they don't like, they want everybody else to stop. And that's not the way it should work in the real world.
Well, there you go. But there you go. And Esau's just proven that just now. He had a chance to come on here, say his piece nicely, calmly, like an adult, but he can't do it. He has to run off with his fucking thing, with his toys. Oh, I ain't playing no more. I'm going to bleeding, where he's going to continue the madness again.
No,
and just
he went to bleedings because he doesn't want to argue with me. He's actually showing me respect, because me and Esau have got an understanding that I don't want it all on my show. That those kind of arguments he should do on his own show.
Yeah, I understand that, but at the same time,
he realised that I was beginning to get irritated, but actually I wasn't irritated with what he was saying, because what he was saying is correct. It was the style and manner in which he was doing it that was irritating me.
Yeah, but at the same time, without communicating with each other, we're never ever going to get anywhere. At this point, it's just like a dog chasing its tail. It's like, all right, we're all in.
I agree, but there's a lot of unresolved issues, isn't there? So look, Louis, this is why I'm quite happy to have the conversation with you, because people are seeing it from my own point of view and not from what other people say is my point of view. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because people go around saying that I believe this, that, and the other. No, I'm telling you what I believe. I honestly believe that Esau can be a little shitbag, but and he goes to levels that he shouldn't go to out of anger, because he's got disproportionate anger or loyalty to people that he sees have been hurt. But that he equalizes what happens on the other side, because there are other people that go to that level as well. And it's them people that need to grow up a little bit on both sides. That's number one. Number two, I do honestly believe that Esau has been blamed for stuff that wasn't him. He's been a scapegoat.
Yeah, some of it maybe, but there's a lot of stuff that he has done, Dupes, and the stuff that he has done has been extremely spiteful and extremely over the top. So that outweighs anything.
Yeah, but so of what they've done. Louis, sit back, right, rationally, and take away whether you like the person or not. Yeah. Is it right what everybody did to Brian Hurl? Is it right? Truthfully.
What did have people done to Brian Hurl? This is what I've been hearing, but I don't know. So what have people done to Brian Hurl?
Right, so they put posters up all around his village calling him paedophile.
Right.
When he was away on holiday, they phoned up the resort that he was in, and basically told the resort he was a paedophile and ruined his children's holiday.
No, that's not right. That's not right.
According to him, there's two stories to this, by the way. But according to him, he says that they were driving up and down outside his house and taking photos of his children.
Yeah, but again, Dupes, respectfully, this is Brian Hurl. I have to take everything he says with a pinch of salt.
The first two things I know are true. The third thing I can't definitely sort of like say,
Listen,
it didn't happen.
Anybody delving into anybody's personal life or anything other than their families and that is wrong. That's it. End of story. Bottom line. It doesn't matter who it happens to or who's doing it. That's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong across the board. No selectiveness, no nothing. Leave people's children out of it and leave all their families out of it. If you've got a problem with me, come and deal with me on the panel or in the chat. Not a problem. Why do you have to go personally into someone's lives or into their personal lives? What for?
I agree.
That's where it gets messy.
Right. I think we've got someone pretending to be Kaylee in the back, because I know Kaylee's blocked. So I'm going to let them up to see what idiot is doing this. So just hold on one sec.
I'm not an idiot, thank you very much. I'm not an idiot. I'm really insulted that you've literally made out that somehow we're all out of order for not simping for a fucking degenerate the way that you have. Just because, you decided to forgive him because what? Has he got something on you, Michaela?
No.
Right, so what's the deal? Why are you making out like we're all out of order for thinking you're a cunt for sitting with him?
So when did I say that
You
You're
literally
out
have
of
just
order.
you've literally just said a minute ago, everyone else, everyone else, everybody else. It's a joke. Who are you kidding? I don't know how I got in. Brilliant that I did. You know that I wasn't supposed to. I know I wasn't supposed to, but here I am. It's a fucking joke what
Yeah.
you're doing. How
So you're
insulting. How insulting you're going to make out like anybody else is near what that man has done. Call him a man even. How fucking dare you insult us all? How dare you sit there with your fucking echo chamber and everybody blocked? Disgusting. Absolutely fucking disgusting. You're delusional. You're in denial. You're delusional. You've literally put that fairy above your own family. Shame on you.
Oh yeah, how's that?
Have they not called, has he not called your sons paedophiles?
No.
At least one of them.
He's not called my sons plural.
Have you heard what I've recorded it? Well, you've been pissed and passed out. What I've recorded on your behalf, even when you didn't like me, on yours and Hector's behalf in the middle of the night, what I've recorded just in case you needed it. Have you heard the stuff that man has said about you? And that's how much of a cunt I am. I recorded it for you in case you ever needed it, even though you hated me.
Right.
That's how much of a cunt I am.
For me to allow you to continue being on here, you have to allow a response. I said for me to allow you to be on here, you have to allow for a response. So I'm going to start, and I don't want no interjections until I finish, and I'll say, go on then, Kaylee, what do you want to say to that? So for a start, I have not said that other people are wrong for not wanting to sit with him. I've said people who want to try and judge me, I have my own reasons, and I have a right to choose for myself. I believe in freedom of choice. I believe in freedom of speech. That's number one. So I'm trying to explain my reasons to Louis because Louis is asking. I don't have to justify it, but I've chose to justify it. Number two, Esau has not done any worse than any of you other people to me. He may have done worse to you. He may have done worse to Louis. He may have done worse to Moon or to Heaven or any name that you can think of out of the blue. But to me, he's done the equivalent of what everybody else has done. So who I choose to forgive and who I choose not to forgive is nobody else's business. Number three, my children have not been affected by any of you lot.
Thankfully.
Thankfully, yes.
Sorry, how have I done? And what can you define them? What I've done? I don't know if I misunderstood exactly how you worded that. I was in and out a little bit there, but did you just literally say that I've pretty much done as bad as anything that Esau may or may not have done to you? I might have got that.
Yes.
Okay, what have I done to you?
You harassed me. No.
Right. Okay. Well, okay. How do I harass you? What is harassment?
So harassment is when you actually follow somebody around and try to intimidate them or force your opinion or force yourself into their vicinity, right? Or to make them engage with you when they don't want to. And you've done all of that to me.
Right, which of those have I done?
So you're here today. I have you blocked. I don't want you in my side
why have you got me? Yeah, but why is that? Why is that?
Because you make the allegation that I am harassing you.
It's gone way beyond harassment. You've massively engaged in an ongoing campaign of harassment. Absolutely. I'm not saying that you run around every single day harassing me, but you've absolutely been part of a massive orchestrated, coordinated thing. Yeah, you have. And whether that's literally because you're so fucking dumb that you've been used and done it, or you're just a malicious bitch, I don't know. But you have.
No, I haven't. That's your opinion.
Yeah, you have. You've done.
No, it's your opinion.
No. Okay, so we go back to what did Wendy say about you the other day? What did Wendy say? Is this true or not true? Did you say to her 2 years ago or not that Jason was in my computer and you knew all about it, like literally in my computer? Did that happen or not? Because this is what she seems to think, that you have a text. I don't talk to Wendy either, so I wouldn't know. This is just what Wendy said again the other day. Right, and I haven't pushed any of these. I've got lots of questions to ask people, believe me. But so who's lying then? Was there a message from Jason? Because I would like to clear this up. It is a legal situation. Sorry?
Do you want me to answer you?
Yeah, please. So if you could just clarify what happened there.
Yeah. So 2 days ago, I did a review where you can quite clearly see that you're the one that makes that allegation. And that's where Wendy got that story from and tried to put it on me.
What? So how is this my fault as well? Sorry, you've done something 2 days ago, so it's now my fault again.
No.
Wendy said that between yourself, Jason, and her,
Yeah.
it was. How is this my fault?
You're not listening, are you? Do you want me to say it
Fuck
again?
no, you did a review on something 2 days ago. Are you joking?
Do
This
you
has been
want
going
me
on
to explain again?
Yeah, I would. Yeah. So
Right. Okay.
Okay, just slow down a little bit.
do you know how hard it is, mate? This is one of very many people, and this is ongoing and has been for a lot of years. And I'm really fucking fed up with these people, to be honest, darling.
I know,
I'm
but
frustrated.
listen, for us to get somewhere, we have to start somewhere.
Yeah, but it's not about all of us. This woman refuses to deal with me off of YouTube legally. Even this situation wasn't supposed to happen. You've just witnessed it, right? All I want is for her to accept that we have a situation and to stop mugging me off in public. That's all I've asked from the beginning. But no, every fucking day she makes it worse and worse and worse. So here we still are.
She mugs herself off. This is
Do
ridiculous.
I?
Yeah.
Do I? Go on, explain it then.
So the story that Wendy is using to make up some fucking story came from your own mouth on Reels.
So Wendy's saying that you told her about a message you've got from Jason came from my mouth.
No.
Well, that's
The
what she just said.
itself, listen.
I know, I haven't got time for this. Right, okay, one more time, Michaela. You or your solicitor? Has your solicitor got a name, or should I just address it to you? I'm done.
So, you see, this is where Kaylee don't listen.
Oh, fucking hell.
I can't be bothered with it, Louis. This is what I'm talking about. They're all nuts. So, basically, the story that she's referring to, and actually, let me get her out my back chat because I don't know why she's sitting in the back either. Seriously, I don't know why they stay there, sitting there, recording when it's on a public fucking platform. I mean, if she wants me to put... This one hasn't got the playback stopped on it, by the way, so there's no reason why she's doing what she's doing. It's all theoretics. Or what is it called? Theatrics, or whatever it's called. Anyway.
Theatrics.
Yeah. So... The story that Wendy is now trying to make up, that she tried to make up when she first fell out with me, is a piece of knowledge that she gained. So basically, Kaylee was on Reels, and I've broken, I think it's called Chrissy Morris. I wasn't expecting that. I think that's what it's called, but it might not be. But anyway, it was one of those ones that recently showed up in the algorithm the other day. And when I was watching it, it was when Kaylee was on there and she was arguing with AJ. I did a review of it 2 days ago, and I will put that out again at some point because I kept it for my own fucking records. She was the one that went on there and started making these accusations of Jason being in her computer and doing stuff, right? Now, I wasn't on the panel at the time that was said, because I always wondered where this story came from, and that's where it came from. Kaylee's own mouth. So that's how Wendy got to know that all this stuff that Jason, and what Wendy did, Wendy's a very clever woman in some ways. Because she fell out with me and she thought, oh, I know, I'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I'll upset Jason, I'll upset Jupiter, and I'll upset Kaylee. So she made out that there was this scenario where I'm supposed to have told her stuff about Jason.
Oh. Yeah. I don't know about this Kaylee situation. I really don't know. None of it fucking makes sense to me, to be fair.
Well, I've got to the bottom of that anyway, because even before then, it had also been spoken about on my channel. But after Wendy made that allegation, we was on Moons, I think it was on Moons, with Jason and Kaylee, and we got all to the bottom of it. And what it turns out is that before I knew Kaylee, before I knew Jason was a admin on Kaylee's. How that happened, I do not know. I don't know why they were that close, but he was an admin on Kaylee's. Kaylee happened to do a conversation with somebody and record it and upload it onto her YouTube, but she had it on private, so it wasn't so everybody else could see it. But because he was an admin, when she uploaded it, he could see it. And in that conversation, she admitted to some stuff that he knew was damaging. So he did a record. He did it. I don't know if he did a recording. I don't want to say that because I don't know if that's true. But he did release that video. I think he took it off private and released it because he was admin.
Right.
To show people how devious she was. And in that recording, apparently, allegedly, it said, because I can't remember word for word, but I know that it was supposed to be something along the lines of she was admitting to infiltrating Tommy Robinson's supporters.
Right.
And that's why he released it.
So that's why she's upset with you for whatever reason.
Well, she thinks that I'm defending Jason by saying that. When I say to her, look, if you put Louis, if I put you as my admin,
Go on.
and then you go and release stuff from my computer, yeah, it's wrong. Ethically, it's wrong. But legally, there's nothing I can fucking do about it.
Yeah, I know.
I put you as the admin, and this is what she don't like. When I point out to her, you're not going to get very far because you gave him the admin status, she gets upset with me.
So she's upset with Jason, but because, and for whatever reason, she's just taking it, venting it out onto you.
Yes, they think that
Basically.
yes, part of it, yeah. And I've lost my temper and shouted at her before, but she also doesn't like it because in the beginning, when she was first on Reels, when she turned up, she was manic and she was saying that there was groups of people that were trolling her.
Yeah,
I do think that they were trolling her. I do think that they were. But
at the time, it did look like it to me too, to be fair.
Yeah. But I think there's more of a backstory into that as well, because when you actually go and start investigating, you will find that she's done exactly what she does now with me. You see, when she turns up and all this nonsense, that this is what she's done to several people beforehand. And it's her way of getting content. It's her way of trolling people. And actually, Kaylee's nothing more than a troll who makes out that she's manic and don't know what she's doing.
Yeah, but this is what I mean. It's just YouTube's just turned into a fucking cesspit of manic people.
Yeah. So when she first turned up, I can remember we all said on Reels, look, okay, we'll stop these people coming and going at you. They turn up, you know, you've got a safe space here. You can sit here. You can join in the conversation, whatever. Within weeks, she went back to Brian Hurl and then was going at Rodney. And then Rodney and Esau started going back at her. And in the beginning, people were still siding with Kaylee because this is how they make it. You've got to take sides and say, no, it's out of order. All this that's going on, this, that, and the other. But she kept going back there and back there and back there, even though they said to her, don't come on. We don't want to engage with you. We don't want to talk to you. And if you come on, we'll play your kid's video. Rightly or wrongly, I'm not saying that it's right that they did that. But she knew that was going to happen, so she'd go on so that they played it, and then she'd stay on the panel when they could have kicked her off and she could have left, sitting there for hours, crying and screaming and wailing.
Yeah, I know. I kind of witnessed that, to be fair. But at the
and
same
in
time,
the end, in the beginning,
Go on.
I was outraged. In the beginning, I was like, well, can you stop doing this to her? But after a while, I got to the point, and I told her this blatantly, well, I think you're going looking for it. Because why would you keep putting yourself through that?
Yeah, I understand, and I kind of agree with you. But at the same time, that's what fucking Sean's doing as well. This is what I'm saying. You see, all of this, everything that's been going on, it's just it's snowballed out of control now. It's just out of control. It's like, if we don't rein it in now, that's it. It literally, it's never going to get fucking resolved or fixed or anything. It's just going to continue and get worse and worse and worse. And eventually...
Yeah, but she thinks because I've said to her blatantly that I think that she brings some of it on herself, like I've said to Sean, she thinks that somehow that makes me part of a conspiracy. I can honestly tell you, I don't need a conspiracy to fucking bully anyone. If I've got something to say, I'll say it to him. You know that, Louis, because me and you have
Yeah.
argued in the past.
Yeah.
I'm not one of these weak people that go, oh, you know, wind someone up and get the men to go on and argue for me. I don't do all that shit.
I don't know what the issue is with Kaylee and that, to be fair, but
So
I'm just saying there's too many.
no, hold on. So it went from
Go
that
on.
to that. Then she got really friendly with Moon. And I said to Moon will tell you this herself. I said to Moon, I'm not bothered about you being friends with her, but please don't drag me into it because I want to keep her at a distance. I'm not angry with her, but I don't want to get close with her because I see her as a bit fucking wish-washy all over the place. Yeah?
Mm.
So that was fine. They were friends. Danny Oakes Jones and that lot was still following her around, especially Mad AJ, fucking in the side chat, following her all the time, saying nasty, horrible things to her. And everybody was saying, yeah, it's really terrible because we could all see what was happening. We could all see that it was nasty because now it wasn't a case of Kaylee going to them. It was a case of them going to Kaylee. It was clear cut. Clear cut. They were actually all going out of their way to go over there, and then they'd make videos on it and talk about her and do horrible stuff. That in no way was there any other excuse other than the fact that they followed her. Yeah?
Right.
She decides she's going to do a GoFundMe to take him to court. We all agreed with her. Lots of people donated to her. She then spent the donation money on herself and didn't bother.
It's not fun.
And so people said, well, you basically con money out of people. They didn't take it too kindly. You can't blame them for calling her a grifter when she done that, can you?
No, not really. Of course not. But this is what I mean. I don't really understand this whole Kaylee and all this drama and all that. I don't understand. There's too much drama going on YouTube at the minute. It's so hard to keep up. And when you strip everything back, what's the root cause to all of this? Egos and fucking stupidity. That's it. That's the way I see it. I mean, realistically, Jupiter, be honest with me, yeah? Like me personally, 99% of these people I would not even acknowledge in the real world.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And I don't even mean it like I'm disrespecting anyone. It's just truth.
Louis, it's getting to the point where I'd say 100%.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? It is. It's getting closer to that 100 mark. It is.
Yeah, it's getting closer and closer every day. Yeah.
I don't know. It's just crazy. It's just stupid. And it's just getting way too personal, way too vindictive, way too spiteful for my liking. And I just don't want no part of it. And it's getting to a point where it's like I'm doubting whether I can fucking even express my opinion in a fucking chat without someone throwing a wobbly and going to go and do something stupid. And the next minute, go on, look, Louis a suicide troll. Fuck off out of here, man. This is how stupid it's getting.
I don't think you're a suicide troll. I don't think
but
that.
At what point do we have like all of this shit has to stop? And it come on, listen, look how bad it is.
I think in the past you have probably trolled people and got angry. I think you're very much one of the people that's actually realised that it's gone way too far and try to pull back. That's what I think.
Yeah, exactly. This is like I don't want to see anybody get harmed on here. Anybody. Whether you think I like you or dislike you, I love you or whatever. I don't want to see anybody get harmed on here over some pathetic little disagreement on YouTube. That's it. I don't want to see anybody's children taken away from them. I don't want to see anybody homeless. Yeah. I don't want to see anybody.
But you see, Louis, there's some of us that were here from the beginning who know each other and know all of it. And then there's others that don't know all of it. And have tried to get themselves involved and have made the whole situation worse.
Yeah, exactly. And now it's just getting to a point where it's just draining. It used to be interesting. It used to be enjoyable coming onto YouTube. It ain't no more. It really ain't.
Yeah, because we can't even have a laugh and a joke or a silly little argument and then it's over and done with. You know, you still go on the panels. You just don't talk to each other. And then after a couple of days, you're all right with each other again. The adults have been drawn down to this immaturity with the mental cases, and I can't be dealing with the mental cases no more. And sorry to say, I see Kaylee as one of them, which is why she's blocked from my panel. Listen, Louis,
Go on.
In the beginning, I never blocked people. You know that.
Yeah.
But it got to a stage I had to start blocking some of these. If I engage with somebody that's going out there day after day on their channel, making videos about me, saying I'm harassing them when I don't go over there, I've never used a clone account. Everybody knows this, right? Anything I've ever said, I've either said on a panel or with my own fucking avatars. And they'll have my picture next to it. I don't pretend to be other people, right? I don't do all that shit.
I agree with you, and I feel exactly the same. That's exactly like my situation with Easy. I don't have nothing to do with him. I don't talk to him. I've blocked him. Every time he pops up with a new account, I block him. And then all of a sudden, this guy's going around telling people that I've done X amount to his child and blah, blah, put me up on a pedo site. This is why I can't deal with people like that. Again, like in the real world, I wouldn't even acknowledge
Yeah, but
someone like that.
I think, Louis, with him, say, for example, you had a row with him on his panel, because he's done the same with me, but not with pedos. He's not said that about me, but he has sat there and ranted and done a whole stream, and you fucking Jupiter, this, that, and the other. I think he got gaslit so much that he spurred out at everybody.
Yeah, I understand that. But hence, this is why I'm saying, for my own safety, it's best for me just to keep away from people like that.
Yeah, and that's why I keep away from Kaylee.
Yeah, well, that's it.
But she's still running around trying to make out. And I know part of it is because she's being influenced. But how deep that influence is, I don't know, because I can't sit here and assume like they do. I can only go by the direct influence that I've seen, which is Chrissy Morris at one point. And because I know Chrissy, I mean, I've got Chrissy Morris phoning up the fucking police every 5 minutes, talking nonsense, saying that he thinks I've made it all up for attention and all the rest of it. But you see, it's got deep with Kaylee, because Kaylee threatened, because she was friends with Moon, yeah? After the incident happened, Moon did phone up Kaylee and confide in her what happened in the Discord. Kaylee recorded it. And then she told Moon if she didn't give over the crime reference number to her, Morris, and Den Terrigan, that she was going to put out the voice recording. So Moon knew she couldn't, because it's an ongoing active police case. It would have been against the law for her to do it. But she didn't want to do it anyway. She wouldn't have wanted to give them the crime reference. Because of that, Kaylee put out the voice recording.
Oh, that's not good, is it, really?
No, which actually interferes in the police case. But all these nutters think that that's the right thing to do. And this is what we're dealing with, nutcases who think they know better than the law, who think that they... I've heard Danny Oakes-Jones sitting there categorically stating that there's no reason why we can't give out the details of the crime reference number and everything, and that I definitely haven't reported it because they've not took my devices away. Well, they don't need to take my devices away because I never saw it. It wasn't me that saw it. I'm not one of the witnesses that saw it. It doesn't matter how many times I tell them this, they can't get it in their thick brains. I only reported what I got told.
Yeah, I hear you.
I gave them all the details to the Discord. I gave them all the details to the people that had reported it to me. And then they went off and spoke to those people. Those people confirmed it. They said what they'd seen. That's when the live inquiry happened, because there was now witnesses that say they saw it. I don't know what they saw because it's not applicable for me to know.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But you try and tell these idiots that, they can't get it in their head. And I'm sorry, there's a lot of things I can forgive, but I'm not going to forgive idiots that have run around making out that I'm some sort of paedophile because somebody decided to drop that into a Discord group of mine. And I'm not gonna sit and I can forgive them for being idiots, but I don't want to sit and talk to them. I don't want to sit and talk to people that actually, all these years that they've spoke to me on panels, they think that I would attention seek by making it up.
No, I don't believe it's being made up. We'll soon find out anyways, hopefully.
It's not made up. Why would I make it up?
No, I know it's not made up.
Listen,
I know
Louis,
it isn't
why
made
would
up.
I make it up and then ring up the police?
No, I know it isn't. I know it isn't made up, but I'm just saying, hopefully, we'll find out who's behind it. That's all that's important. All the rest of the bullshit is irrelevant.
Yeah, have a nice time, Tina.
Karaoke.
Katie said she wants to knock Hector out. Yeah, I know. They all seem to think they can fight Hector, but they're underestimating him, I'm telling you. But that's for me to know and for them to find out should they ever turn up.
I don't know.
You see, all of these people think that they've done their backgrounds on all of us. They've got no clue on some of it. They've got no clue.
But this is the point. This is where people need to stop now. No one needs to do any background checks on anyone.
No, they shouldn't be. No, they shouldn't be. They shouldn't be poking into people's lives. They shouldn't be turning up at addresses. And you see, what frustrates them, Louis, is that they want to control me. And I don't listen, I don't try and control anyone else. So why should they control me?
No, I agree. I agree with that.
You know, I've never once had to go at other people for sitting, for example, with Wendy or Simon, even though I don't like Wendy now. I did for a while, but I don't like her now. You know, or Simon or Danny Archjones. Never done it. But the minute they tell me, and I point out, but you sit with Simon, they go, oh, she's complaining we sit with Simon. No, I'm making the point that I don't complain. I couldn't give a shit. But now it's even gone past that. Yeah, you're right. You're better off sitting with Simon because you're the same as them. Go over there, sit there with them. Don't come here and try and talk to me. I don't want nothing to do with you. You've shown yourselves. You're actually deplorable and you can't see you're as bad as the others because you've all gone down Facebooks. Even Cam's done it. You've all used other people's kids. Even Cam's done that on an avatar. Kaylee herself, in the recording that I broke down 2 days ago from Reels. During the course of that, she was on there with Jason. There was a conversation between her and Jason, and she admitted to Jason that she'd used Jason's kids. So she's just as bad. All these
anybody that's done that, yeah, but if anybody that's done that is wrong. Again, innit? At the time,
yeah, but they all need to hold their hands up and just go, right, we're all going to stop, but they can't.
Yeah, that's what I do agree with you on. 100%, I agree with that statement. 100%. Everybody right about now needs to realise that we're all fucking adults, and if we're not adults, come off of here. Everybody hold your hands up. Everybody be accountable of your own actions, what you said and done. Better yourself. Let's agree to disagree, and let's just move on. Why does it need to continue?
Listen, they don't even need to admit what they've done. Because none of them have got the guts to do that. They're not like me or you or Urban or fucking Moon. Then they haven't got the same level as us. But okay, fine. You haven't got the maturity to do that. Then don't hold your hands up and admit what you've done. Just say, listen, I recognise it goes too far. I'm not going to engage in it no more. I want to talk to everybody. If one after the other could do that, then they'd stop. It'd all just stop. And then you just avoid the people you don't like. But no, they can't, because what they want to do is they want to get everybody to agree with them and side with them. And it's childish. I don't go to school no more. I'm in the real world. If I have a row in my street with the neighbour down the road, I don't knock on all the other doors to get them to agree with me and isolate the neighbour.
Exactly.
We all mind our own fucking business. If number 6 wants to talk to number 11 and number 11 don't talk to number 3, we don't care. It's not our business who people talk to.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Louis, in real life, you must have mates that you talk to people you don't like.
Yeah.
You don't stop talking to your mate because they're talking to people you don't like, do you?
No.
No. But that's what they want on you. And do you know where it all stems from? And this is where you're going to get angry with me.
Go on.
People like Luke and the Hive and Cam. Cam is one of the most immature people I've ever met for trying to cut other people off, her and Shell, for cutting other people off if they talk to people they don't like. They haven't grown up, and I can't tolerate it anymore. I can't. I
No,
really can't.
but listen from my perspective, yeah, from where I stand, I get that. I like Cam. What I like about Cam is the same thing that I like about you, Dupes. I know where I stand with her. If she's got a problem with me, she'll let me know. I'd rather prefer that than someone's coming, hello, Louis, and then behind your back, they're fucking you over. I don't like that. I'd rather, if you've got a problem with me, come on, let's just air it all out now. Put your cards on the table. At least you know where you stand with it.
I agree with you, Louis, to a degree. I agree with you. But the thing is, I'm not here to convince you to stop talking to Cam. That's not what I'm trying to do, and I never would. I'm not asking you to side between me and Cam. I would never do that to you. That's not me. You know that from old. I don't do that shit.
I know.
I'm just making a point that it's not going to work because some people can't have the guts to say, but hold on, Cam, there is an element of truth in that. If you don't want to go on that panel, because we shouldn't all have to stop ourselves to show you that we like you. If we want to go on that panel and enjoy ourselves, and you can't bring yourself to come on and enjoy yourself with us and just ignore that individual, then that's something that's wrong with you, not our problem.
Yeah, I agree with that statement, like on the general terms. But again, Dupes, it's hard for me to say to for me to come on now and say, Dupes, don't get angry when they say something about your children or make up something about your children and all that. It's hard for me to say to you, don't get angry about that, because you've got feelings, you're emotionally attached to your children. And who am I to tell you can't stick up for your children or whatever? I get that. But at the same point, at this point,
but let's
now,
be honest, Louis.
yeah,
Do you think I've meted out the justice that deserves to be meted out? Because I don't. I think I've been easy on people for what they've done.
Yeah, I kind of. Again,
I've been easy on all of them for what they've done.
Yeah,
and
in a whole. I'm not saying that you've gone out.
This is what I'm saying, Louis. It's not like I'm asking for other people to do what I wouldn't be prepared to do myself. I am prepared to do it, and I have done it.
Yeah, okay, fine. So I understand what you're saying, but at this point, both sides need to just stop. Or if they're not willing to stop or not willing to like have a knowledge branch or whatever, let's just agree to not talk about each other or whatever. But all this continually going for someone's kids and all this rubbish, what is going on now, it's just too much now. It's too much. There's no fun in it. I agree,
but I'm not involved in none of that, and I'm not going to be blamed.
I know you're not.
They're going to try and bring me into it, but it's nothing to do with me.
Yeah, but
if Esau's going at Taffy and Cam and that are going at Esau, let them get on with it. I'm not. Listen, I've tried talking to Taffy, he won't have none of it. I've tried talking to Esau, he won't have none of it. Cam, I tried to get her on an equilibrium with Bleeding Heart, she wouldn't have none of it. Let them get on with it. They're all far too immature, and I can't be bothered with it.
Yeah, well, this is why I jumped on to begin with, isn't it? Because I was saying, it's like everybody's looking at you for some sort of to verify their fucking needs on YouTube and that, and you're getting dragged into all the shit.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why I'm over here now saying, do you know what? Right now, I don't even know what you're saying about each other, what you're saying about this. You could be restreaming this to 100 places. You could be fucking getting Eric to fire up a video with all his bullshit and everything else. I do not fucking care, because I am lucky. And I know people don't like it when I say this. I am really blessed. I've got a husband that loves me and I love him. I've got a fucking huge family that I adore and that I am part of, whether they want to rewrite my fucking story. But if they don't believe that, I don't fucking care, because I have got that in the real world and I don't need to worry about this shit, and all their problems are not my problems. Yeah, all I know is, should it turn up at my front door, then you're going to see a different fucking story. Up until that, I don't give a shit anymore. Because I've tried to advise people, I've tried to be devil's advocate, I've tried to get people to get on. And if I want to go on a panel and talk to Bleeding Heart, who I happen to like, by the way, better than Cam, I will. And if that hurts Cam's feelings, that's not my problem. After all, Cam don't like me. So why should I worry about whether Cam gets upset that I don't like her?
Yeah, but this really isn't about you not liking Cam or you liking Bleeding more than
Yeah, but I
Cam or
think
you.
it is. I think
No,
it
but
is.
it really isn't.
I think
Dupes.
people sit there and go, "Oh, I fucking hate Jupiter. I fucking hate Jupiter," but they get upset if I don't like them.
No. Listen, I can only talk for myself right about now. Yeah, me looking from the outside looking in, I don't think that's the case. I think it's more of a case of these lot over there, Bleeding and Esau, they're going after people's children. That is affecting Taffy and others who is
Yeah, but
affected,
they
and
went
then they
after
see.
Bleeding's family. Luke
All
done
right,
that.
fine, but please let me
Yeah, but
just
Luke
finish.
done that, and nobody wants to call Luke out for it either.
Dupes, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that
Yeah, but
Luke's right and you're wrong, or you're wrong, you're right
no,
and
I
Luke's
get that,
wrong.
Louis. But the fact of the matter is this:
Go
there's
on.
been far too much double standards.
I know,
People have been
exactly.
scared to tell Luke, and they've been scared to tell fucking because they're scared of the hive and group mentality, and they've been scared to tell Cam exactly what they are. Fucking shit stirring, horrible, nasty people that have fucking whipped a lot of this trouble up.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. It's happened on both sides now, hasn't it? It's happened on both sides, and at the end of the day, innocent people like Taffy's daughter is gonna get fucking suffered for this over what? Over some YouTube bullshit.
And I tried to warn Taffy they were pushing him up front, and he wouldn't listen to me. He wanted to be an hero.
Well, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying when it's coming to a point where people's like their family,
This
like,
isn't about making shit up, Luke.
eh?
Right,
Who?
so Luke's wrote this in the side chat. He said,
Oh, sorry,
Dupes,
I'm
they
not
went
looking
at
at
my
chat.
family first. No, what they did was they had your family in a thumbnail, and there was a wording right across the thumbnail so they couldn't be clearly identified. What you did, Luke, was then go into her family and put up an obituary. You used Cam's fucking thing to do it. So let's not pretend, Luke, that you didn't get disproportionate outrage because you did. No, Luke, I don't want you on here. I don't. You're nothing to do with me. You see? Drop the link and I'll show you up. His mentality is still about winning an argument, and I can't be bothered with it. So,
Luke, come
yes,
on, jump on and just be civil. Like we might be able
it
to
can't be
fucking
civil. He acts like a queen. He acts like Kaylee. I can't be dealing with it.
guys. At the end of the day, yeah, let's just get to the bottom line. At the end of the day, I think we all need to come to a fucking some sort of agreement. Let's just agree to disagree, and that's
The
it.
best
No,
agreement I can give Luke is fuck off and leave me alone. I won't talk about you. Just go away. I don't want nothing to do with Luke. I've seen him for what he is, a snidey, horrible, spiteful man.
Jupes, he said he's more than willing to. He's more than willing to come on and be civil. Can we just give it a last opportunity, one last try? Just for the sake of peace for everyone. Because come on, this has got to end. Somehow this has got to end. Hopefully it's going to have a happy ending instead of a sad ending. We don't want to come to Christmas and we're still having the same fucking arguments. Come on.
But I'm not arguing with Luke.
No, you're not. You're not. I never meant like you having an argument. I mean, all this YouTube drama, you know? All these two camps here. You know how bad it is, Duke? There's like people that are going live at the same time. You're reviewing them. They're reviewing you. Like, this is how stupid it's got to.
I'm not reviewing anybody.
No, you're not. But I'm saying on panels that you've been on, people have been reviewing it or whatever. They're listening into you. You're listening into
everything
them.
I say, and then claim that they don't live on my words. It's pathetic. They all want to say I'm worth nothing, but my point of view is worth something to them because they all get upset by it. But the fact of the matter is that when it comes to Luke, and he's in the side chat, he can write his responses there. He don't need to be up on the panel. I'm sorry, he don't. Right? The fact of the matter is that she had a thumbnail that she used. I thought that was out of order, even though there was writing across the thumbnail. I agreed it was tormenting him a little bit. He then went further. I encouraged it. I was actually on the panel with Moon, encouraging and giggling and laughing at Bleeding Heart. The next day, it got played. And I saw myself and I didn't like it, Louis. This was before the Hive made up with Bleeding Heart and Esau. And this was why when Wasp was alive. I, myself, went over to Bleeding Hearts, especially when Bleeding Heart were going to respond now to what he'd done. I went over there. I said, you know what, Bleeding Heart? Please don't do this to his family, because I feel responsible because I did fucking laugh along with him. Right? I feel bad. I've listened to it. It was wrong what happened to you. I apologise and everything else. Luke then turned up, and I hope Bleeding Heart goes and puts that stream. He then turned up. They managed to fucking calm it all down. They all made agreements they wouldn't do nothing. Then after that, all the rest of the Hive started talking to Bleeding Heart. I got highly criticised by a lot of people, including Moon. Yeah, at first. Moon will tell you this herself. She didn't understand it. They were all talking about me. Why has she gone over there? Why is she talking to Bleeding Heart and Esau and all this? And then I explained to Moon. And then Moon went over there and started talking to him. She found it comfortable with Bleeding Heart. She quite liked Bleeding Heart and Esau. I'd say she gets on with Esau more than I do. Everyone was getting on fine. Even the Wasp was turning up saying he preferred it this way. The minute the Wasp died, it took a couple of days and Luke started it all off again. That's why I blame Luke. Luke wanted all this drama.
Yeah, but all right. Okay, fine. At this precise moment, we're in the situation we're in. I'm just saying, let's just knock it all on its head now. Not for your sake, my sake, or Luke's sake, because we don't really give a shit. It's all waters off a duck's back. But you know, like that prick who was just in the chat a second ago, that James, fucking thinking he's some sort of fucking king and threatening every 5 minutes to commit suicide. People like that just annoy the fuck out of me.
Yeah, look, there's always going to be people that you find irritable, right? There's always going to be people. When Esau gets excited and talks in a certain way, I get irritated by him. It's not even what he's saying, it's the way he talks.
Dupes, but you have to,
I snap at him.
You have to admit.
When Easy talks daft, sometimes I snap at him. When James does silly things, sometimes I snap at him. And people snap at me as well. Some people can't stand my voice because it's Cockney.
There's nothing wrong with that.
You know.
Best accent going.
But I don't hold it against them. No, it's the way that you carry on sometimes, James, for me. But I don't think he deserves what they're doing to him. I don't think that by a long shot.
No, I don't think he does whatever they're doing. I can't really see what they're doing, to be honest. But all I know is this guy, I can't take you seriously if you're unwilling to help yourself. If you're unwilling to help yourself, don't expect me to offer my hand to help you. It's not going to happen. All I've seen him do is since the day that he's turned up is be a fucking clown. And that's it. I'm sorry, I can't mince my words. There's no other way to say it. For a fully grown man to wear a crown thinking he's a part of the royal fucking family, and then every 5 minutes when he don't get his way, for emotional blackmail, he's going to start threatening to commit suicide and that. Just go away. You're mentally weak. You're not a man. You're not even a human.
But Louis, this is how I see things, right? Just because somebody is not as mentally as strong as you doesn't mean you should demean them. Just because somebody's got a little bit of an eccentricity that wants to pretend they're a king. If they're not harming anyone, why do you care?
I understand 100%, and I do agree with what you've just said. It's not so much if he thinks he's a king and that. It's the thing that he actually gets enjoyment out of this attention. It's all a game for him. That's the bit that frustrates me. While everybody else is getting irate and fucking, I don't know, throwing in doing welfare checks on him, he's actually sitting there laughing at us all because he's loving it. He's thriving off the attention. It's a game to him.
Yeah, but
That's,
don't you
that's
think if he got positive attention, he wouldn't need the negative attention?
Duke, this is what I'm saying to you. I agree with what you're saying there, 100%. But when he first rocked up, we all gave him the benefit of that, did we not? Everybody was like, fuck off to you, like you have. What you bullying this guy for? You've all come over here. We don't even know him. He just rocked up into reels telling us his story. And
No, I
everybody,
didn't. I didn't. I hated him, and I actually told him that I was disgusted by him.
well, when he first rocked up, I thought he was fucking being bullied. But it's only
Did
like
ya?
after time that I've seen what he's done and his pattern of behaviour, I realised, fuck off, mate. You're far from a fucking victim. Far, far from it. And to even have the audacity
Yeah,
to
but I think
portray
he is a victim. I do think he's a
Jupiter, he's
victim.
his own victim. If anything, okay, fine.
He
I
don't
can
help
see.
himself, but let's
There
be
you go.
honest about it, right? Do you really think that Rapid Man Live wanting to put out tape recordings of him having sex, right, that they all listened to, including the Wasp, all giggling and talking about it as they were listening to it, and they wanted to play that recording, doesn't make them a little bit shady as well? Come on.
Yeah,
Louis.
I agree. I don't think that's good. That's a good thing to do. But at the
No, it's
same time,
shady. It's shady. It's
yeah,
pervy.
100% it is. Of course it is. Yeah. But at the same time, this
You've known
guy,
me a long time. Do you think, right, if we'd have ever gone into Will's meets, right,
go on.
and we get in there and it's all quiet and we go, why is it quiet? Right, imagine it's not going out public. Why is it quiet? Oh, well, so-and-so's going to be having it off with so-and-so. We're all listening and laughing. You don't know we can hear. Do you think I'm going to stick around? I know you well enough to know you wouldn't even stick around, Louis.
No, not really. If I knew Sean was
But
in
them
there, I wouldn't
fuckers
even been in
did.
there.
But them fuckers did. And Rapid recorded it on the sly. And now years later they want to play it again.
Yeah, I know that, but for whatever reason, he's been going at Rapid. So again, I don't even know too much about.
Wouldn't you go at them if they've got a recording of you making love and they've been with them all sniggering and they're going to keep replaying it for years?
Yeah, I'll be pissed off, but at the same time, what is Sean doing there? How did they even get that recording? How do they know all his whole life story, where he lives, and everything else? How do they know who his girlfriend is?
Yeah, no, that I agree with you on. I said that to him today. How do they know?
How do they know all of these things? It must be coming out of his mouth.
No, some of it is because they went down his Facebook. See the old problem again.
Well, there you go. See, this is what I mean. This is just an endless cycle of bullshit. Until we all agree, so we can all agree to disagree and just move on, put all of this to bed and move on, nothing's going to change. Nothing. And that's the bottom line. It's going to be carry on. It's just going to be the same as last year, the year before that, and the year before that.
Well, that's why I'm telling them all to get on with it. I don't want to be part of none of it. I don't want to know none of them.
Yeah,
I don't need them I don't need them coming here, Louis, telling me their side of the story and us having a truce. No, do you know what? Just fuck off.
Yeah,
I don't
know
want
what
to
you
talk.
mean.
I don't want to talk to Luke. He's part of that group that thinks it's okay to do that to someone. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk to Seven because Seven was around when that stuff was being done. I don't want to talk to Rapid Man because Rapid Man was there when that stuff's being done. I'm fast losing my patience with Sean because Sean's not listening to me when I tell him not to engage. As for Kaylee, I think she's nuts. She needs more medication, if not complete sedation, right? And she should fucking go and have a good sleep, a good fucking meal, and then come back and talk normal to people and stop imagining there's all conspiracies everywhere. So I don't want to talk to her. I don't like none of Danny Oakes Jones's group because they're all trying to fucking politically set people up with the aid of fucking Wendy. I don't want to talk to Wendy because she's one of the biggest fucking liars and spiteful cunts on the YouTube. So I've got a right not to talk to all these people if I don't want to. And if I want to say I want to speak to Bleeding Art, and unfortunately, Bleeding Art is very, very close friends to Esau, and I've resolved my issues with Esau and I'm civil to him because I like Bleeding Art. It's someone else's business.
Dupes, 100%. You're free to talk to whoever you want to talk to. I'm not here to say, yeah, you can talk to this one or don't talk to that one. I'm not even going to put myself into a position. That's a fucking liberty if I was to say things like that. I'm just saying, for the course of good right about now, we're going to have to start, we're going to have to communicate with each other, even if it's just for a case of like, okay, let's just agree to disagree. We put everything to bed now. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to have any kind of relationship with you or whatever. Just please, you don't mention me, don't talk about me, and I won't talk about you. And that's it. Done. Finished.
Yeah, but they can't do that.
Yeah, but why? We can do that. We can, because we're adults.
Yeah, we can. They can't. They need it for their content. That's why they review everything I say. You don't understand, Louis. They feed off of me.
This is what I'm saying. There's too many people feeding off of all of this bullshit. It just needs to stop. Not for your fucking health, your mental health, right? For other people. Other people are getting affected by this shit and getting distraught, while the rest of us is not. Like, for me personally, it's all water off a duck's back with me. But other people are like, they're going to need to go and get a welfare check. You're going to have to start. Don't cut yourself. It ain't worth cutting yourself, mate. There ain't no point for that. Or they're going to pick up a fucking plastic
Exactly,
spoon.
Louis. Now you understand how I feel. Oi, don't cut yourself, because you don't need to be doing this for these fuckers. No, please, don't go and put Taffy's kids out. That ain't going to help matters. Oh, for God's sake, can you leave Easy's Facebook alone? Don't do that. Why are you sitting there on there taking the mickey out of his autistic kid? Oh, for fuck's sake. No, you've actually gone and fucking found fucking Bleeding Arts family. Please don't do that. Oh, fucking hell, you've put an obituary out. Why are you doing that? Oh, Cam, no, don't go and use fucking Neil Cockney's kid's picture. They've all at it, Louis.
This is
and
what
they
I'm
don't
saying.
want to fucking stop.
Yeah, but this is what I mean. As adults, I think we can all agree that enough is enough now. Let's just stop. Regardless if we ever talk to each other ever again, block each other, couldn't care. But just say, because innocent people are going to get hurt. Like people's children and that, you're affecting people's family life. Someone's going to kill themselves over YouTube. Someone's going to self-harm over YouTube. Someone, I don't know, has lost their job over YouTube.
I've got every right to comment, Luke, and I will comment if I want to. Don't act innocent. So what have I done, Luke? Tell me what I've done. You're not coming on the panel. You can write in the side chat. So don't act innocent, Jupiter. What have I done?
Tubes, come on. I think you're bigger than that. I think you should give the opportunity for the guy to talk. You can control yourself.
Yeah, but he can't control himself. All right.
You can.
Right,
you're both adults. Come on.
And I bet you what he's going to do is come on, scream abuse, like Kaylee does, shout a load of insults and then run.
Look, if worst case scenario, we just agree to disagree.
The link is in the fucking description. Click the link and come on. Let's see if you can talk like an adult. I bet you can't.
Links in the description. Come on, all of this Luke's sister being molested. All see where it's going now. It's just getting ridiculous, man.
You won't get shouting from me unless you start shouting. I always retaliate. As you said, Jupiter, one time, Luke only ever retaliates.
Yeah, well, I was wrong about that, weren't I? I was
wrong
about Wendy as well.
No, you're not. Jupiter, you're just not. Your pride. You need to put your morals and your convictions before your pride.
I don't need to do anything. I thought you wanted a conversation.
Yeah, so you said that you was innocent. You'd not done anything to me. That night on Taffy's panel, you and your husband, and you can't deny that you was involved, Jupiter, because we've all seen it multiple times. Everyone's clipped it. You and your husband both called me, so leave me uncle out of it, but you and your husband both called me a paedophile. And you said that my sister was raped as a child, which is fucking disgusting. And for people who I believe are against grooming gangs and child abuse, to use that as an insult is beyond, it's bottom barrel.
So I said that, did I?
Yeah, both you and your husband, yeah. You went pedo, calling me a pedo.
Okay. But you just said that I said that about your sister. I said that, did I?
So I said both you and your husband, and then when he asked you to correct him,
so now I'm responsible for what my husband says as well.
Well, no, because I asked you to correct him, and you told me to fuck off.
Why should
And
I
I said,
correct him on your behalf?
because it's not on my behalf, it's for your behalf. For two people who like go to speakers' corners, speak about these grooming gangs and that. It's not a fucking good look for you to make up shit about a young girl being abused by a family member and use it to attack somebody over. That's wrong.
Okay.
And if you can't admit that, then that's where the problem is, Jupiter, because you should be able to step back and reflect and witness. I've always been able to do it. I've always been able to witness when I've gone a step too far. Now, the shit with Bleeding Heart, you know for a fact my family have been doxxed for over a fucking year since before I retaliated. My pictures have been given to Sky. Sky was using them. So it weren't as if I've just retaliated from like a year, Jupiter, and you knew that. That's why you always said, I'm never going to get involved in what Luke's done with Bleeding Heart, because I totally understand why he's done it and I'm not getting involved. You must have said that 100 times, and now because we've fallen out, you've changed your mind, which shows that you've no conviction.
Right. So I'm going to leave the first bit to my husband to address in a minute. He'll come and talk to you himself, because it's him that said it to you, not me.
Yeah.
Right. The second thing, when you turn around and you say, "Oh, I've got no conviction, this, that, and the other," I've got every conviction. You abused my husband that night. You abused me that night. You turn up with 7 to have an abusive test. You weren't interested in having a conversation.
Just a slight correction there.
You even
turned
tried
up,
to
yeah.
gaslight me and Taffy by saying that I turned up to beg his friendship, even though he'd come over to resolve things.
I didn't say that.
Yes,
No, you mentioned this. No, you mentioned this yesterday, and you mentioned it. I think it was. I don't even know who was on there first, because I went on there at first. It was 7 and somebody else who jumped on. But you wasn't on the panel first with Taffy. You jumped on while 7 and somebody else was on.
I came on there when there was only Tracy Davenport and
and 7 and 7, yeah. But yesterday you made it out of
7 joined because I came on.
No, I don't believe so.
And then 7 went around afterwards saying that you lot had to go on to save Taffy, even though Taffy had been over to my place to sort things out with me prior to me going onto his panel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to tell
all of you lot didn't want me and Taffy talking.
No, what you mean, you lot? You can't paint us with a brush.
7, Tracy Davenport.
You can speak to Taffy, and I can guarantee you.
Chat,
I can guarantee you,
put your own interest
Taffy won't agree
above what me and Taffy wanted.
No, I can guarantee you, Taffy won't agree with that. Only you will agree with that, but Taffy won't agree. Taffy won't say that Luke would have
will agree with it. Because Taffy knows that he came onto my channel and spoke to me.
Yeah, and Taffy knows that I would never say to Taffy, you can't speak to Jude, or you hold it against him. I still hold Taffy in very, very high regards, always will do. No matter who he speaks to, no matter what he does, because I know he's a decent guy deep down.
I'm not asking. I've never doubted that. Why do I care?
No, that's what I'm saying. So you can't say that I wanted just to fall out, because I didn't. I don't.
Yeah, you didn't. No, you don't hold. No, hold on. You don't hold me in high regard, though.
I did at one point.
No, but you don't. So
no, I don't now.
That would be the motive for you not wanting me and Taffy to talk would be for your own personal reasons, not for Taffy's.
I don't need anybody as witness. I don't need anybody to fight my battles, Jupiter. I'm certainly capable of doing that myself.
Yeah, you do. You don't do anything by yourself.
No, if you look at my live streams, I usually go solo for about an hour before I even open the panel up.
Oh, what a load of crap! You do it all for brownie points for that insidious group that likes to bully people.
Okay. Is Hector there then, so we can address what Hector said?
Hector, do you want to speak to Luke? Hector? Yeah. He's saying that he wants. No, I don't really have much more to say to him, to be honest, because I just think that it's pointless that what you do.
Well, no, because what you're doing,
I don't understand why he's coming. He is coming.
Because you're not telling the truth, Jupiter. And like I say, I'm not like. All I'm bothered about me is the truth, and you can't just keep standing on that. You can't just keep making out like you said that night I was racist.
So what's the truth?
That I didn't say anything racist that night. That's one.
Oh, did you get out of your pram because I said your uncle looks weird?
No, but you said this yesterday as well. You said I mentioned your family first. I'd never mentioned your family before you mentioned that. No, no one ever. Yeah? No one ever. You can't prove that otherwise, Jupiter. You can't bring me
Yeah, I
anything.
can.
You can't bring me anything dated before that video. That's me mentioning your family. You can't. That was the first time. That's why I fucking lost my wig with you, Jupiter. You can't make.
No,
You're
you
making
said
it up
no.
now.
The reason that you said you lost your wig was because I noticed your uncle in a picture, and I said, "Oh yeah, he does look weird," and that was
No,
enough for you to
Jupiter.
spurg out. And you also said, which was a lie, by the way, that I accused you of dropping the stuff in the Discord. I've never ever done that. What I said was, I found your interest in it unhealthy, which makes me believe, were you involved? I never said you dropped it.
Yeah, well, you made anybody who's got any form of interest in it only has interest because of your doing, and you don't take responsibility for that.
Especially when they're trying to make it look like
Well, no,
it's not
take the
true.
responsibility for it, Jupiter.
It's not true, or B, that Plisco's innocent when you don't know whether he's innocent or not.
Nobody knows, but I think to categorically say it was somebody without proof is a very dangerous move, and I think you've made a fucking mess of it from the get-go, and you just won't admit it. You're allowing your pride to overtake your morals.
What proof is it that you know that I've got or haven't got?
Proof on what? Say that again.
You don't know what the police have got.
No, but I know for a fact what you've. Don't forget, Jupiter. We had a 45-minute conversation at 2:00 in the morning, like 2 nights after it happened.
Yeah, we did.
But
you still only had need to know.
No, yeah, but you told me a lot of. You told me. You know what you told me, Jupiter? You told me that Moon had all the information. It was coming to call Darkness. You sent me the stuff that Crystal had sent you.
So
and from that, you
part of the
claimed it's Crystal
conversation that I had with Crystal that you then decided to put out to the public. It wasn't given to you to give to the public.
It was given to me, Esau, and I'm bleeding.
No,
well, yeah,
you decided to do that. Why did you do that?
Because nobody else had any form of evidence that even happened.
They weren't supposed to. They're not investigators. I only gave it to you as a heads up.
I completely agree.
At that time, I trusted you and thought you were a decent person, and I didn't want you to run with the bullshit that Cam was saying. And I actually said that to you. Don't run with the bullshit Cam's saying.
All right, well, let me address it.
I'm going to send you proof it really happened, and then you went and put it out public. Why?
Because if you was a decent person, you wouldn't have blamed somebody categorically without the proof that you said that you had, which you never. So when I received that proof that you sent me, I was looking at it thinking, this ain't fucking proof. And don't forget,
it's not proof that I was informed that it was Plisco.
It's proof that you was informed it was Plisco, but it was no way. It's not, but you didn't say that. You didn't come on and say, I've just been told that Plisco's done this. You came on and you categorically said it, Jupiter, that it was Plisco has dropped this. And that was my issue, Jupiter. For you to be able to
but you forgot to do that put the second part of the conversation where I come on and said, actually, I retract that because
48 hours after, by that time,
calmed down. It occurs to me that it could have been anybody that used that avatar.
And who did you blame?
Even though, in my opinion now is that it's still Plisco, by the way.
And who did you blame then, though? So when you 48 hours after, when you said it might not be Plisco, whose name did you mention?
I said there was only 2 people that made threats to me before round. One was Bobs, and one was Plisco.
And you mentioned Seven as well.
In my opinion, it's still Plisco.
And you mentioned Seven as well. Why would you? Yeah, but the fact that you was willing to throw names out.
Seven was never mentioned. I don't know where that's come into it.
I'm sure you said Bobs and Seven. There was definitely 2 names you mentioned.
No.
All right,
Seven has never been.
Right, we won't get
Seven
into
was never brought into it.
Right, that's fine. That's fine. We won't get into semantics. We'll stick with Bobs. But for you just like willy-nilly throw names out there with something that's so damaging as being called a paedophile.
I didn't throw names out willy-nilly.
You did, because like you said, you still think it's Plisco.
A very specific threat.
You didn't say that though. You didn't say it like that, Jupiter. You said, I'm not sure whether it's Plisco now. It might be Bobs. And you definitely said 2 names.
No.
Other than Plisco's.
What I said was that there was only 2 people that made threats to me before it happened.
That's when you explained it.
And one was
Jupiter.
And in my opinion, it's Plisco. But
you're lying,
you're so convinced it's not Plisco.
No, you're lying.
You're right.
No, you're lying, Jupiter.
Maybe I should be looking closer at your friend.
Right, so what you're doing, Jupiter, is you're taking...
What I'm doing is saying that you poked your nose and tried to make a point-scoring moment out of something that actually makes it worse for your fucking friend, and you can't even see it.
Who's my friend, first of all?
Bobs.
How does it make it worse for him?
Because I've made it quite clear that there's only 2 people that made threats to me
Yeah.
Immediately before it happened. One
Yeah.
was boxed on Jacko radios and the other one was Plisco. I, in my opinion, believe it was Plisco because of other circumstantial evidence that you don't have. Only I have and the police have.
Which you told me all about, though.
But you're telling me categorically that Plisco is in the clear. So the only other suspect that I have in my mind
again, nobody can say that.
So therefore, it must be Bops. Is that what you're telling me?
No. So what I'm saying to you is that if by you saying that with such fucking conviction, like the only time you actually standing on conviction there, do you know, fucking Bops has got I know Bops is totally innocent, not done a fucking thing like that. So what if he sues you?
Yeah, but I don't know why you're telling me all this about Bops, because I told you, in my opinion, it's Plisco, but you seem to want to champion him.
No, I'm saying that this is what you do, Jupiter. You accuse other people of gaslighting, but you're the biggest gaslighter going. So we're trying to clear up the truth and how other people got dragged into it. We mentioned that you first categorically said it was Plisco, and then within 48 hours later, we didn't even need to mention names. We could have just said that the fact that you mentioned 2 other names and it might not be Plisco. So the fact that you've gone from categorically being somebody to now being other people, you weaponized it, and everybody saw that. Even Dave seen that the fact that you was weaponizing it, Jupiter. You can't deny that, and I know for a fact you're not going to agree to it because you're allowing your fucking pride to get in way of your morals, and I don't understand that at all. At all.
Right. So I've let you finish talking. The fact of the matter is that I believe it's Plisco. It's nothing to do with weaponizing it.
You did weaponize it, though.
No, it's nothing. No, I never.
You did. You started accusing people
out of anger.
Yeah, and then
you
you
allow
see
me
comments.
to speak? You keep talking over me. What is your
Go
problem?
Well, you always used to explain. You used to always explain the problem, so I don't know why you don't now. Funny how things change, isn't it, Jupes?
Yeah, funny how things change.
Yeah. So it's funny how you never used to make excuses for sure, but you used to make it an excuse for me. How I used to interrupt people and overtalk and that. But now you make excuses for sure and you don't make it. It's funny, isn't it? It really is.
Why is it you keep deflecting? You don't like an
upside down. Well,
why is it you keep deflecting? You don't like an answer.
What have I not liked an answer from? What was the question that I didn't get an answer?
Well, I'm trying to answer you and you keep talking.
Yeah, but if you make like scribble points, what I call them, then it's going to get my squirrel attention.
You call it squirrel points, yeah?
You know what squirreling means?
Well, yeah, acting like you, like a nutter, looking for nuts.
No, it's a bit of a way like explaining like ADHD, where like something like you can just maybe at Magpie you can see something like shiny, your attention's gone. A bit nuanced.
Let's go back to the answer that I was supposed to be giving you that you keep wanting to deflect from.
Right, go on.
When the incident happened, I was angry, disgusted, and upset. And yes, I did go on and go mad about fucking Plisco. Because I just heard Danny Oakes-Jones on there saying how nice that Plisco was. In my memory, I thought Danny Oakes-Jones was still on the panel, to be fair, but I think he left as I went on. So I went on, said what I said, and then I left. Then when I calmed down, I realised actually it might not be. Somebody could actually use it because if it's the same as YouTube, anyone could use that name. Doesn't necessarily mean it's Plisco.
What name though? What name?
So I went back on and I clarified. It's funny how nobody ever uses. Let me finish. It's funny how nobody ever uses that second part of the conversation.
I already know where you're going with it, Jupiter. The fact that you didn't even mention the name. So what you've tried to imply there is that the name Plisco has dropped it. Who was the name that dropped that CP in your Discord? What was the name?
That's none of your business.
Everyone knows it's Darkness.
Right.
Everybody knows.
The message that I'd been given was
you told me, Jupiter, that the reason why you know it's Plisco is because Darkness has been in Moon's back chat at some point, giving her abuse, and she knew it was Plisco.
I never said that.
Oh my God, Jupiter, you've a liar.
I never said that.
You did. On my mother's life.
I never said that.
On my mother's life, you did. You fucking did.
No, I never said that.
You did on a phone call. How else would I know that? Jupiter, Moon's even agreed that somebody that's been told by somebody. Listen, I'll explain. Let me explain.
I'll tell you how else you would know. I'll tell you how else you would know.
Go on.
Because when after I went back on and I said, actually, it could be this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
And then the next day I said, right, I'm shutting down my accounts, which I did. I disabled them for a few days.
Yeah.
And Moon went off. She got rid of her original thing. The only person that was still doing live streams about it was you.
Right.
And on your live stream, there was a conversation that Deborah ignored at first until we found it, where it proved that Deborah did say the name Darkness. And that's where Cam got it from. And that was on your live stream.
You are
and it's
fucking
when me
liars.
and Moon weren't even streaming. The
You
dates
are
matched up.
Jupiter. Spit down that. Jupiter, swearing everyone you hold fucking dear that you did not tell me that Moon had been trolled by somebody in her back chat on StreamYard by somebody called Plisco, Darkness, and she said that was Plisco. Swearing all your family's life.
No, I told you that, yeah, but I didn't tell
you. Just said you didn't. You just said you fucking did it, and you tried to blame, Louis.
That is not why I told you.
You just tried to blame Deborah and Cam for it. You just tried to blame Deborah and Cam for bringing the name Darkness to it when it was Moon who brought the name Darkness for it.
No, you brought the name Darkness already before that conversation on your live stream. Did
How
I
would
call
I
you
know?
after?
No, never. No,
what time of night
don't
did I
fucking
call
lie.
You, Luke?
Do not lie,
Luke,
Jupiter.
what time did I call you?
At about 2
What
o'clock
time
in the
did I
fucking
call you,
morning. Nobody, listen,
Yeah,
about
and
2
why
o'clock in
did
the
I
fucking
call you, Luke?
morning. It was.
Yes, and why did
What do
I
you mean?
call
Why'd
you,
you call
Luke?
me? I've explained why'd you call me. You told me all
Because
about
just
it. You told me
finished the
everything
live
that
stream
happened.
Doing what, Luke?
Nobody
You
had
just
mentioned
finished the
Darkness.
live stream doing
Nobody,
what, Luke?
yes, talking about what you had said. Nobody had mentioned the name Darkness at that point. Prove me otherwise. Bring the proof, Jupiter. Nobody mentioned Darkness. The first person who
You're not
mentioned
getting
Darkness
it,
may
are
have
you?
been.
You just
No,
had
you're not
streams.
getting it.
My channels have been disabled. My
You're
channels
not.
had been
Well,
disabled.
the clippers are out there.
Moon's channels were not up. Your
No.
channel was up. You were the one running with the story. Deborah had
Yes.
mentioned the name.
No.
Yeah.
No. She
And
never.
I fucking phoned you. I phoned you to say to you, listen, do not run with this bullshit they're telling you.
All right, we'll go with your side of the story. We'll go with that. All right.
All
right, we'll go with that side of the story.
It did
We'll go with that side.
happen.
Yeah.
Yes, and that
So how
name
did
had already
Cam and
been
Deborah?
mentioned
All right.
on
So
that live stream.
How did Cam and Deborah know Darkness then? Are you playing that
Well, that's
Darkness
exactly
or something?
my point.
Yeah. No, you're
That's
fucking.
my point, Luke.
You're a dodgy
That's
bitch,
my
Jupiter.
point.
You're a dodgy bitch.
That's my point,
You're a
Luke.
liar. I can't
And
believe
I've
how much
always
you're
wanted
lying.
to know why.
No, you're a fucking liar. You've never mentioned
I'm
that
not
before.
lying.
You're a liar.
I'm not
You're a
lying.
liar.
It's the fucking truth.
You're making shit up.
It's not.
What
I'm
you're
not lying.
doing
It's
is
the
what Fat
truth.
Dan does.
And
What you're doing is what Fat Dan does. Is when
prove it.
he tells a story, and when he thinks it sounds good, he continues with, yeah, that's what I did, and that's what you just done there. You've never mentioned that fucking story before, and now you're saying, yeah, that's what I've always believed.
Yeah,
You're a fucking liar.
Yeah,
You're a liar.
Yeah,
You're a fucking disgusting liar. Get your husband on here. I want to speak to you before I go.
I have.
Where's Hector?
I have.
I want to speak to Hector. I want to speak to Hector now, please, before I go.
I have.
Can I please speak to Hector before I go?
Guess what? We actually found the recording where Deborah said it.
We'll play it then. Make sure you show the date. Make sure you show the date.
I don't have it to hand.
Make sure you show the dates. Can I speak to Hector, please, before I go?
Right, go on, Hector.
What did he say? Listen, just talk to me with respect. You get me?
I'll do that if you do the same. By all means.
Don't even interrupt me.
Well, don't treat me like a child, and we'll get off to a good start.
If you don't want to shut up, then I go. So that means
then go then, because it don't work like that. You don't tell me what to do.
It's not going to be answered. All I've just said to you is respect.
Show me respect. I show you respect. Now, line in the sand. Move along. Go on. So the question is, what I've got for you, Hector, is what makes you think my sister's been abused as a child? And even if she was, what makes you think you could abuse me over my sister being sexually abused as a child?
What makes you think you could abuse us?
I'm asking Hector.
Listen, I have just told you, show me respect. Otherwise, your
I'm showing you respect, sir.
Otherwise, just listen to me.
I'll call you, sir.
Otherwise, your question is not going to be answered. I'm willing to answer your questions. Show me respect. You get me?
All right, I will. Yeah.
Exactly. Because at the end of the day, I am far older and wiser than you. Show me respect. You get me?
Okay, yeah.
So
yeah, respect established.
If you want to ask me a question, ask me a direct question, and I'm going to reply you directly. And I will ask you a direct question, and I'm assuming you answer me back directly. Is that understood?
Yeah, will do.
All right.
Completely.
So ask me, go on.
Why did you say my sister was abused as a child?
Why did I say your sister was abused as a child?
Correct.
Yeah. You see, you came on this panel. The first thing you said is, the first statement you said was, you don't practice what you preach, according to those lines. Was the first salvo. Now, would you say you practice what you preach? Yes or
You've
no?
not yet. That'll be your question, but you've not yet to answer mine.
I'm asking you. That I've answered. I've asked you. Would you say you practice what you preach?
No, you've not answered my question.
I've answered your question.
You haven't. Did you say my sister was abused as a child? Yes or no?
And I'm asking you.
Yeah, but
again,
you've not. You're asking me. You're skipping the question, though.
I'm not.
No, look,
I'll come back to the point. Hold on. That is why I
you
said.
can't come back to it. It's not.
Listen. You see, when people with maturity, when they speak, always go back to the initial question and answer it. And I'm asking you, so that we'll move on. Would you consider yourself as somebody that speaks the truth and practice what they preach?
Right. So, if I answer that, are you going to guarantee that you answer my question straight after?
Yes.
Right. Yes, I do. Yeah.
You believe so?
That's the second question.
No, I'm asking you for the
No,
100%.
right. You're playing silly bollocks now, Hector.
You asked me a question. Why did I say whatever?
No, I said, why did you say my sister? Did you say my sister was abused as a child? Not
yes,
whatever.
Yes, I said
yes, you said it.
Yes, it's on tape.
What?
And I said it. Now, did you say?
No, it's my question.
No,
you've already asked your question.
I've answered you. Hold on.
Yeah, but you asked the question first, and now it goes back to me.
That is why I said, listen, if you want to talk to me with respect. And where I'm coming from, listen, when we're talking to elders, where I come from, I don't fucking know where you come from. Where I come from.
You said the turn up question.
Hold on. If you're talking to an elderly person, he answers you, he will ask you a question in return. That is how this conversation is going to move on. Now, my question to you, I've answered your question, which is yes. Okay. Now, my question to you is, look, now you were running around for over months and months on end.
Yeah.
Putting my grandchildren, my stepchildren in the position of danger, including my children. Would you call such a person a honest person without proof?
Do I get to answer that with a question, or do we have to answer it directly?
It's up to you.
What would you say if the only thing I've ever said about your family, A, is the truth, B, is what your wife told me, and C, is in retaliation for what your wife did?
Hold on.
And she probably hasn't told you the truth.
You see, now you are taking it to my wife has already answered you. Hence, I said I will answer you last. So leave my wife out of this picture.
No, I'm asking you your opinion about your wife.
You see what I mean? Then you're not ready.
No, well, fuck you then.
Hold on.
You don't answer questions. You don't answer fucking questions. You're just being a little fucking mong now. You're not doing a fucking. You're not making a good fucking look of yourself. No, I'm not. This is actually quite hilarious due to the way he's acting.
Yeah, this is
this is actually quite hilarious due to. I'm sat here sipping my tea because this guy's dodging questions.
I'm going to end this conversation, child. You see what I've just said? You see,
yeah.
I have always and persistently maintained.
No, you haven't. You've tried to dictate the conversation because you want to deflect and you want to dodge what I'm going to ask you.
And if you're not going to speak like
you're going to dodge what I want to ask you. What did I say that was racist?
I'm not going to sit down here and argue.
What did I say that was racist? What did I say that was racist? You said I called you a gollywog. That's a downright fucking lie, a slanderous lie, a damaging lie. You either call people racist or you call them fucking sex cases. It's very nefarious.
Repeat what? Just can you hear yourself talk? Repeat. That's
can
a
you
damaging
hear yourself?
lie.
You don't know, like
that's a damaging lie. That's a damaging lie.
Oh wait, well if I was to take this out of your accent, you'd call me racist, wouldn't you?
Until you show me proof, because you
show you proof of what? Oh, I can do if you want. What have you?
See, there we
of
go.
what? I've got it all here. What do you want? Proof of what?
But you've not allowed me to tell you what.
Right, go on, I'll allow you.
Motor mouth. You see, this is why I say I don't want to speak to a child.
Well, you're speaking to
one. And I don't. You see,
you call me a pedophile.
You don't owe children any fucking explanation. You get that
I'm
straight?
33
I
years
don't owe
old.
you
Get
any
it right,
fucking
lads.
explanation.
Get
I
it
have
right,
not
lads.
complained to you. I have not. Have I ever come to complain to you?
You said you was coming to my house. You said you was going
Have I
to pull up
ever
to Preston,
come
you
to
silly cunt. You've
complain
yet to do
to
that.
you? Have
You've
I,
yet
it's
to
a
pull up
simple
to Preston.
question, yes or no?
Yeah.
I don't
4 foot
complain
8,
to
4
you.
foot
I
8,
have
full of
never
bullshit.
complained
That's
to
what
you,
you
so
are.
I don't
You're
owe
all
you
fucking
any
liars,
fucking
lying bastards.
explanation. You
This
get
has been
me?
a brilliant experience tonight.
You
You've
get me?
fucking exposed yourself even further, both of you.
No, you've not. You have
No,
exposed
you've
yourself. You know
exposed
why?
yourself, lad.
You
Can't
have
wait for
exposed
Nanita to
yourself.
clip this and review this. It's going to be big.
Yeah, do whatever you wish.
I
Like,
won't
as
do
I said,
anything.
you are
Nanita will.
baby. If I was you, I would have been receiving letters from your solicitors through my doorpost, but you cannot do it. You know why?
You've not got anything
Because
to
you yourself,
take.
you've slandered my
You've
family.
not got anything to take. What are we going to take? You fucking.
My children's.
What am I going to take? Your fucking window wipers? Like you don't have anything.
My family. Hold on.
Right, I've got rid of him. Can't bear it no more.
What the fuck is wrong with the fucking child? When you slandered my family, don't streams upon streams upon streams on YouTube, going by whatever he say that you have no proof of. And you're coming here to ask me, what did you say about my sister? Are you for real, bro? You must be joking. Did I come to complain to you?
Exactly. So
on your live streams when you are doing the review?
He's gone.
No, I'm talking to the public. He's hearing me. I did not come to complain to you, so I don't owe you any explanation.
Oh, that didn't work out, did it?
So Louis,
you have no proof, and you are coming to ask for which proof?
So Louis,
go on. I'm here.
Did you see him being sensible?
I just think
Did you hear his last remark?
Yeah.
Click whatever. I don't give a fuck.
Listen, I can understand.
All for content, Louis. And you see, this is the problem that I have got. These people do not want a decent conversation.
It's not even about the decent conversation, Dupes, yeah? I couldn't care less if you'd never spoke to each other again. I'm just saying, for the sake of the good, for everyone on here, let's just agree to disagree. I don't want to see no one get harmed. I don't want to see someone...
I do.
Well, I don't. That's the difference.
I do.
Dupes, I know deep down in the bottom of your
when
heart...
When they come to my door, I can't wait.
Dupes, if they come to your door, that's a different thing. You handle it the way you handle it. Just don't be a fucking pussy like Sean.
I do. I'd like to see him come to my door. I can't wait.
Well, that's fair enough. That's not a problem. You can protect your family and protect your property and your family.
I'd rather face them in court. Take me to court. I'd rather go to the court, sentence me to, not a fucking joker. Come here to preach them. Now you taking a piece, bro.
I'm just saying that at some point, this is going to have to end, isn't it? Because this is just going around in circles.
Yeah, but what do they want to end? What is it they want me to stop doing?
Not you. I'm saying in general.
Exactly. I'm not the one doing anything. They're the one doing it all. So what am I supposed to do?
I'm saying not.
You're asking me to sit here and allow them talk shit.
Exactly.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm not even concerned about you, Dupes. I'm concerned about them dimwits in your chat right about now.
You're concerned about what?
I'm concerned about the dimwit in your chat right about now, like the Seans and people like that. That's who I'm worried about.
Yeah,
I know.
Why are you worried
on
about
here,
them?
Because I know whatever happens on here, any back and forth you go through, Dupes, it's water off a duck's back with you. That's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about this other idiot that is in there saying that I can't pull up on other people's behaviour and blah, blah, blah. He's likely to go and do something. And it's like, we're all going to have fucking blood on our hands.
I'm not going to have blood on my hands.
Well, I'm definitely not going to take no responsibility for it. But I'm just saying, because you've got weak-minded people that are around
Look,
you.
if these people want to keep going at each other and they want Luke to lead them with all his fucking wet weekendness, that's up to them. The fact of the matter is that Luke, in his head, Luke thinks he's won something there, but he's actually told a whole heap of lies.
Yeah, but this is what I mean, Dupes. At this point, this isn't about...
I can prove categorically. It is about truth, though.
Yeah,
I can prove categorically
It's not
I
about
can
winning or
prove,
losing.
not just by bringing it to you lot. My computer will show that my things was disabled when he did a live stream where Debla and Cam run with that bullshit.
I don't know nothing about that. Dukes,
Well, they did. And the
yeah,
reason that I gave him the phone call was because Cam was running with the bullshit. And I actually phoned him up and said, listen, because at that stage, I liked him. I thought he was okay. I thought he was trustworthy.
One day against the fucking Islamic cons, didn't I? Knew all along it was slimy.
I don't know. I don't know what this whole Discord malarkey thing. Yeah, I don't know nothing about it. To be fair, only thing I know is what's come out publicly. I've never been in that group. I've never had Discord or whatever. I don't know who's done it. I hope whoever does it gets caught. So
Yeah, but I've never had a Discord. I've never had a
curiosity, I want to
Discord.
know who it is.
It was Dave who convinced me to do the Discord. Right up to that point, I hadn't wanted to do Discord. In fact, before that, Dave was getting people to go in and have private conversations. He was saying that he didn't like being on here. He did a Discord, then he shut his Discord down. And then he said to me, why don't you do one? And I did one. That's no reflection on Dave, by the way. But I'm just pointing out that I've never done Discord up until that point.
I don't know.
So when people sit here,
you know how many times these fucking idiots have delivered fucking kebab and all that fucking bullshit to my house? No, I'm fuming for him to have the audacity.
Anyways, welcome to the Louis Show, everyone. Forky, I see your comments, you little cunt. I'll deal with you later. Oh boy.
I'll be one sec. I'm just doing something. I'll be one sec.
God, no problem. Let me talk to the chat. Forky, have you got your knickers on, son? Okay, now. What a palaver. Tony, whoever you are, whatever you are, whether you're a tranny or whatever you are, the link's in the description. Come, let's have a conversation then. It's that simple. That simple. Galaxy Girl, I agree. It has gone way too far. It's far too personal, far too fucking nasty for my liking. Fuck you, donut.
Yeah, so the bottom line is this. Okay.
Go on.
right?
Mhm.
The bottom line is this, that at the end of the day, Luke did then take a private conversation and make it public. And that conversation was to give him a heads up that Cam was talking bullshit, that it actually happened, and that her hatred for Esau, because that's what it was about with Cam, she wanted everyone to believe that it was Esau.
What was Esau? Sorry, Dupes.
The Discord. She wanted everyone to believe that what had
Yeah.
happened in the Discord was Esau because of her hatred for Esau.
Okay, but no one yet knows who it is. It still could be him.
There's an outside chance, but I very much doubt it.
All right, well, this
And
is
the
what I
reason
mean.
I doubt
We'll
it is
soon
because
find out.
I know what
Yeah.
time it was dropped. They don't.
Okay.
I've had Danny Oakes-Jones and other people coming forward with alibis, and they don't even know what time it was put in there.
Yeah, but regardless, anyways.
That to me is suspect, Louis.
Yeah, well, I know, but I mean, we can sit here, we can speculate until the cows come home.
Yeah, exactly. It's all speculation, which is why the police asked people to not speculate. And when we told them that we couldn't talk about it, they went running around making up this new thing saying, oh, they're saying we've got a gagging order, we've got a gagging. No, you lot could talk about it, but you couldn't ask us questions, but you kept asking us questions. And when we didn't answer the questions, you tried to make that look like it was guilt. We couldn't give you questions because it's a live investigation. Anyone who's got high IQ or normal faculties would understand that. But these people couldn't understand that because they're low IQ and they haven't got decent faculties.
I just think it's got way too personal, Jupiter, and people are obviously hurting. And then
What people are hurting? What
everyone's hurting.
Am I supposed to feel for their feelings after what they've done to my family?
Not really, but they're probably thinking the same about you.
Really?
Respectfully,
Really?
yeah.
Really?
I mean, everybody's got a grievance with...
So why did they take my kids' pictures in the very beginning, Louis? What did I do to anyone?
Listen, I'm not saying that what they done with your children's pictures is right. That's wrong. But again, it's wrong across the board for anyone doing it. I don't care what
happens is, Louis, let me tell you from my position, what happens here is that if I say that I think A probably wasn't as bad as what the whole group thinks, then they attack me. So when I was friends with Wendy, everyone thought it was all right to take out their anger on Wendy on me.
No, that's
I don't
not
even
right.
run a show with Esau, but because I go and talk to Bleeding, and Esau happens to be there, and I'm civil with him, everything that Esau does, they take it out on me.
Listen,
if I go on Jedi's, the black nationalist women who get jealous take it out on me and my family, and so do the white nationalists as well, the extremists. If I sit with Moon, I get a load of extremists that want to go at Moon because of her daughter, and then they take it out on me because they haven't got Moon's address. They think they have, but they haven't. If I talk to Bleeding Heart, I get a load of extremists that want to attack me because they believe she's IRA, because Cam says so, not because it's true.
Do you know what it is?
And if I talk to people like Den, yeah, or I talk about grooming gangs, I get stupid people like Ghost who want to attack my family, and people on the extreme left who want to attack my family. And then I have other people that are extreme right that don't like anybody that likes Tommy Robinson because they're jealous that he broke through where Nick Griffin couldn't. So they attack Tommy supporters and they silence it. And then you've got the weirdos like the Danny Oakes-Joneses and their connections to Hope Not Hate, and the Wendy's and the Simons, and, you know, the Atheist Steve from Speaker's Corner, and all their nefarious connections who want to attack my family. And then they all want to sit there and say they're the biggest victims. Fuck off out of here.
This is what I
I
mean.
got shit on all of them. I got shit on all of them.
Yeah, but this has got way too personal now. This has got, we're no longer even like playing the man. We're not even looking to play the ball. We're looking to play the man. It's just ridiculous. Let's just stick to points. All this children doxing, your children getting doxed, Taffy's, everyone's children's getting doxed. It's just stupid across the
but
board.
I'm not responsible for any of that. You're talking to the wrong person. This is what Esau was trying to tell you earlier.
Yeah, but I understand.
Because no matter
Dupes,
what's happened to my family, I haven't stooped to that level.
Dupes, I remember when Esau was giving you grief, and what was his excuse? Oh, because of what Wendy said.
Wendy.
Right. So Esau's just as bad then.
On that occasion, yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So this is what I mean.
Yeah, but I've never said Esau's never done bad things.
No, I know you haven't. But I'm just saying it's just the way it is. Everybody's gonna, at this point, everybody is so high up in their emotions that they're just gonna snap out on each other, and it's getting way too personal.
I don't care if they all kill each other. I don't owe none of them nothing. They've all attacked my family.
I know you don't.
Every single one of them has attacked my family. Why would I care if they kill each other?
Yeah, I know you don't, but I'm saying when it's like someone's like Taffy's children's now's getting doxed and all that, and you've already experienced your family being doxed.
Not my problem, because Taffy didn't give a fuck when it was my kids. Instead,
this is what I'm saying.
He sided with Cam, whose family ain't been put out there.
Listen, I don't think Taffy's siding with anyone.
Yeah,
Taffy's siding with himself.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. And he was clouded because of what Esau did to him in the beginning. But why was he arguing with Esau? He weren't arguing on my behalf, like everyone keeps saying. He was arguing with them because he lost his job. And why did he lose his job? Because he was backing up Cam.
No, I don't believe so. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't believe
so.
Yeah. I don't.
Because everybody else had already been talking to Bleeding, including Luke and Seven.
Dupes, again, I'm talking for myself. It's really not about you can talk to Bleeding or whoever you want to talk about. I don't think that's the issue. The issue, what I'm saying, is that this has gone too far in terms of people's
agree with you. It has gone too far. It went too far when they took my kids' pictures, but no one was bothered then.
That's what I mean. This is what I mean. Like when people's children's pictures are being doxed and all that, that is way too far. It's not even about of how did this even start now. No. The answer is, how does it end?
I guess for them lot, it'll end when they kill each other.
Exactly, but does it need to get to that point?
I don't care. It's not my life.
Dude, it's like I'm driving on the motorway now, or whatever. I'm driving on the road. The red lights come on.
But when I stepped up 6 months ago and said, "Look, this is enough. It's going in a spiral of hate. Follow my lead." I'm not going to get involved in none of this. I'm going to try and fucking build bridges, which is what I did, and resolve it for myself and anybody else who wants to resolve it. I tried to resolve it between Cam and Bleeding Heart, and Cam acted immature. What do you want me to do? I can't look. You can't lead a horse to water and make them drink.
Absolutely, this is exactly what I'm. I agree with you. But I don't think you're responsible for Cam and Bleeding having a dislike for each other. I don't believe that you're responsible for that.
No, I'm not. Nothing to do with it. But I tried to get them closure. They didn't want it. Tried to get Taffy closure. Taffy didn't want it. They want to argue. They want to go backwards and forwards. So it's no point. There's no point coming over here and crying and saying, "Oh, look what they've done to Taffy. It's disgusting. You've got to stop talking to this one. No. What about what you done to Bleeding? What about what you done to Bleeding? It was Esau doing the shit, but everyone attacked Bleeding.
What have they done to Bleeding?
They put all her family out. They got in the background. They all got in contact with her family. Because
that's what she does. This is what I'm saying. Tit for tat doesn't work.
It is what they do. I don't do it. I don't do it though. But they've all done it to me. Every group's done it to me.
Right.
So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what group I want to talk to. I can talk to every shitbag if I want, or none at all. Because they've all done it to me.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's no good but me going and fucking talking to Bleeding and Esau and then them lot going, oh yeah, but look at what Esau done to you. Because if I go and sit over the other side, I can have the other side saying, yeah, but look what Cam and look what fucking Luke done to you.
This is
They're all shit
precisely my
cults to
point.
me. You do understand this, don't you? And even if I went and sat over with Danny Oakes Jones, I'd have everyone going, but look what Plisco and Danny Oakes Jones and Wendy done to you. Don't you get it, Louis?
Yeah,
For me, I can go wherever I want, and not one of them can tell me about any of it.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. And I do agree with you on that. But at the same time, as an adult, I'm asking you, Dupes, how does this end without anybody getting harmed or anybody's family life getting affected? How can we all come together
I don't know.
As adults?
Maybe if they had a solid family like I've got, maybe. I don't know. They tried their hardest to destroy mine, but they haven't.
Well, I think the more they try,
forgive me for being proud of my family, for being strong and firm. You know, I can sit here and beat my chest. I still got mine intact, even after all the shit they've done for 5 years. Now it's their turn to see if their families are strong enough. I couldn't care less. Let the bullets fly. They all thought it was fun when it was my family, didn't they? Why should I step up in the middle of any of them, Louis? Give me one good reason why I should defend any side.
I'm telling you not to. I'm telling you not to defend anyone other than
any side.
Other than yourself.
I'm telling them all to get on with. I'm telling them all. I don't agree with kids' pictures or anything like that. I've been through it myself. I don't fucking agree with it. But if you lot want to do that to each other, go right ahead. Don't involve me. I will just sit here and watch. But don't fucking try and bring me in to say, oh, you can't go and talk to that one if you want, because I will. If I want to, I will. There's not one group that deserves me defending them, not one. The only group that deserves me defending them is my family.
I agree. That's
which
my
I will do to the day I die, and my family will stand behind me to the day I die. And I can't help it that people haven't got the integrity or the love for their own family that I've got, so that they've got the solid base that I've got. I'm sorry about that. Not my problem. Maybe you should stop being incels. Maybe you should stop drinking or being on drugs, or maybe you should stop fucking being the kind of turds that want to go down each other's Facebooks and be nasty to each other. I don't enjoy watching them rip each other apart. But at the end of the day, they all sat there and watched when it was me. So why can't I have the same fucking fun they had?
You can, but I'm just saying, I don't know.
Difference is you're not going to see me doing live streams and giggling about it. I don't find none of it funny. I think they're all disgusting. I'm not going to be like Luke, sticking photos up and going, oh, you're outside someone's door calling him a rapist. This is well funny. This is well funny. Oh, shit, now they've attacked Taffy. I ain't going to be like that.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying.
I warned Taffy that that's what they would do. They would stick him up front so he took the bullets. Because I should know, because that's what Wendy did for about 3 years.
I don't know, but all I'm saying is now, this is going to spiral out of control real fast. And we're at a time, place here, where it's never too late. It's not too late for everybody just to say, stop. Look, fine, I don't like you, you don't like me, but we don't need to get any fucking families involved in that. It doesn't need to spill over into the real world, and let's just stop now.
Yeah, but I've got no motive to do that. I've got no motive to care. I'm sorry, it's got to the point I've got no motive to care.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. But then when someone does get hurt, the
thing is for me, why do I care about people that don't care about themselves?
That's my point.
And it's not just.
This is my point.
But it's not just the little Shawns and the little fucking Easies. It's all of them. Why do I care about any of them?
No, you don't have to, innit? I'm just saying.
I don't have to.
It's getting
And if
to
I
a
want
point.
to talk to some of them, I will. And if I don't want to talk to them, I won't.
Yeah, you can.
You
That's
see, the
absolutely
problem
fine.
is the problem is not one of them. No, I mean, Luke come on here talking bollocks. He come on here talking absolute bollocks, and all he wanted at the end of the day was to be able to clip something and go and review it because he's got no content. And then I'm supposed to care. I'm supposed to think, oh, that's all right, is it? I'm supposed to go, oh, well, now I've given you content, maybe you'll like me. Fuck off out of here. You say you hate me, don't use my content.
Yeah, but don't worry about the content and all of that, Dupes. That's fucking bollocks. Yeah, I'm saying this is getting way out of hand, and it's not even about fucking content. I'm saying people are actually going to get hurt in real life. I can see it happening. I can see it happening. This is like a car accident waiting to happen. It's like literally everybody.
I don't know you, my friend. I don't know who you are, but I've been listening to what you've been saying, and you've been making sense. But you see, for me, it has already gone too far. When somebody like this same Luke, I don't know if you're aware, he's been going around now for over 3 months, spreading lies about members of my family without proof. Again, without proof. And yet he comes on and is asking somebody, what proof do you have? And I'm here. I mean, if you are a father, are you understanding what I'm saying? And you're sitting down there, somebody that's been going around over the YouTube for over 3 months, spewing lies about members of your family, and you're sat there listening. Every now and again, you're listening to him, and he's saying something that he's got no proof of. And then he jumps on and start asking somebody else, where is thy proof? How are you going to feel?
Look, it's more than that. It's not even about how you're going to feel or anything. It's more than that. The bottom line is this. Why do they even care what I think?
I'm talking from my own side, from my family side.
Yeah, I'm saying, but why does Luke even care what we think?
I don't care.
It's made why should we care about any of it? Don't they understand that yeah, I've got more Chris. I'm quite happy sitting there just watching them fucking take shots at each other. And no doubt they're going to take shots at me again because that's the only way that they can win a war. Oh, well, let's go. Oh, look, Taffy's family's got done. Let's go and beat up Michaela's family.
That's Dupes. I'm not saying that's exactly what's going to happen, but I can see something like this happening. Something along your lines.
It is happening. They've already done it. There's nothing left that they couldn't say about my family. And I don't care, nor do my family. Right about now, what we're waiting for is one of the silly cunts to turn up at the door.
Take me to court afterwards. That's all I've been telling you. Take me to court.
I'm sitting here quite happily watching it escalate, thinking, all right, let it get to that point.
I'm sitting here watching it escalate.
I tried to stop you. You think that you're going to be justified to attack my family and get away with it. I'm not talking about verbally. I couldn't give a shit about all that bollocks. But you think that you're going to be justified taking it to the hill of causing as much damage as you can to my family because you can't win a war with the cunts that are attacking yours. And then you want to have the cheek to come here after continually attacking my family when it ain't even me doing nothing to you, to say, can you please step in and stop the ones attacking us? Bollocks. Now do you understand, Louis?
Yeah, I do understand. But at the same time, I know that this needs to stop. It needs to stop. It does
need to stop. Yeah, but it's not. But why should I defend anybody who still wants to keep attacking my family? Bollocks. Let them carry on.
I understand that, and I'm not speaking to you thinking that, let me speak to you and that's it. This is going to be the ending. I'm just saying at some point we're going to have to get around the table and just agree to disagree, agree that everything that has happened is wrong on both sides. And before anybody seriously gets fucking hurt, let's just cut it out now.
Well, you go and look, see if you can unite Esau and Luke.
Who? Fuck Esau. I couldn't give fucking two shits about him, to be fair. My personal opinion is he's behind.
Me talking to Luke or me talking to Cam is not going to stop Esau.
I'm not saying about Cam or Luke. You're free to talk to whoever you want. All I'm saying is, let's agree. We've both agreed that this has gone too far. We both agreed that we
I
don't
said
want to
that
see.
6 months ago, but none of them wanted to listen.
All right, fine. So, right, that's the starting point. There's a foundation. We agreed that this has gone too far now. We've agreed that we don't want to see anybody get hurt, and we don't want.
Yeah, but I haven't done anything, so I can agree. I can agree that Luke's gone too far. I can agree that Cam's gone too far. I can agree that Danny H. Jones's group's gone too far. I can agree Plisco's gone too far. I can agree Esau's gone too far. I can agree Wendy's gone too far. But I've got nothing to feel guilty about.
No one's asking you to feel guilty, Jude.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make no difference if I agree that it's gone too far. I'm not the main player. They all are.
Yeah, I know, exactly. So this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. At some point, we're going to have to sit around the table and just agree to disagree. And that's it. Knock it on its head and let's move forward. We can't continually keep having the same arguments for the next 3 to 4 years. It doesn't make sense.
I'm not the one having the arguments. They are. You tell me what's going to happen now. How do we solve this for these lot that all want to fight each other?
This is what I'm saying. The only way to solve this is just to sit around. You have to communicate with each other first of all. Yeah. And when you do sit around the table, everybody needs to drop their ego. Everybody needs to drop their ego. Everybody needs to be accountable of what they've said and done. And then let's just agree. We might not be friends after it. We don't have to be friends. We don't have to pretend to be friends. I don't have to pretend to like you. But let's just agree that all this personal shit about families and where it's heading to is not where we want it to go. Until all sides agree on that, it's just going to be a continuous
Mr. Rick, the link is in the
circle.
description. If you've got anything to say, come on and say it because you're not making sense right now.
That's all I'm saying, Duke. I just don't want anybody to get hurt on any side. I don't want any family members.
I don't care. I can honestly say I don't care.
Yeah, I know, but come on. With tomorrow, when you wake up, you're going to realise, like, you didn't really mean that. Or when something does happen, you'd be thinking, I really didn't want that to happen over a disagreement on YouTube. Come on. Listen,
I don't want to see violence.
That's
but if
what
it
I mean.
happens, I'm not going to feel bad. I'm not involved in it.
Dude, I promise you, hand on heart, I'm not waffling to you. I can see that happening. I can see it happening real soon.
So be it.
All right. Okay.
No one is going to be justified in bringing violence to my door.
Exactly.
I don't want anyone to go to anybody's door. Pablo, bleeding heart. Why don't you jump on? Hold on. Bleeding, why don't you jump on instead of using a soccer account in the chat?
What?
Whoever this Pablo Phillips is, if you've got an issue, why don't you jump on the panel and speak it out like an adult?
Who?
Pablo Phillips, whoever that is.
Oh, we can come on next in a minute if he wants to. Right, go on, Den. What did you want to say?
I think everyone's done their fair share, to be honest. You've counted everyone else there but yourself. You have.
Okay, what have I done? All right,
just the stuff to me alone. You did all that. It's all on video. We've all said and done things. Everybody said and done things. I mean, I'm only aware of the things that you said and done around me. So just that alone.
Said or done. So what did I do to you in the real world?
So you don't think instructing your following to all contact the police and make sure you get, who did you say? I don't think counter-terrorism involved and all that. You don't think that affects your real life? Were you dragged out of your house by counter-terrorism?
Sorry, when did I tell someone to get counter-terrorism onto you?
Trooper, it's all on video. I've got the videos here to my fingertips. So let's not pretend, because everybody watched it. This is what you do. You're just pointing at everybody and saying, they've done this, they've done that, but Trooper has done nothing. It doesn't work like that. You're not hitting reality.
So you mean because I told Sean when he was locked in his house with you outside with a dog, called the police?
No,
I'm giving bad advice.
Is that what you did?
Yeah.
All right. If you want to lie and just say Jupiter's done nothing and everyone else is whatever, then that's fine. But obviously, I'll just put videos out where you blatantly said it. I'd rather be normal and have a conversation and you eat a little
I've
bit
never
of humble
told my
pie there.
whole live chat to phone the police on you.
I'm going to jump back out and jump back in because it's cracking like. But
Okay, go on then. You see, you got to laugh. These people are now putting out this fucking thing that I've told everyone to fucking phone the police and call counter-terrorism on him. Never done that.
This is what I'm saying. When I'm still telling you about this, is all snowballing out of control. It's snowballing. Moon, who's the super troll? If you've got the audacity to jump on the panel, come and say that to me. Let's have a conversation. Bring that itchy bollocks as well. Let's see what he's got to say for himself. I don't think that you should be calling anybody a troll. You, and he's fucking mentally insane.
for me, I think people have gone over the line a long time ago, and nobody recognises the bad behaviour that's going on. It's normalised now to have a daily doxing. Let that think.
Yeah, but this stuff that went over the line happened before I was even on the scene. The stuff that went over the line, Den, and from all accounts, you're the one that's brought it all to my attention, that all this arguing that you had with the Hoaxted lot and the Andrew Devines and all this bollocks that I still haven't got my head round.
Up until
I wasn't
that
even
point,
on the scene for none of that, so it's not my problem. It's you lot that have got the behavioural problems.
Up until that point, it was considered immoral and bad behaviour to do that. It was made a thing of. Some people went one way, some people went another. You are around the worst of the worst. You can't sit back and say, I didn't do this and I didn't do that. You sat with the people that are doing daily.
I can sit back and say I didn't do it.
Well, I could sit with the worst of the worst, Jupiter. They wanted me on Dream Team and all that.
You sit with Kaylee and you sat with Christopher Morris.
I'm not sat with anybody, so let's not talk shit, Jupiter.
Yeah, but you have though, and Freedom for Britain.
Oh, I have. All right. Well, how many wrongins have you sat with along the way? But do you actually
probably loads, because most of these people have been on real.
Are they part of your daily routine? Are these people that I've sat with part of my daily routine? No, they're not.
Well, yeah, I would say they are. Yeah, I would say that we all float around.
All right,
I would say that we all float around on these channels in one big bubble, and then there's little bubble pockets of people.
Right. So when was the last time I sat on a panel with Umbrella?
Oh, I wouldn't be able to tell you that. I don't watch her channel.
Months and months and months ago. All right. When was the last time you sat on the panel?
No, the last time I remember you sitting on there was when you were sitting on there when she was calling for Moon to come over and give the crime reference number. You were beside her, by the way. And if she didn't, she was going to play the recording. She was on there then. I remember that.
That was a good 3 months ago.
I don't know. It would be after the incident. And the incident happened at the end of March.
Right. When was the last time you sat on the panel with wrongins?
Eh?
And when was the last time you sat on the panel with wrongins at daily doxing people?
Well, it depends on, that's relative, isn't it?
Yeah, it is relative. That's why I'm asking.
It is relative because you call someone a wrong one doesn't mean everybody does.
Well, all right. We'll have a vote or something. Who doesn't think Esau's a wrongin? Because he don't stand with anybody. He's just attacked everybody, and now you're sat with him.
He hasn't just attacked everybody, and he didn't start
out. All right. Who's he supported?
Did you know Esau when he used to be on Reels?
Who has he supported and helped then?
Who have I supported and helped?
Who has Esau supported or helped? No, you're not. Why are you answering a question that I haven't asked? Who has Esau ever helped or supported?
I think he's helped a lot of people, to be honest.
Name one then, just one.
So he might go about it the wrong way, but I think he's helped Sean. I think he's helped Easy. I think to a degree he's helped me because he gave me information on Danny Oakes Jones. He's probably helped. They've probably helped him and Bleeding Art. Probably helped you at one time or another because you did used to go over there quite a bit.
No, I didn't. You
did?
I went to ask Bleeding a few questions, seeing if she was lying and misinforming people.
All right. So you're just the lonely investigator that never gets involved in nothing.
Why does it always have to turn round to me rather than you? You're
Well,
the
what do you
ones that we're
mean?
wrong.
You
And
came on here to try and put a
I'm very
spotlight on
picky.
my behaviour,
I
but
am
your
very
behaviour,
picky choosy who
you
I
seem to
stand
think
with.
that you ain't done nothing.
I am very picky choosy who I stand with. I have morals. I haven't doxed anybody's family,
You're
despite
picky
all the.
choosy who you stand with, he says, while he
Yeah,
stands
yeah.
with Kaylee, who's a nut.
Like I just said, when was the last time you see him on a panel with Umbrella? We
I
both
don't
just
know.
agreed it was months
I've
ago.
told you,
The only
when
times in
she
the
was
last,
calling
the
out
only,
Moon, when she was
the only,
asking for a crime reference number of an active investigation, then.
yeah. What's wrong with that? You should have
Well, if you
provided it.
don't know
It's
the
not the
answer,
issue.
if you don't
No, I
know the
do know the
answer
answer.
to why there's something wrong with that, even though you're quite close to Dave and you could have gone and asked him in the first place.
How would Dave know?
What do you mean, how would Dave know?
Dave's not the one that contacted the police. You said you was. Two different versions of
I'm not the
events.
only one who contacted the police. Several people contacted the police.
So are you saying that Dave has?
Are you not aware that I'm not the victim?
Are we moving on from that question?
Are you not aware that I'm not the victim? Are you that thick that you actually think I'm the one that's the victim? I'm a witness, but only because it was my Discord group.
I don't even understand.
I'm not the
how you're a
actual
witness
victim of what
here.
happened because I never saw nothing. Although
Right,
me and
so how
Moon have
can you be a
spent many
witness if
months
you didn't
trying
see
to
nothing?
tell people that.
How can you be a witness to something you didn't see? It don't make any sense. It doesn't even make
I'm
sense.
a witness that people informed me that something went on in my Discord, and it's my Discord, so I reported it and I gave them all the details of the Discord for them to investigate.
So all you've
Turns
got
out that
so
other
all you-
people also
Okay.
reported what they saw in there, and so it all got matched up, yeah, and a criminal investigation started.
Right, so basically all you've got is he said, she said, and then you're a witness to he said, she said, because you're not actually seeing anything, have you?
Exactly. Been telling everyone that from the beginning.
Right, so all the madness of it was a fucking gagging order and all that was just unnecessary covering, wasn't it?
Unnecessary covering for what? Explain that.
Whatever. Well, I don't know. Something didn't seem right. It's one of them.
No.
People
You want
can
the
only
truth of
go
what
off.
happened. You want the truth of what happened. You want the truth of what happened?
Yeah.
Crystal phoned up the police to complain that she thought that Moon had her address. There you go. So me and Moon got told we weren't allowed to speak about it. So we said there's a gagging order, we can't talk about it. Because Dave and Crystal didn't want it talked about. Meanwhile, Dave and Crystal were talking about it though. Well, mainly Dave.
Why would Dave have thought that? Why would Dave and Crystal have thought that? Is it because Moon was going around saying and doing stuff?
Yeah, but it weren't me, was it? And they
No, I'm
know
not
that I
saying it
was
was.
the only person that had it.
I'm not saying it was, but I'm saying, is that the case though?
I believe that's what they misheard something she
Right,
said and
so
thought that she thought it implied something.
as long as you can see when somebody's done something, you can see it's one of them. Everything that somebody does is
Yeah,
for
but
a
that
reason.
don't make it right. It don't make it right because it weren't real.
I'm not saying it does or
Weren't true.
doesn't. But
So we
you
had to
should.
come online and say, look, we can't talk about it because we got told we couldn't talk about it. But when we said that, we then got called liars by Dave, the very person whose girlfriend rung up to get us told that we couldn't talk about it. Unbelievable. Couldn't believe it myself.
To me, I thought we kind of talked about it when me and you did a one-to-one, and it was explained enough. You panicked, you did some things wrong, and people have ran with it whichever way they've ran with it. But realistically,
And
it was
that was
always a
explained
piece
right
back
from the
off.
beginning as well then.
Well, this is what I'm saying. So for me, all that is kind of irrelevant. It's what's happened before, during, and after that. You've now got people that was once sat with each other and was once close with each other. I'm just looking at it from an
none of
outsider.
that's my fault.
I've not been in any of your groups. I've not been in any of your groups or communities. I'm looking at it as an outsider.
Said you had. No one said you had.
This is what I'm saying to you. So from my perspective, you was all friends and fight at one point, and some shit has split you all up or whatever and made you go all group A, B, and C, which to me is mad.
Athena and Mandy Mosley.
Yeah, I agree. And Danny and AJ and whatever.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
agree.
yeah.
Absolutely. This is what I'm trying to explain to people. I've seen these people do this to other communities. This is just the latest community. Luke is finding out what you found out months ago in his own community. So, but one by one, you'll all figure things out. But you know what's left afterwards. It's just going to be a carnage, isn't it? People are ripping each other to bits for what?
Let them rip
That
each other
mean?
then, because
No,
I've
but
had enough.
you're all
They've been
doing
doing.
it. You're doing it as well. You know what I mean? Like when Luke was on the live a minute ago, he was being reasonable. I've just ran through it all. He was being reasonable. He's asked valid questions. He should be able to get them answers,
He asked
surely.
valid questions about what?
Well, why has Luke's sister been dragged into it, and then
Why was my family dragged into it?
he's not doing why for why, is it? I'm just
Yeah,
asking you the
no, we
question.
are. Why was because Luke run with my family a long time before Hector said anything. So why was my family dragged into it?
Why is nobody pointing it?
Go on then, you explain me the sequence of
Why
events and
have
who
you never
files.
asked anyone else why they're bringing my family into it? Can I
You
just
tell
ask
me.
you that?
You tell me who fired what shot first, then, because I don't know. I'm hearing some from you, I'm hearing some from Luke, and somewhere in the middle is
Right,
truth.
so basically, when I wouldn't run with all the shit that Mandy and Athena said, yeah, Wendy
Yeah.
decided to make out that it was all about Simon, and it was all about Jedi, and it was all about her suicide, and it was all about Rodney, all of which is bullshit, because I can prove all that's bullshit, because she made truces with. Did you know that Wendy made truces with Esau and Brian Earl, by the way?
No, I didn't know
And was
that.
phoning them regular in the background. Well, she was. Yeah.
Mm.
So when I wouldn't run with their bollocks, they decided to do a hate campaign, and one of those things was for Wendy to sit and put stories out.
Mm.
The same stories that Luke, when he fell out with me over the Discord because he didn't like Moon, he had a personal difference with Moon. Nothing to do with the Discord. Nothing to do with anything that I'd ever done to Luke. He already had a running argument with Moon. And because when it came down to the wire, I wouldn't take sides, he decided to get brownie points for his little hive group and try to throw himself in it. And he was the one who weaponized it and used the Discord. And then when that didn't work, he then decided to jump onto the fucking story of my family and use that. And then he wants to come and say to me, oh, why has this been said about my family? Well, if we can run with lies, anyone can run with lies. I didn't, by the way. Hector did.
This is what I mean. It's fucked up whichever way you look at it.
Of course it's fucked up. You know as much as I do, then. Your family gets attacked, you're going to attack back. You've been spending how long you been spending arguing with Jason? So why should I sit here and care whether they all rip themselves apart when I know that I've never done anything in retaliation and they're the ones that have always been attacking my family? Why should I care?
But for all the time you was getting attacked from Esau and Brian and all the usual suspects, these people that you're now attacking are the people that was defending you all that time. This is what I don't get.
No, they weren't defending me. They were defending themselves. So the reason that Esau attacked my family was because of Wendy. And the reason that all these people are arguing is because of Wendy. They won't admit it now. But the initial arguments and going against Brian Earl and going against Esau was because of poor Wendy's grandchildren. But it turns out that the truth of it all was that Wendy had been trolling Brian Harvey and that Brian Earl had turned up to sort that situation out. But the ironic thing is that Wendy was having phone calls with Brian Earl in the background.
I've said from day one, Wendy and Brian have been working together from day one. I've said that from day one. That's not going to change. To me, it's all the other stuff. Do you know what I mean? Me and you can't be pointing grooming gangs out and all this kind of whatever, and then you fall back fucking argument be making up people's kid, fucking sisters, siblings, whatever. have been victims of whatever, or making them into it. Either way, whichever way it goes, you know what I mean? You wouldn't use that as a weapon. I'd rather lose the argument, Jupiter. I'd rather lose the argument and whatever than do some shit like that. That is detrimental to anything you ever say or do again.
Yeah, so he's saying you sniff 8-year-olds, by the way. But the fact of the matter is, I never said it. So you're preaching to
Say that
somebody.
again, Jupiter. You just sort of slipped past that. What did you say?
I said, so you're saying you smell of sniffing 8-year-olds or whatever it was you said. That's not exactly a good thing to say, is it, either?
I was referring back to the edited video, because when you play the whole video, that's not.
Yeah, what I'm saying is then that as much as I agree with you, you're not perfect.
When have I ever said I'm perfect? I'm far from fucking perfect. Far from it.
I'm just pointing out that a lot of people have said a lot of things that bring things into disrepute from every single fucking group. But actually, what I'm more worried about then is the organised criminality that's going on, where they're actually not just saying things in temper, yeah? They're actually trying to set people up as proper paedophiles.
I don't mind if somebody takes a piece of a video of what I've put out and tries to criticise me on that. I do when they take snippings of it and move it around and make it into something that's not. Then I get a bit pissed off, because obviously they're trying to make a fake narrative. If you ever put anything that I've put up in general, it is what it is. If I've said something and it's a bit fucking on the
but you've done that as well. You've done that, and Kaylee's definitely done that.
We did this with Wendy last week. I don't do clips. Not something to do. I think it's disingenuous to do so. Or if I do if I've only got a bit of space on my phone and I've only recorded 5 minutes of it, I'll put a link to the full video back and say 2 hours in that there's the segment that you're looking at or whatever. I'll never just go and throw a couple of minute clip out and that be that. I always put a link with it to the original source of it, because that's what you consider evidence.
To be honest, then, if you want the full truth, I'm not really actually that bothered what you have or you haven't done. Because when I look around me, right, I've never seen you persistently setting people up. There's a group that are an organised crime group that have been doing it way before I come on the scene, are still doing it to this day, and they need dealing with. But what I don't like you for, Den, and I'm going to say it quite openly and honestly, is that you try to play all the silly little arguments as if they're as important. Luke is not as important to this movement, or to because he doesn't care politically. He doesn't care about groomed kids. He sits with a whole group of people that think it's all right to actually groom vulnerable adults, and have done some really despicable sexual stuff within that group. Most of it happened before he came along, but he is actually excusing it all. Yeah, so as far as I'm concerned, he's very much his group are very much like the Danny Hoax Joneses group, but in a different way. They're abusing people in a different way.
Luke's literally disassociating from all of the above, the usual suspects. He's literally said that they frequent his channel. They're not part of whatever. They're not part of the community, and they've said that while they're on the panel. So he's not, he's not like saying it in closed private looking whatever. He's saying it in front of them.
He's saying who's not part of his community. What, Seven's not part of his community?
No, Mandy, Danny, AJ, Amphina.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about them. We know that group, the Amphina, the Dannies, the AJs.
Their job is to infiltrate groups. Yeah. That's all they're doing.
Yeah.
Same as you did with yours.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. But the Hive group are another group, okay, where they abuse people and set people up on behalf of Danny's group sometimes. Yeah, in conjunction with them. But for most of the time, just for their own amusement, because they believe in all this kind of pranking stuff, but it's actually gone a lot deeper and a lot more seedier than that. So that group are just as bad as Danny's group, but in a different way. They have no political motivation. They would rather target vulnerable individuals.
I'd say 2 months that I've been looking over there or whatever. Before that, I'd never really known. I known of Luke. I've heard him speak on certain panels and that, but I didn't know there was a community or a hive or whatever it is. I don't even know if the hive is Luke's or if it's two separate things. But either way,
it used to be wasps, but yeah, they call themselves the hive. Yeah.
yeah,
Used
that
to be
makes
the
more
wasp.
sense. Yeah. So for
I mean,
me, I've not seen
you
any
don't like
declaration.
Rick. You say you're moral, right? You
Yeah,
say you're moral,
yeah,
or you try to be.
try to be. Yeah.
Right, you try to be, because most of us have probably done something wrong at some point. Do you think it's right that a group of grown men were listening to somebody making love, recorded it, sat there giggling over it, and they want to keep replaying it year after year? Do you think that's normal?
I don't know. I don't know. People
You
do a
don't
lot
know
of
whether
weird
that's
shit
normal.
online these
Okay.
days. People do loads of weird shit online these days. I don't know. For me, I only bother if there's something of worth. So I don't frequent every channel and watch all the weird stuff that goes on or don't go on. Do you know what I mean? To me, if there's something of topic that's of worth, then I'll have an interest in it. Other than that, I'm not going to bother. Do you know what I mean? There's not enough hours in the day, not enough days in a week.
Mm.
But realistically, I mean, I've
So
spoke to Luke.
you don't know if that's wrong. That's very interesting. I don't
Well,
know
I've
how you
spoke
can
to
hold a
Luke
moral
about
high ground after that, really.
I've spoke to Luke and he's literally said, you know, it's not a political channel. It's nothing like that. He's not trying to aim to be that or anything. But when you speak to him, what he has done, he's done quite a bit, which I would describe as political. So to me, he's just being humble in his actions or whatever.
No, he's
And
not. So what
he was
happened was
taking the piss out of it,
he
saying, "Oh,
used to be
he carries thingy's bag, that old
yeah.
lady's bag or whatever."
Yeah, so
That's
he
not a
used to
thing that you would
carry
knock him down for, is it?
Base Damie's bag, and then he got
Right,
bored with
that's
that.
being a
People have
gentleman
asked
carrying the
him,
bag, isn't it?
people have literally asked him why
Yeah.
he stopped being involved in the movement, and he said that he's got autism, he gets fixated, and he got bored with it, and now he's more fixated on being a troll because he enjoys it. That came from his own mouth.
Well, people get bored of the shit that goes on.
Yeah, I know,
It's one of them.
but I don't know why
A
we're
lot of people
excusing
have
his
come
bad
away from
behaviour,
it.
though. That's what I can't understand.
I've not actually seen any bad behaviour. I've seen him react to bad behaviour.
Oh, okay.
Everything has a reaction, doesn't it?
Well, that's
If I,
your
if I
opinion, and I
poke you
would
in
beg
the
to
eye, you're
differ.
going to react from that, aren't you? That's how it works.
Yeah, I beg to differ on that opinion, but whatever.
I would, right, if it was the other way around, I'd be having a go at Luke saying, you know, no way would you go, you know, beyond the person into the family members and then start
Really,
making up abuse. Or, yeah.
really.
I've
So
been
why don't you
fair
go
and
and ask
equal.
him for the proof
I,
to do with Belmarsh? Go and ask him.
well, up to now, nobody's got proof as far as I'm aware. You've had Wendy do a video, and then everyone
Exactly
else
my
has ran
point. But
there.
nobody is pulling him up for going out there running around with a story with no proof.
Well, Wendy keeps saying she'll come out. But I personally, as I've said to Luke as well, I wouldn't bank on it because I think
Wendy hasn't
Wendy's
got
full of
no
shit.
proof because there's no proof.
The thing is, in parts, between yourself saying things, Dave saying things, Dave admitting things that he didn't do and whatever, the truth has kind of come out. I can get, yeah, it's horrible that people are saying shit about your family members, but do you know what I mean? Is it worth all the fucking everybody falling out over it? Whatever's happened has happened. To me, it wouldn't be a stain on you. Whatever's gone on, do you know what I mean? It's shit happens, and it will be the same with Luke. If Luke's whatever uncle would have been done for anything, which is found where it was not guilty anyway. But even if it had been found guilty of anything, that's not a stain on Luke. That's not how life works. You are only in control of what you do. Whatever anybody else does around you, that's beyond your control.
Yeah, I would agree. I agree with that premise, but that's not the point. The point is there is no proof because it's not true.
To me, it's just a mad argument where realistically, to me, Wendy's the shit stirrer in this. If she's got proof, she should have put it out. She's actually causing a lot of the issues, as far as
Yeah,
I'm
I agree.
concerned. And if
I
it turns
agree.
out she's not got the evidence, then people like Luke will probably be pretty pissed off with Wendy, and they might see her in a different light. Everything happens for a reason in my mind.
She knows
I
she's not
do.
got proof, but she's not going to admit it because she needs people like Luke to run with the story for her.
I don't think Luke will wait forever. He's already getting itchy feet, you can tell. He don't like
Yeah.
the grip effect, his words, not mine.
Well,
Nobody
there
likes
you go.
waiting. If you've got the evidence, fucking throw it out because it's causing eruptions. It is that simple for me. And if Wendy don't choose to, then we should all take it as a gospel that she ain't fucking got it. She's just causing shit like she was generally put here to do.
Yep. And then ask yourself this. Ask yourself this. Why was Wendy causing shit though? Was her family attacked by me?
To me, last time
It's
when Brian
because
Harvey was brought onto that
I
show,
didn't go along with her stories to do with Tommy Robinson.
well, when Brian Harvey was brought onto Wendy's that time, you kind of shown a bit of keen interest into finding out a bit more from Brian Harvey, and from there on, I could see that there was a bit of a divide with you and Wendy, and she was doing more things on her own, and you was doing more things on your own. And I thought it will go
Me
one
and
of these ways.
Wendy have never been the same people. Never.
I personally think you two have kind of been pushed together by the help of somebody which nobody likes me talking about. Person that's just got me another strike today, funny enough. I think you two have been pushed together. It's one of them. Wendy's quite happy to let you talk about anything, any topic you want, but now and again, once a week, maybe we're going to talk about Brian Harvey. Do you know what I mean? And that went on for a long time. It's mad. To me, that's all it was. You've
For
kind of
Wendy,
been
it was
dragged
all
along a
charade
bit.
so that she could pretend that she was involved in something. Meanwhile, she was trolling Brian Harvey.
Yeah.
For political reasons. I believe Wendy gets paid, and I believe her group get paid.
Well,
If not directly,
she's admitted
indirectly.
that her friends, Ian put it. Do you know what I mean? Brian Harvey's not done tunes about these people for nothing.
So Jason didn't know me before I knew Wendy. Wendy I knew before Jason.
Yeah.
And that's the truth.
Yeah. Well, you won't be able to see it now. I'll have to make everything private, but I put a 4-hour WhatsApp video where Jason was reaching out to you, to Wendy, to Tom Zero. This is what I mean. People are in the, I don't know, right? Don't know about that section of time or whatever. Jason was all pally with me because whatever had happened, and I gave him a fresh slate. We've been on Wake Up UK. We destroyed that Nazi party shit with Umbrella as well. There's a big period of time which people don't talk about, but do you know what I mean? It is what it is. For me, the only reason it went bad again is because he started doxing people. He said, "Oh, didn't know Joanne Solis, never heard of her, blah blah blah." But then the next thing he'd give Umbrella all the details just because she'd had a little disagreement with her. To me, that's mad. Why is he throwing people's details around like that? This is what I mean. For all the shit that people
I
say
don't know,
about
but I can't answer for people. I can't answer for Jason for things that happened before I was even around.
Yeah.
Let alone for things when I was around.
No, I understand that. I mean, the video
And Kaylee keeps dragging me into her shit. And I can
Mm.
honestly say I don't go over to Kaylee's. I don't want to get involved with Kaylee. I don't troll Kaylee. I'm not interested in Kaylee.
Mm.
But she keeps coming over here trying to get herself involved. I see you, even though I know that you do sit with Kaylee, if you're going to use that kind of terminology, I see you as separate from Kaylee, and I always have, and I've always treated you accordingly. But Kaylee can't seem to see it that way. She's mental in the head.
I don't know. I don't speak to her enough as of the last year to even know what kind of thing that she's in or not in. I don't know.
I think that she's one of these people, a bit like Wendy, who mixes everything up and causes even more fucking chaos. So you can't fucking get to the bottom of anything properly.
It's complicated with all that side. I don't even think about it, to be honest. Mind boggles.
But my point is this, right? I can understand people wanting to fucking call out each other for what they've done to each other and for doxing each other and this, that, and the other. I've not done any of that.
Good.
The nearest I got is when Pauline sent me an email and I did a live stream and I said, I've got this email. I didn't even hide who it was from. And I shared the contents of what they sent me. That's not the same thing. That's not doxing. I didn't go looking for no one. I didn't go down no Facebooks. I didn't do none of that.
What, you showed it public or?
On a stream, yeah. And I said
Yeah.
exactly where I got it from.
I don't know.
And what I got given, all that she gave me wasn't nothing to do with Facebook. That person she'd got in touch with somebody and said, this is a voice note. Do you recognize the voice? And the person had replied back directly to her. That's the reason we don't speak to him. And it was Esau's voice. And so they took that as a confirmation that that's who Esau was.
To me, it's all complicated.
It was Danny Oakes-Jones who suddenly turned up on the platform and wanted to show fucking Facebook stuff and everything else.
Yeah. This is why I tried warning people about what he was about, and then everyone was on the attack a bit like I was the bad guy, and I thought, I'm only warning you, I've already seen this shit. There's documented evidence. Look through it or don't.
Yeah, but what I don't understand, Den, is this, right? And I'm going to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah.
How come Jason was building Kaylee a website and Kaylee's that close to him, but no one's calling her out for it?
Don't get it. He built a website, and why are we not calling number?
Okay, so the last time not the last time she was on my panel, but the last time she was on my panel when Jason was on there,
yeah.
And there was a big hoo-ha. I think it was after Wendy made that stupid allegation that I was supposed to have been in cahoots with Jason about her fucking admin, which I wasn't. Right? Because when Wendy's clever, she takes advantage of things she hears and makes up narratives and puts it in there and lets people believe it. But whatever. When Kaylee come on and we had all that thing, I think it was on Moons actually. Jason turned around and said, but Kaylee, me and you have been getting on. I've just built you a website. And she said, yeah, I know. So while she was telling everybody else that Jason was trolling her and all this bullshit of shit, in the background they were talking. He was building her a website.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, why ain't no one calling out Kaylee and saying, hold on a minute, Kaylee, though? You were telling all of us that you were getting trolled by him, but actually you were friends by him and he was building you a website. This is what I'm saying, Den. I'm sick and tired.
I wouldn't say arguments, but squabbles over all this stuff. And for that
He even
reason,
paid for a domain name. He even paid
it's only
for
a few quid. It's literally only, I think it's 12 quid or something, but still, yeah.
Yeah, but it don't matter then, does it? It's 12 quid off Jason, fucking £10 off Real, 50 quid off AC. Money off of Brian Earl, £2,000 off her GoFundMe. Another £10 she said she had off Chrissy Morris last week.
To me, I've always said money's a dirty subject for me. I wouldn't have anything to do with it. I'd never ask for a penny. And I think anyone that does, you're inviting people pointing and saying things that you don't like. It is what it is. I don't know. It is what it is. For me, I've always said by people asking for money, you're giving people the reason to point and say, you know, PayPal, Patriot, and all that. I've said the same about Danny Tomo. I mean, you've got Danny Jones.
Yeah, but just in case people don't know, I've never liked Danny. I don't like Danny Tomo. I thought he was all right in the beginning. Gradually, as time's gone on, I didn't like him. But I don't believe for 1 second that the story that's put out about him is true. And by the way, Den, have you seen Eric's latest video?
I don't watch his channel. I just get sent certain things.
Right, well, I suggest you go and look at it because I'm not going to play it because I don't think he deserves me playing it, but he's talking a whole heap of bullshit about me and you.
Yeah, it's just standard. It's just standard from them. All they do is play one end, and then they'll try and get the people to justify it, clarify it, whatever. I do the best thing possible and just ignore the cunt. I don't watch his videos. If I get sent something, I just copy it. I don't even watch it. Just copy and bam, there you go. More evidence to the
Well,
catalogue.
you see what Eric is to Danny Oakes Jones's group. That's what Luke is to the Hive.
I've not seen this with Luke. I mean, you've said a lot with Luke, but to be honest, you know what I'm like. You know, I watch what people are like.
Yeah,
I'll say and do
wait
certain
and
things
watch
to see
and
how
wait
they
until it
react.
happens to you.
Well,
Wait
this is
until
what I'm
he
saying.
says something about you.
I can only
He's
call
such
it.
a liar that when Dave swore down on the Bible that he did not hear me say that my fucking son battered his wife and kids, he didn't even mention that. He's not mentioned it once that he's fucking swore down on the Bible and that.
No, he has.
All he said was, "Oh,
Yes.
well, maybe Dave was in the toilet." He
Yeah,
knows
that's what
full
he said,
well
yeah.
that the conversation that he's
which is-
trying to make nefarious, Dave never went off to the toilet at any point.
No, but I mean, how would you know? You know what I mean? It's like, say there's a couple of people on this call now. I don't know if the other lad's here, Lewis or
Do
whatever.
you think
But
Dave would
he
swear
might have
down
nicked
on the
off for a piss
Bible if
now.
it weren't true? Do you
No,
think
but
he
I'm
was?
saying Lewis could have nicked for a piss now, and we don't know what he's done. But for he might have just not heard 2 minutes of conversation,
No,
comes
it's
back and
bollocks.
hears whatever.
It's
So
bollocks. It's
it is a
bollocks.
reasonable. No, it is a reasonable. It is reasonable reasoning that okay, he's maybe been on the call, but he might not have heard 2 minutes of it or something. That's plausible, yeah. It is
Yeah, no, it's
plausible.
bollocks. It's absolute
I'm
bollocks.
not saying it is or it isn't, but it is a plausible excuse. I don't know. To me, you can't say that whatever's not happened because too many bits have already been admitted. So there's obviously something that's gone on. No, I don't want you to say. I don't think I do because I don't. But something has obviously happened because there's far too many kind of details been put out already that something has. So for me, it's a null argument, and it's just a lot of people train wrecking each other over something that shouldn't really be important to anybody. It's not a stain on anybody, same as it's not a stain on Luke, whatever's gone on or not gone on with his family members. As soon as you go beyond the person and you can't win the argument with words and you start picking on family members, you're fucked up big time and people will just have no
Well, that's what I'm
respect for
saying
you.
to Luke.
It's the same with all of you.
Yeah, but he started it.
Hector's
So
back there
if
and
we're going to
done.
play listen, for 5 years I've sat here and let people get away with shit. There's
Yeah, but
hundreds of
look at the
channels
stuff
out
what
there.
Hector's
I
come
get
out with.
people turning up on my platform every day. Oh, but they said this about my kids. Oh, but they said this about me. Oh, but they done this about me. People have been doing this for fucking years with loads of channels on me.
Yeah, but I mean,
And
just look at
I've
the
not
actual stuff.
retaliated in kind. So if my husband says something shitty to fucking Luke to make him understand what it feels like, then so be it. Ain't me who said it. Hector's not the one who goes around saying that he stands for this, that, and the other. It's me.
To me, that just sounded like the worst thing in the world that could have been said, to be honest. Whether it's true or not true.
Really? Really?
Yeah.
You serious?
Really?
Really, bro?
Yeah,
He's been
I'm
going
serious.
round saying, listen, Rick, he's been going round saying that my son beat up his wife and his kids. What do you think people think of people that beat up kids?
We're jumping around here.
No, I'm not jumping around. He's been going around with Wendy and a load of other people, even though they've swore down on a fucking Bible that was never said. But he's been going around fucking saying that.
Without proof.
As far as I'm concerned, that's just as fucking bad.
Exactly. And you expect me to take it, listening to it. That was what I was trying to make him understand earlier on.
Meanwhile, all of my children, all of my children, right,
obviously,
are with my grandchildren, right? All of my children are good fucking fathers and mothers, yeah, all the ones that have got kids. All of my grandchildren are doing well. In fact, one of them's doing really well in football, but I'm not going to fucking give you the name, right?
It's nobody's
but all of them are
business,
doing really, really well. All of them are doing really, really, really well.
It's nobody's business.
Right? 7 of my kids work.
Exactly.
Yeah? Not lazy bastards sitting on their ass fucking talking on here, talking shit.
None of
Yeah?
your family life is anybody's business.
No, it ain't no
Jupiter.
one's business, but they've made it everyone's business. They've been going out there telling fucking lies. One of my
Yeah,
kids
but
is a
so have
fucking
you.
firefighter,
So have you and
saving
Hector. This is
people,
what I'm
and
saying.
I've got a dirty
You
little
can't point the
incel,
finger
a
when you've got
dirty
the
little incel running around trying to make out that one of my kids beats up his kids. And then he thinks that his family's off limits. Fuck off out of here. If Hector wants to have a dig, let him have a dig. It ain't me. I don't feel guilty.
That's like what Danny
I don't
says.
feel guilty
That's
for
like
how
what Danny
fucking.
says. Oh,
I
I
don't
didn't.
feel guilty for
I didn't
how
offer
Luke
people
feels.
£500
And let me
for
tell you
the
this
address
much.
or whatever.
Like I said
I didn't do
earlier,
it. I am the clear.
like I said earlier to Louis, I don't do it. I don't go to that level. I don't do it.
Exactly. Bring it to my door. I'll give it to you.
I don't go to that level. But I can't tell Hector what level to go to. We're all different people, and I love Hector. So whatever Hector does, it ain't gonna make me turn my back on him. I couldn't give a shit. I love Hector, so you know. But Hector can go to whatever fucking level he wants. And when it comes to the likes of Esau or
I think you're just getting used to these low levels with the people you're
no, it's
around.
not
It's
nothing
rubbing
to do
off
with
on
that.
your
It's nothing
husband.
to do with that. It's nothing to do with that.
I don't
Rick.
remember Hector ever
Rick,
coming
no,
out with
Rick,
some
I'll tell you what it
biopic like
is.
that when
I'll
there was
tell you
no
what it
Esau
is.
or
I'll
Brian.
tell you what it is. Some people walk. People walk 2 lanes. Some people walk 1 lane. Yeah. Hector knows how to walk on the dark side. He knows how to fucking step down to street level. Luke don't.
I wouldn't call it street level. I call it in the gutter level. He acted like a fucking
Call it what you
degenerate.
like.
A degenerate level, that's what I'll call
Call
it.
it what you
Degenerate
like.
level.
I never said you can be my judge. So whatever you decide is fine.
Yeah. It's everybody though, isn't it, Chief? It's not just me, realistically. Is it? Anyone normal is going to look at that and think, well, that guy's a fucking scummy bastard, obviously. Whether it's true or not true.
So they're going to say Hector's a scummy bastard.
Yeah.
But when they meet him,
hold on.
But when they meet him and they see Luke, there's not a patch.
What are you saying? That I'm a scummy bastard. Somebody that's been running around with my family for over 4 months. I've not said nothing bad against his family. Then when I do, I'm the scummy bastard. Your father is the scummy bastard, you moron. Talking. An idiot. What do you mean?
Okay.
Fuck off.
Okay, Hector. You said plenty to me that night, Hector.
I hear you speaking like a drunken fool. You guys speaking like a drunken fool, right?
You said plenty to me.
I don't care. And I'll talk to you anyhow.
You said plenty to me.
Fucking
You
idiot.
said plenty to
Until I
me
hear
over
you
the phone, over the keyboard.
You're coming here to preach morality, which is what he tried to do. Until I hear you castigating in equal measures, then I can talk to you civilly. Fucking idiot.
You can't even answer a basic question, Hector. Stop acting like
but this is true though, Rick.
Fuck you.
This is true though, Rick, isn't it? Have you castigated Luke like this over what he did?
You couldn't even answer the most basic question to Luke, why he chose to do that, why he chose to go to that such a low level.
He explained it. It's just low IQs that didn't understand. So what he explained was, do you practice?
Hector's hardly high fucking Q, is it? Come on.
He said, yeah, he is. He's got a
barely
degree. You've got a
string a
degree.
sentence
You've got a degree. He's got 2 degrees.
Oh man, he can barely string a sentence together.
He's got 2 degrees in his own business, Rick.
Like fucking idiot. Come here. Have you castigated him?
You heard it. Are you proud of that?
I'm talking to you now because you decided to put yourself in issues that does not bother you. That is what the problem is. Have you castigated Luke for what he's been doing to my family for over 3 months? Fucking moron. Another. Go and look for a job, you fucking cunt. Go look for something to do, bro.
Hector, I've got more.
You may as well add yourself to the list of people that's coming to my door.
Pisses all over your present job.
Fucking idiot. Fuck off.
He'll come
with
come with your dog. I don't care.
There's no point speaking to Hector. He's just stuck on stupid.
No, you try to get brownie points by being rude to him.
I don't do brownie points.
The point he's making to you is that he did explain to you. He did explain to you, or rather to Luke, that he doesn't practice what he preaches.
Exactly.
That was his answer. If Luke is too thick to understand what he was saying to him, then that's not our problem.
Why
And you
couldn't you
haven't
just answer
gone.
the
You
bait?
haven't
Why couldn't
gone.
you just
You
answer the
didn't go
question?
to Luke and ask Luke, why are you putting her family picture all over your community page
None of them
with
has.
allegations that you can't even prove? You
prove.
didn't do that though, Den, did you?
Fucking cunt.
And it's because
Drunk.
you're biased. It's because you don't like me yourself, which
And
is
he's
fair
fucking
enough,
drunk, and he's so fucking drunk as well. That's why.
right? Which is fair enough. You're biased, but admit you're biased.
Repeat what you're on about, because I'm trying to hear what he's ranting up in the background and trying to listen to you. It's hard.
I said you've not gone and castigated Luke for having my family's picture on his community page and on his streams, making these allegations without any proof. You never castigated him, but it's because you're biased. And I understand that it's because you're biased. You obviously like Luke and you don't like me, which is fair enough.
I haven't
But be
seen a
honest
picture.
about it.
I haven't seen a picture, Jupiter. So I'm literally trying to piece together what you're saying. I haven't seen a picture.
Right, we'll go and check his community page unless he's removed it now.
Well, because everyone keeps playing strike, everyone takes the shit down. So you could say, "Oh, we'll go and check what Jupiter said," and I can't. And you can say, "Go and check what Luke's done," and I can't. So all this,
So
for me,
he's
everyone that keeps
took
doing this
a
strike
picture.
stuff doesn't
He's took
believe
a
in
picture of
people.
my son getting married, yeah, with all my
Yeah.
family on there, and tried
Yeah.
to insinuate one of them has beat their fucking children without any proof.
Mm. Well, if
But
that's
the
true,
thing
then that,
is, while they're running round making out that I don't have nothing to do with my family, because I'm smart enough that when I decided to come onto YouTube, I told my kids to take down any photos and do not put any photos of me up on your social media, because I don't want these cunts linking you to me. But Luke's done that, hasn't he? But I'm supposed to forgive all that. I'm supposed to say it don't matter that Luke's done all this shit because he don't like things being said about his ginger cunting, ugly looking man, fucking looking sister. I couldn't give a shit. I couldn't give a shit what Hector says about his sister. His sister's nothing to me. And to be honest, if I'm truthful, right, not through me because I don't go that low, but Luke's fucked up his sister's future. But everything that he's done, because there's people out there waiting now for his sister to get to a level where they can drag him down, just like what they're trying to do to Real right now, by the way. They won't let these people get
this
anything.
is what I mean. We're aware of these things, so why would we highlight anybody's family members, whether that's you or Luke or whoever? Why would any
Well,
of
there you
us do
go.
it?
There you
I
go.
don't
He
get
shouldn't
it.
have done it, should he? He shouldn't have done it.
Same as Hector, he shouldn't have done it. This is what I'm saying. I'm not being favourable to one person. I think anybody that has done
Hector's
that
his only
sort of
words. He's
behaviour
not
shouldn't
gone and
have
got a
done.
picture and put it on a community page. Hector's his only words. We've not
Words
gone
are
down
key.
people's Facebooks. I've not got in contact with no university. I don't do all that shit.
No, but Brian has, and you're sat around Brian, and you say,
Yeah,
"Oh,
but
well, I
Brian's
just
not
do
me.
that."
I'm not Brian. No. Brian's nothing to do with me. You can't put Brian on me.
That's what Danny Jones says. Come on, be real. If I say
No,
to
you
Danny,
can't put Brian on
"Yous
me.
have
I'm
done
not
this,
part
yous
of
have done that,"
Brian's
he'll
group.
say, "Well,
Hold
I
on a
have."
minute.
You
I'm not
know
part of
full well
Brian's
that
group.
Eric has, and
Listen, they're
Jason's
not in the
spreading the
background of all
ammunition.
this. Listen. Luke went to Brian Hurl to get Brian Hurl to assist him.
Well, a lot of
I've
people have
never
sat
done
with
that.
Brian Hurl for one reason
Ask
or you're sat with him now.
Luke if him and Brian Hurl have ever had phone calls. I never have. But go and ask Luke if he has. All these people are working together in the background, so don't come here
From
trying
what
to put
I've
Brian
seen,
Hurl onto
everybody
me.
at one point in time has spoke to Brian Hurl. The only difference is with me, I've done it
I've never
live
spoken to
in
Brian
front of
Hurl in the
everybody.
background, ever.
I've never spoke to Brian Hurl in the background or whatever. The only time I have is live in front of everybody and been upfront and fucking honest about a situation. A lot of shit has involved Brian Hurl in the background. This is what I'm trying to explain.
Yes,
People don't
Hive and Luke
realise.
and all of them and Mandy Mosley, all of them have spoken to Brian at some point.
Right, so if you figure out that Wendy and Brian knew each other before they said they did, because Brian slipped up many times, it's not really that hard to work out. Some people was put in place as plans to surround that case, and anyone talking about it or whatever. It is that simple for me. I'm not
Well,
seeing
I
anyone.
don't know a lot to do with the hoaxes and stuff, and I don't want to get involved in all that. But what I do know is that there's plenty of people from the Hoaxed group that got a lot to say about Danny and Kaylee.
Yeah. Well, look at that. Kayla was on the After Dark shows with Danny. Now, when Danny came along to CMW with his little court order and wanted to be in on taking the King's flag scammers down, that was literally his only bit of information that he brought, and that turned out to be just rubbish to the point where he could break that court order. So there's a lot don't sit right. He was sat with her on a panel. He chose to tell us all this shit which she hadn't done, but failed to mention, oh yeah, she was sat with us on a panel. We only took, an issue with her when she did one video to support Brian Harvey. That was when her issues started. You know what I mean? He misses that bit out. He doesn't tell no one that. He certainly didn't tell us. But when I was asked by Gary Clark to check out Danny Jones, I've checked proper back. I've proper did my research into him. I've watched all them After Dark shows. So when I heard Umbrella's voice with the King's flag scammers, I thought I've heard that voice before. And it took me a while to trigger onto where I'd heard it from. And it was from After Dark shows. So Danny had been perfectly happy with Umbrella prior to supporting Brian Harvey.
It's obvious that they were close. If you look at the thing that Moon brought up the other day, after Kaylee was trolling some bloke, whoever it was, I can't remember the name now. But in the bloke's statement, he says after Kaylee finished trolling him, Paris took over. So at some point, Kaylee was close to Paris.
Yeah, I'd say that was true.
Yeah. But all of their argument and their problem, this is what I'm saying with Kaylee. I weren't nothing to do with all that. You had all this shit from beforehand.
Yeah. But this is what I'm saying to you. What happened and orchestrated all this, what happened before you, is now the same people which are doing it to the present communities. Look, nothing's changed other than fresh victims. You're just a fresh victim in the last 4 years.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
These people have been.
I would agree with that, but I'm not the only victim.
No.
And the Hive and the troll groups that are associated with them were used to utilise. Yeah, the target was used to go against the targets. Look, whether you like Easy or not, he was targeted. He was in support of Tommy Robinson. Myself got targeted. Taffy got targeted. Dave got targeted.
Favors, though. I mean, to me, the person I spoke to when I've been on his show a couple of times, he was a decent guy. He doesn't sound like the guy which is ranting and raving and calling everyone pedos and all this shit. No. I don't know what's happened to him, but I've unplugged myself a minute. I don't know what's going on there. It was a good guy. It was a good channel. Lifefoot, Easy or Ricky or whatever his name is.
Yeah, because they trolled him to death.
It's one of them. If you can't take it, unplug.
They trolled him to the point of insanity, the same as what fucking has happened with Kaylee.
To me, he's gone well above and beyond the point of any return. It's just madness. I don't know what's going through his head. It was a good channel. It ain't now. It's been took over by the asylum. I got blocked for what? For nothing. Do you know what I mean? For apparently stalking Teresa. I've not even fucking spoke to Teresa in the last 6-7 weeks. So
yeah, but he doesn't. He's like me. He doesn't look. Then you get upset because I don't want to follow all the leads that you find and talk about it and everything else. But blatantly, I do not. I'm saying it blatantly now. I don't really want to get dragged into it all. I'm quite happy for you to go and look at it. You have all the glory and whatnot. I don't want. If I see something myself, I will mention it, which I have done with Mandy Mosley and Athena back then when I said, look, I'm not going along with all this shit. Then they kicked off all their arguing and I had to fucking, in the middle of the night, people were sending me things. Have you heard what Simon Law said? So I had to wait up until I could catch him and then fucking do the streams, pointing out all what he was saying about fucking Danny Roscoe and myself and Moon and other people. But other than that, listen, I don't need other people's arguments. There's enough
No, the only
shit
time,
been done to
no,
my family that I want to deal with and sort out. That's my issue in it.
the only other
If along
time,
the way they bring up stuff to do with Tommy Robinson that I know is bullshit, I will say it's bullshit because of what I see or what I heard by what people did. But other than
yeah,
that, I don't
all
want to
that's
be the
fair
hero.
enough. All that's fair enough. But the only thing I've ever had an issue with you when it's been over you requesting the evidence over the Danny Simpson thing. That's the only time I've ever like had a reaction to you've asked for the evidence and I've put the evidence out and he was talking about payments to me that was avoidance of the evidence, which whatever reason you say to
No, it's
do
not
or whatever.
avoiding the evidence. Sometimes I forget and I don't bother to go and look, and then other times.
No, but we've got to be able to look at all the things that have gone on in the past and be able to put them together.
Yeah, but
There's
I'm quite
always a
happy not to
reason
do that,
to
Den,
act.
and allow you to do it and you to present it all in one go, and then come and say, "Listen, Jupiter, I've got a good video here. I've put it all in date order or whatever, and this is my theory, and this is all the evidence. Do you want to look at it? Do you want to review it?" I'd be quite happy to do that.
No,
But what I don't
like
want
I
to
told you at
do
the time,
is
people
walk
have had
step of the way, step of the way, step of the way. Because at the end of the day, yeah, I know those cunts are horrible. I know they've been setting people up. In my own way, I highlight it. And that's that. But now I also know that the Hive group is a horrible, seedy bastards that are involved in a lot of fucking sexual sort of like deviancy. That's the only way I can explain it. Some of it because they think it's boys banter. Some of it because they like picking on fucking weaker people. And some of it just because they're degenerates. And I don't want nothing to do with that either.
Well, in the say 2 months that I've been over there seeing things unfold and whatever, I've not seen any of that what you're saying. So I don't know if they're doing it on in the past or whatever. But from what I've seen, I've not seen any of that.
I'm not asking you to see it. You don't need to see it. If you don't want to see it, you don't want to see it.
It's not about wanting to. It's about you've either seen it or you've not. Like Manda watching the fucking 10 seconds.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't see what Mandy's up to.
This
But
is
how
what
can
I'm
you
saying.
sit
You've
there?
got to
How
give
can you
people.
sit there? Listen, then this is what I'm talking about.
Mm.
These people have made up whole stories about how I'm supposed to be an attention seeker and all what happened in Discord didn't happen. Meanwhile, Mandy has admitted that she watched fucking something that she alleges happened, because I don't believe it happened, but that's my own opinion, right?
Mm.
Didn't report it to the police. Had 16,000 images on her phone that she didn't report, or she reckons she did report them, but they told her they're not going to do nothing because you're far right. So basically, if you're far right, you can be a paedophile. No one's going to do fuck all. What a load of bollocks.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. If those stories were true, yeah, the Guardian would have run with them. And I just want to make this point, right? Because earlier on I did say to Den, you should take a look at the video that Eric made. All I'm going to say on that video is this. I do not know anything about what Glenn Saffer's been accused of. I have heard the rumours. The rumours I heard because I sat on Wendy's when Active Patriot turned up and made the allegations. We had a whole stream where we looked into what evidence there was. There was no fucking evidence. It was all fucking hearsay. I didn't believe it then, and I don't believe it now unless I've seen any evidence, right? I've never spoken to Den Terrigan about it. I've never seen any evidence anywhere. And those rumours came from exactly the same place as the Danny Tomo ones, which was Mandy and Athena and Clanworld.
Yeah. Oh, hearsay from them. That is all it has been from day one.
So when they say I've got to sit here and call Glenn Sefer out for what? What did he do? And do you know what pains me, Den?
Yeah.
Active Patriot turned up on Wendy's and made those allegations the same week that Glenn Safer's fucking child died. They're sick cunts. All of them are sick cunts.
That active's already admitted to Paul Golding that he's been accepting money from Hope Not Hate. So why is anyone going to listen to that little?
Well, there you go. There you go. But when you point this out, and I see, so you've just backed up what I'm saying, basically.
Yeah, some video.
Different area. You've backed up what I'm saying.
The best evidence is their own words. He admitted it with his own mouth. been taking payment from both that hurt. So that's that. At that point, once somebody's done shit like that, they are no longer credible to anybody. And this is what I've said from day one. Once you've got a wrong'un and it's confirmed this person is a shit stirring wrong'un, fucking dash him, get him fucking through in the sin bin. Not to infect fresh communities with bullshit. That's never been the case. People just do musical chairs and end up sat in another boot, infecting another boot. For me, that's why it's never going to change, because the wrong-uns are never ever removed.
Yeah, but it pisses me off because they're throwing my name around like I know something about Glenn Suffer and I don't know fuck all.
Eric's as relevant as you make him. This is why I say I don't even bother watching his videos. I won't try and.
Yeah, well, I think the same thing for
anything
Luke. Luke's another one throwing things around with no fucking proof. I'm sick and tired of these cunts throwing fucking allegations around, and then when it's done back to them, they don't like it. Hector only said it once, by the way, on one fucking live stream. He's not done videos like these lot do, like Luke does, where he puts my kids in his fucking community thing, where he does stream after stream after stream after stream and puts my name in the titles. I've not done none of that to Luke. So when people come here and they want to keep remonstrating with me, you see, this is what I don't understand over the 5 years then, if I'm totally honest, right? Why people keep coming and remonstrating with me, but they never call out the other side. And do you know why it is? Because they see me as the more sensible one. And that's the fucking truth that no one actually wants to admit. They know I'm the more reasonable one. They know I'm the one that doesn't go to those levels. That's why they all come and ask me. And that's the truth of it. But none of them are admit it to themselves or to each other.
You got to look at it from other points. So, I mean, I've only known Luke 2 minutes, maybe 2 months. I might have heard of him and heard him speak here and there in the past, but only very minimal. And I didn't know who he was, so it was never relevant. Do you know what I mean? Whereas I've known you quite a long amount of time. I've known Wendy quite a long amount of time. I can gauge you more than I can gauge Luke. Up to now, I can only say what I've seen. Luke has listened intently. He's let things unfold. He's tried to remain neutral to the situation. But in fairness, where he's felt it's right.
I want to say this as well. So people in my side chat are saying that you said that Eddie is okay sounds like Esau. They don't sound nothing alike.
Who said I said what? I don't think they sound
Oh, sorry, not you, Fox. They're saying Fox said it. No, Fox, Eddie is okay doesn't sound anything like Esau.
No. I've met Eddie, he don't sound anything like him.
Yeah, Eddie's all right.
Strong
I think
accent.
Eddie is okay, is all right by me. I think he's all right guy. I think he's someone else that got fucking set up as well.
Nah, I've got the evidence on Eddie. I've got the evidence on Eddie. What Eddie was doing was morally bankrupt. Danny Jones, with his bullshit court order, telling anyone that discusses the case or naming certain names, Ricky Damon and whatever, can put you on a sex offenders register. That was bullshit. That was a lie concocted by Danny Jones. So, to a degree, Eddie was trying to do the right thing. I'll give him that, but he was doing it a very morally bankrupt way. If kids have been abused, and they had been abused, at that point, the healing factor is the time of it being forgotten. You can't forget it if you've got people like Eddie keep chucking it around.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about any of that, and I don't really want to discuss it. But he's not here to go into details, but we'll have to agree to disagree because, as far as I'm concerned, I like the bloke, and I think he's all right. But then,
well, he was involved with all the King's Flash scamming. There's levels of why he's not all right. He was involved with all the King's Flag scammers, and at the last minute he said, "Oh, well, I've not checked it all out." Well, he shouldn't have been pushing it for fucking 18 months. It's one of them, innit? People fuck themselves up. But it's like you now, if you want to push something for 18 months and then tell us at the last hurdle, "Oh, I haven't checked it out," well, why have you been pushing it for 18 months?
I just think that then one of your problems is that you want to be the one that everybody looks up to, and unfortunately, it probably won't happen.
Why would I want that? I've been quite happy in the background.
I do think that you want that. I think, and I do think that that you have good qualities, but I also think that one of your bad qualities is that you think that yeah, you can't balance things up quite.
I was quite happy
You're
in the background.
more so than some people, but you still haven't got completely there yet, in my opinion.
I was quite happy in the background until we came across this King's flagship, which Wake Up UK was pushing and propagating, and it was being made out, oh, why are people listening to a faceless, nameless, blah, blah, blah. So I put myself forward, it is what it is. I don't need to hide from anything. But I was quite happy at the back. I was quite happy in the background doing things for people in the background, whether that be printing posters, helping with security, whatever. I was happy in the background. I had no intention of being on the forefront of anything, putting my face out there or my name or whatever for people to what? Attack my family members, for me to have to move home, have to move the children from school. It's not really what
Yeah,
anyone
well,
wants.
see, that's where I'm a bit different because I've got nothing to hide. My face is there. Everything I say in my own fucking voice, and I ain't moving nowhere for no fucker.
Put my family quite high, out of reach. I wouldn't like the thought of anything coming to my family members, which in the day it's like
Nothing's going to come and happen to my family members. Nothing.
I know, they're not. That's because I've made sure of that. I put them out of harm's way. So I know that. That's my assurance, not anybody else's. Do you know what I mean? You make your own assurances, don't you?
Yeah.
For me,
But
I'd covered myself before I came into
the fact of the matter
shit.
is, it shouldn't even get to that. It shouldn't even get to that, though, Rick. I don't like this cancel culture, and I can't believe that we've got all these people on the right that are trying to do this cancel culture. I can't believe it.
Just think about it logically, Jupiter. You pretty much have a gauge of me. I've confronted scammers. I've spoke out on ideologies, and that's it. I've not doxed anyone. I've not attacked anyone's family members. Why had Jason passed on stolen data from the t-shirt business to the likes of Eric to then what? Offer £500 for my missing details and all that. If you're going to get stabbed in the back by the people which pretend to be your friend, then realistically you're in a shitty position, aren't you? You got to think, how's this person trying to make out he's on our side? He was running Tommy's side. I've got the evidence of that. He's admitted it to Umbrella. He said, oh, Rick thinks in this, that, and the other. Look, I'm running Tommy's site. But then the first platform he makes for Umbrella is to attack Tommy and bring Eric the Brainless on, saying, oh, he's poisoned the dogs, he's set the cars on fire. How is this guy genuine? Do you know what I mean? The things don't add up. People are not doing the simple maths and then still sitting with the same problem and wondering why everyone's at each other's throat. He's giving the ammunition to the other side and then the other side, and we don't care.
You say all this, but who?
Jason Tyler has been given the ammunition.
No, I know who you're talking about, but who? How is he doing that? Because I can't remember the last time that I spoke to Jason, right? Or that James given me any fucking material or anything at all.
Let me just jump out and jump back in one second.
So I don't understand what you mean by this. I don't know if he's done this with Danny. Oh, he's gone. I don't know if he's done this with Danny Oakes-Jones or Eric or any of those people. Those claims might be true. I don't know. I've not seen the evidence of that, but those claims could be true. I don't know. But when it comes to me, I know for a fact that's never happened. The most he's ever done was be in an argument with Kaylee and say to me, I've got a video that proves that she's lying. Can I play it? And I said, yeah. And it happened to turn out to be a video that she didn't want to be out there. And she said, oh, that's it. You're in on it. No, I didn't know. You've turned up on my show and said to me, oh, I've got a video. Can I play it? And I've gone, yeah. It never occurred to me for 1 minute to start saying to people, are you sure that you got that from a legitimate means? Because you just assume that if someone's got a video, it must have been put out public. You know, to me, there's a lot of things that people have made assumptions. And that's the truth of it. And I think it's sad that it's got to the level where these people are doing what they're doing to each other. But no one can come here and blame me. And I don't even know why people are coming here and asking me to fucking... Because at the end of the day, I can call it out right across the board and say there's shit going on both sides. But at the end of the day, it won't make a blind bit of difference because these lot all enjoy it. They're all still going to go at each other. And me talking to Esau or not talking to Esau would not make any difference. If I stopped talking to Esau tomorrow and even stopped going on their platform, it would not stop them attacking people. Wouldn't make any fucking difference. They're just using that as an avenue to try and tell me and Moon who we can and can't talk to. Or to make up our own minds on people. You know? It is, Louis. For them it is. For them it is. For a lot of these people arguing, it is about Esau. A lot of it is. They can say it's not about him, but it is.
For me, Esau and Brian have done some of the worst end of the stuff. I can't figure out why you're thinking it's a good idea to sit with her. Or Bleeding, she's just as bad.
So what do you mean by sit with her? So what do you mean by sit with them?
And look, he's not.
Well, if they're around you and your panel or whatever most of the time, that's generally who people are going to say that you sit with, innit? It's like if I had Umbrella on my panel.
Yeah, but that's by default, though, isn't it? Because like I said earlier to Louis, I go everywhere and I've gone on all panels and I always have.
Right, but
if Dave turns around and says, "Listen, I don't really want you coming over here no more, and I don't want to talk to you no more," then he's decided to stop me from going there, hasn't he? Not me. He's the one that shut that door, isn't he? Not me.
Yeah. But that's
so a lot of this has happened by default. It's not me saying to people, I prefer Esau over you. It's the other people saying, well, if you're going to treat Esau equal to me, I don't want to talk to you. And I'm like, okay, then, fine.
To me, it's one of them. I would only put myself around people which I thought was decent people. If you start putting yourself with wrongins, what are people going to think of you? It is that simple, isn't it? You are generally, you can judge a person by the friends that they've got around them, realistically, in real life. Can you not?
So I've known you speak to Simon. I know that you was involved.
I've spoke to Simon, but have I spoke to him as in, oh, let's have a nice chat? Or have I confronted him on his lies and his bullshit and exposed him? There is a big difference. When I've known you sit
with Kaylee.
Right. Well,
I would consider Kaylee a wrong one. I've known you sit with Chrissy Morris. I would consider Chrissy Morris a wrong one.
Yeah,
I've known you sit on a panel when Kaylee used to have Dan and Sean on. I consider that they're
going too quick through the list. Umbrella was a victim of Wake Up UK, the King's flag shit. She was being attacked from left, right, and centre. So I defended her somewhat out of things that I knew wasn't the case and wasn't true. That's it.
Yeah, but that's all I've done. All I've done is point out that Sean's done silly shit, which he has, but he don't deserve people going knocking on his door.
What do you mean by silly shit? Silly shit like rape. That's not silly shit, is it?
He's never raped anyone.
Well, that's what he said.
No, it's not.
Well, that's what he said.
Hiya, Dupes.
Oh, don't do this, Jim. It's just pointless. I'll tell you now, if you start talking shit, I'm just going to get in the car and come kick your door off, so just hold your noise.
Sean, explain to him
Hello.
But don't make threats. Don't call names. Just have a decent conversation, please.
Yeah, all I just heard was a threat.
I don't even like these people couldn't even speak in my name. They don't want to speak to him in any way, shape, or form, Jupiter. So
I'm sure he wanted to speak to me the other day about the
if
rape
I want to
allegation.
speak to you, Dick, and I'll come to your door, you little knobhead, so shut the fuck up. Speak my name again, I'll be at your door. Simple as that.
I didn't even say your name.
Well, you've said it over the fucking internet a few times, haven't you? So I'd fucking keep my
thought that was
name
my
out your mouth.
I thought that wasn't you.
Keep my name out your mouth. Simple as that.
I don't know what your name is.
Well, stop fucking jibber jabbering.
As you were saying, Dupes, you had something to ask me?
Well, yeah, Den seems to think that you're a rapist. And he believes that because the Hive have told him so.
No, it's not because of that, Jupiter. It's because of the video I told you about, and then you ended the live abruptly because you've obviously watched it. It was his own words that went off.
No.
That's how it seemed.
It might have seemed like that. So,
Yeah, it might seem like that.
what video
Well, the
were you
day after
talking
you did
about?
have a go at Sean, so it's pretty obvious that you did, Jupiter, to be honest.
Right, so you're talking about the statement that got read out.
Is that what you're referring to? Yeah, the statement.
That
Hold
just
on.
made it
Sean,
worse. That
please
was just
wait.
the icing on the very
Right,
shit.
so you're talking about the statement. Are you aware then that
I'm not talking
statement,
about
when
the
it was
statement.
originally read out,
I'm not talking about the
are you
statement.
aware then? I'm going to ask you a question. Are you aware that
I'm
when
not
that
talking about the
original
statement.
statement
We
was
need
read
to
out,
tell
it was read
somewhere
to
where I
me?
told you.
Are you aware
about
then
it.
that when that original statement was read out
Why do you keep saying
years
statement when
ago,
I've told
it
you
was
quite
read to
clearly
me?
3 times it was nothing to do with the statement. It was the words out of his own mouth. That
Okay.
simple. Nothing to do with the statement. The statement was just dirty icing on a very dirty cake.
Okay. So then there's a question from the side chat. Ichabod said, other people called you a paedophile. Why didn't you go to their doors?
He said that a few times. Who's called me a pedo? And have I got their door number?
Well, I watched a stream the other day where AJ was calling you it.
Right. Realistically, does anyone think I've got AJ's address? I've got his old address. I haven't got his present address, have I? If I had, AJ wouldn't be talking shit, realistically. Do you think I'm going to let some fucking horrible little cunt like AJ call my kids spastics, try and bring social services into my children's life and all the other fucked up shit, making out my mum's not got cancer while trying to highlight where she's getting cancer treatment? If I had that little prick's address, I'd cut his fucking tongue out and his fingers off. Simple as that. So if anyone wants to keep believing AJ's nonsense and make believe fucking hardman routine, why didn't he come to Telford?
Esau, if you're listening, if you've got AJ's address, could you give it to them, please, and do it publicly?
However, don't have to be public.
No, I want it done publicly because I want to make sure that you got given the address, and then I want to see you actually live out your words to see if you will actually do what you say you will do.
We'll see what happens. I'll disappear for a bit. It is what it is. Some things are worth doing time for, I'm not asked.
See, that doesn't sound like somebody who's wants to make real changes to the community.
Are you seriously trying to hold the moral avatar here, you fucking weirdo? Spy smoking cracker. The fuck are you talking to?
The thing is that Sean has done stupid things.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But he doesn't deserve people going to his door and fucking calling out his
All right.
rapist.
All right. So, do you think it was okay for him to be offering money to turn up to smash people's houses up, people's mums' houses, like box or umbrellas or whatever?
No, I don't. But I'd already had the conversation with Sean, where
Yep.
Sean had said that he wasn't going to be doing that, and he'd said it in temper, and that he shouldn't have said it. And he got an ear bashing off me. And as soon as he got the ear bashing, Bops turned up in the side chat and said, right, now I know that, I'm going to give you a beating. So he knew that Sean weren't going to go to his mum's address, and that's when he got
Yep.
cocky.
Yep.
That's when he got cocky, after the fact, not before, which is quite funny. And then he then went on a live stream, got money off Mandy Mosley, of all people. Mandy Mosley incited the violence, by the way, sending them down to Sean's.
I caught on to that. I caught on to that, what was happening in the back chat. I caught on to that.
Yeah, Mandy Mosley incited the violence. So if I blame anyone, I blame Mandy Mosley for giving them the money. And then they turned up, even though it probably was only a couple of quid, and they saved the rest of it for the drinking because they got a mega bus, which is fucking laughable. And yeah, but apparently, I don't know how true it is. I mean, Brian's in the side chat. Brian, are you meant to be going to Bopsy's house, Mum's house tonight? Apparently, he's got a stream up tonight, but should be going live pretty soon, isn't it?
You sound proud of it,
live at 10 o'clock.
that somebody would turn up to somebody's mother's house. Is this okay?
I'm not proud of it at all. I'm just giving a running narrative of what you've all been doing. Yeah, but Rick,
Well, here's the thing,
you
nobody
thought
would
it was
know.
good. You thought it was good when people were doing this, and I kept saying I don't agree with it.
Why?
I've spent many a time telling Brian that I don't agree with it and he shouldn't be doing it either. So don't sit here telling me that I feel proud of it. What I'm saying is that, you know, this all has a knock-on effect.
You've just said that I sat along laughing a bit or whatever. So have you got an example of that happening? Because I'm pretty sure you haven't, to be honest, because I don't find any of that shit funny.
So when they were playing your recordings on Bass Lukes and they were all bigging you up and that, you weren't in the side chat, you know, lapping it up and everything else. All right, saying that you were laughing along maybe is a bit of a exaggeration, a hyperbolic. But at the end of the day, you were loving it all. You were loving the attention you were getting, thinking that you look good.
No,
but now you can see then how stupid it looked when you look at Box.
I don't think it looks stupid at all. I think
you
Sean
don't think
looks
Box and
stupid.
7 look stupid? I think they look stupid.
No. I think Sean looks stupid. Sean's looked stupid on both occasions now. He's growing
Well, that's not what the police said when I reported it to them.
That's all you do, run around pressing 999. You do realise that people...
Well, yeah, that's what they told me to do.
So Ichabod says, I get them wanting to go to Sean's out of temper. So do I, Ichabod.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah, and I do as well.
To be honest, the one thing that I will say in Den's defence is that it was local to him. And I think when a lot of people say things and it's somebody who's local, for instance, if someone said it to me and I knew they only lived fucking 20 minutes down the road, I'd probably go and knock on the fucking door as well. But going there late at night and threatening him when you know that he's a wanker and he can't fight.
10 o'clock at night, it's not late.
Sean, I know you can't.
People made out it was 1 o'clock in the morning, but when you watch your live, it was running at time. It was 10 o'clock.
It was 1 o'clock because you were caught on
CCTV. I knocked on that door at 10 o'clock. I've got the calls from when I rang you just before.
You were caught on CCTV at 1:30 walking up and down with your dog.
Sean, I've got the call log from when I rang you outside before I even got to your house. So let's not talk shit.
So the person called Tony says I thought better of you then.
What time it was? Is that going to give you?
Was you wearing a white tracksuit? Was you wearing a white tracksuit?
No, I wasn't.
Because that's what it was found on the camera.
You knew what colour of fucking
at the end of the day, I'm not going to sit here. Listen, the
I'm going to be quiet.
The bottom line is this, right? Sean don't need to be arguing with you lot, and Sean, you don't need to be provoking the arguments either. At the end of the day,
it's been made out that he's somehow vulnerable. If he's vulnerable, why are people letting him say and do what he's saying and do?
Well, everybody's got a right to speak, whether they're vulnerable or not vulnerable.
Yeah, but you're generally doing this shit on a daily basis as if it's entertainment with all your little weird costumes. So for you, this is just entertainment. It worked very
No,
entertaining
but
when I
that's not
met up.
fair though, Rick. Because most of the time, right, even though he's an annoying little shit, he was sitting there talking about how he thought that he was the king, and that his relatives. He was doing little live streams that a lot of people weren't even viewing.
My lad lives down there. If I was to show him what we said and give him that video, it'd be a different matter altogether. Sean better count his fucking lucky stars
You
that I'm
still
not
keep on
such a
threatening
prick.
me indirectly.
I'll fucking threaten you to your face, Sean. I'll tell you fucking right now.
There's
If
no
any
reason
more
to.
shit from you, you're gonna get it on a million
no-
fucking
Yeah,
levels.
but you know he's already
See-
apologised to you. He don't need all this.
I don't care. He's carrying it on with other people now. So
Well, that's
tell
got
Who's
me
he
nothing to do
carrying
with
it
you.
on with?
right, let's put it this way, yeah.
Oh, so you're now fighting for Bops and fucking Seven, are you?
Let
Two
me
people
explain
that
this.
If
live
you
off
want to
the
die
land.
on the hill of
Are we
making out
listening?
Bops and Seven are
Are we
decent
listening?
people,
Are we listening? When Taff got attacked, his family got attacked or whatever the other day, people was unsure who it was. The only name that seemed to come up was Fat Dan's. I'm sat there fuming round the corner, and I thought, if it's Sean, I'm gonna go and do something to the little cunt or whatever. So it's lucky that his name didn't pop up. This is what I don't think you realise, Sean. You get people angry enough to come and do something to you.
What
Do you
by
get what I'm
speaking?
telling you?
What
You're
by
not just
speaking?
speaking, or why are you talking shit about people? You're trying to bring people's
Words.
harm to people's families.
Words.
Well,
What about the
words will
harm that
get
my
you in
family has
trouble.
suffered?
Words will get your head smashed right in, Sean.
What about my innocent grandmother who was doxxed?
yeah, that was out of order as well.
I
What about
don't
my
know about
dying? What
any
about
of
my
the shit,
dying
but I know
mother who
that
was threatened
most
with
of the shit
arson?
has come
You
from
do know
you.
that Seven
You
went
lie
round. Listen,
to
listen,
everybody
Rick.
around you,
Listen,
Sean.
Rick. Are you aware that Seven went round to where he was living once before and barged in, past the landlady, who was an
Who was a
elderly
pensioner?
lady, a pensioner, pushed her out of the way so he could go and look around the house looking for Sean? Are you aware
Go
that Seven
sniffing,
done that?
go sniffing in my bedroom. He literally went through my underwear and everything. Do you think that's
Yeah,
acceptable?
on camera. That was a bit weird.
You smell your house from the end of the street, Sean. I don't know who's been sniffing through your knickerdroom.
Well, this was a couple of years ago. You wasn't around then.
Yeah,
This is
I'm
what I mean.
aware
You
that
don't know
the
anything
thing is,
really about
Sean.
this.
The thing
That
is,
you've been
Sean. I'm
assisting.
aware where you came from, Gorton, and I'm aware why you had to leave in a hurry. I've mentioned this before. I'm
So
waiting to
then, why
speak to
did I
your
have to
fat
leave in a
Welsh
hurry?
mate, Chris.
Who's Chris?
Who's Chris? Fat Welsh lad.
Don't know any fat Welsh lads called
Well, it's pretty
Chris.
much the only mate that you had in Gorton, isn't it?
I have no idea.
No, all right.
Never
Well,
met anybody called
that'll
Chris.
be continued when I
When I was a child, I had a
Chris.
childhood friend called Chris who had a brother called Ryan, whose mother
Yeah.
died from alcohol poisoning, and he found
Yeah.
her dead.
Yeah, we're getting warmer. Carry on.
The fact of the matter is
That's
this,
about it.
Sean. Don't
And I was
stop,
about 12.
Sean.
To be
Sean,
continued then.
Sean.
Like I said, Sean, I've dug right back. As soon as I found out your name, I don't know where you thought all these details come from. I've got a lot, Sean, and it will be continued. So this is
Well,
why I
that
said
sounds like
you
you're
sort of
stalking me.
choose
That
your
sounds like
friends
you're stalking
wisely
me.
because it's going to end badly. It is as simple as that. Jupiter can take
Is that
that
a death
warning.
threat?
I'll leave that warning.
Is,
It's not
is,
going
is
to
that a death threat that you're going to kill me or something? Because I'm used to death threats.
Oh, are we doing all this bullshit? Do you want an husband warning? Do you want to send you one in the post? I'll hand deliver it now if you want, weirdo. You're a drama queen, Sean. You've got weird little outfits, strange little obsessions.
Okay, you don't like me. That's fair enough. You don't like me as an individual.
I
That's your
don't think
choice.
many people like you, Sean.
Well, I'm not
Only
here to be liked. I'm
vulnerable
not here to be
fucking old
liked.
women with wills, it seems.
That
Yeah, but
sounds like
that's
a bit of
not
jealousy
true.
there.
That's how they've painted it up.
How old was you? It just gets dirty, doesn't it?
Ask the
Whichever way you look.
questions then. Why
I'm
don't you
not
just
even
ask
going
the
to get
questions?
into it because you know what? I'll wind myself up and I'll end up at your door and I'll end up in the cell tonight. Can't be asked speaking to you, Sean. You're wrong. Just don't speak my name again, otherwise it won't end well for you.
Yeah, but he don't talk about you. He stopped talking
Exactly.
about you. He apologised to you on a live twice.
And that was the end of it to me, as far as I'm concerned.
He doesn't.
But then
He
you showed
doesn't
up at my
want
house.
trouble with you. He doesn't want trouble with you, Den.
And it was explained then that I got you misidentified with somebody that was in my house. And I used the words of a person that used to live in my house. I didn't address you directly and say the words Den Terrigan is paedophile.
He's not
I wanna
looking
make
for
that
your
unequivocal
trouble. He
clear.
doesn't want your trouble. He doesn't need your trouble.
I believed you to be a person that used to live in my house because of the way you sounded, because you sounded similar. That can happen with anybody. Anybody can make that misinterpretation. But the way you reacted towards me didn't help.
What did I do? What was my reaction, Sean? Did I not say to you, here's my channel, go and have a look. My face is on there, and come
Yes,
back
and afterwards I
if
did
you're
go and have a
wrong,
look.
apologise on the same
Yeah.
stream. That's what I offered you a chance to do, didn't I?
Yeah, and afterwards I did go and have a look, and then I made the realization, oh, okay, maybe he's telling the truth there. Maybe this is the wrong person.
Yeah, but you had an hour and 43 minutes to do that, and you chose not to. You chose to carry on.
As we all do when we're in the heat of the moment, Dan. You should know this. When you
Well,
get carried
if
away.
somebody says you've got it wrong, here's the information, go and check, and then you've got an hour carrying on behind that, then
It doesn't
yeah,
matter
that's
whether
your
it's a minute or an
prerogative.
hour. The fact
That's
is, I
your
went and
prerogative.
looked. And I made that distinguishation, and I realized, okay, I've made a mistake. However, the way you reacted to me about it wasn't somebody that you didn't react in the way of a
The fact
person.
of the matter is, right, maybe we all reacted wrong because to the
Yeah.
rest of us, then, right, to the rest of us, it was funny because we knew it weren't you, right? Everybody knew it weren't you. The side chat knew it weren't you. We've seen you in the... It was funny that he actually thought that it was you. Now, Sean took that to think that maybe he was right. He didn't realise that because he's...
Yeah, but am I going to find that funny?
Because I don't understand social cues.
Yeah, because he's socially awkward, he didn't realise that actually we were laughing because we knew it was ridiculous.
This is what makes me laugh.
And that's a part of autism, that Rick. That is a part of autism where those things can happen, where you can't read social cues.
This is what I mean.
Sometimes, people do get things
Shut the
misunderstood.
fuck up, Robert. Nobody cares what you're saying. You talk shit. Shut up. Jupiter, you're saying that you're laughing. He was saying that I'd contact with a child on my phone. I'd beat a woman up. All this fucked up shit, and you just
We were laughing because we knew it weren't you, and he was getting it fucking wrong,
Right,
and
so
he was
why
insistent it was you.
Sean, right? You need to go and check. Bam, bam, bam. Because
but Moon did.
we all know
Moon
collectively.
said to him, "I don't think it is him. There's a picture on his channel. Go and have a look at it."
Yeah, exactly. So why
all the
didn't
people in the
somebody
side chat were
kind of
saying, "No, Sean, it's not him."
Yeah. And what I said then was, I said that there was a person in my house who was called Michael, and he was found to have been communicating with somebody on Snapchat who was a child of a woman I was going out with. Okay, I'll be quiet.
Stop justifying yourself.
I've got a couple of questions for you, Den. I'm not going at you, Den. I've got a couple of questions for you.
I can't be asking you, Brian. I come on here to speak to you, but I didn't come on here to speak to you.
I don't got colours anymore, but come on, just speak to you, Den. Are you prepared for that? Are you happy for that?
Ryan, just ask your question. Go on.
Well, I want to make sure he's okay with it, Jupiter.
Like I just said, Brian, I don't think we've got anything to discuss. The thing
Well, I've got a couple of unwavering loyalty to a woman. Your unwavering loyalty to a woman that for 3 years has run down people, has gone over people, then has also harassed children that have died, also has conned money out of people, multiple people's then, and you're I'm not finished. When I'm finished, talk. Loyalty is it because you want to get in her knickers, because you never will, because she's told me everything about you then. I've got all the messages. Which I'm quite happy to put up there. I'm not finished. I'm not finished then. Finish then and put their point over then.
Last time
you're talking over me because you know what's coming. You know what's coming.
I know exactly what's coming because it's
You
exactly
know what's
word for
coming
word
because
last
what
time
she has
you
done in the
said
background to put a knife in your back 10 times, not once, but at
I'll
least
just let
10
you
times.
ramble
And I've
on.
got the evidence. Yeah. How do you feel then?
You done?
I'll send them right. I'll put them right up now. I've not got a problem with it.
Shall I give you the same answer I gave you last time, Brian?
No, I've never asked you these questions before, Dan Tarragon. Not your
Well,
name,
you
but
have.
anyway.
I got it on video last time. You've
Go on,
obviously got memory problems. Tell you what, Brian, let's change it up a bit. Let me ask you something. When you
No, no,
when,
whoa. I've asked you 6 or 7 questions. Is it so hard to answer them?
yeah, like
And do
I've
you
already
think
said,
it's right that 2
like I've
men
already
go
said,
into
Brian,
an autistic man's house and threatening him, who's got special needs and is autistic, 2 fully
do you
grown
guys
males?
have a better memory
And
than
there
this
was a stream. Hang
fucking
on, I'm not
YouTube
finished,
book?
Dan. There was a stream
Have you not
last
done
night with
it
a scouser.
already
I don't
on
know who
your
the scouser was. Why don't you come to my house? Because they know they get bashed the fuck out. But go on, then. You've got the platform.
Stupid, have you got a better memory than this YouTube bum? We've done this already, word for word. Everything he's just said, we've already done.
So the link is in the description, then, and as long as they come on and they're not being abusive, right?
So,
And what
have
I
I
mean
been
by abusive,
Dukes, have I been rude? I
no,
apologise. Have
you
I been
haven't.
rude?
As long as people are doing it with a certain decorum, I understand that men
Yeah.
are going to get a little bit
Yeah.
area-rated.
I just
But
know what is his fascination, Dukes?
Rick,
I want to ask
you can deal with Brian by yourself. It's a one-on-one. I'm not getting involved.
please don't, Dukes. I'm just asking the fascination, or shall we say, the obsession with Kaylee and these. I'm thinking, but please don't talk over. Let's talk man to man. The obsession you have with Kaylee and Lee. As she sent me messages from you from 2 years ago. I've got everything from you. Then Harry. Go on, I'm going to talk. I'm going to move up. Let me move up.
You were supposed to be coming to Telford, Brian. Why didn't you come? You could have talked man to man, face to face then, but you chose not to. You were talking shit with Danny Jones, AJ Tyler, like he was all coming to Telford. None of you's come, so you didn't want to talk face to face, did you, Brian?
I was never going to Telford. I'm talking about
you're on
the
video,
obsession you had with Kaylee and Lee. The obsession you had with her when she sent me everything on you. This is 2 years ago. Kaylee sent me everything on you. I've got 872 messages from her. Then you're offended. You went to the boss and you behaved terribly. You said, Dad, I'm going to be sorry, Dukes. I'm going to be I'm going to finish.
Yeah, mute up. Fuck off. You weirdo, Brian. Just talk shit. You had an opportunity to come meet me and you chose not to. So at that point, you're just a pointless fucking pleb on YouTube.
So someone in the side chat said that Katie said this about you. I don't know if it's true or not. Someone said, I don't know, it could be just trolling. But apparently Kaylee is supposed to have told someone that you get incontinent when you're angry and it's hereditary in the family.
I get what?
That you piss yourself when you're angry and it's hereditary in the family.
Are we believing people in the chat now? Serious.
I can't say that's true, Dukes, but I've got messages from Kaylee saying he's a mug and she's got a wrap around little finger. I've got these messages. I can show them. Then you're a fucking idiot, if I'm honest with you. What you did outside the mosque was fucking terrible. But that's another issue apart from Kaylee and Lee. You think you're going to get hold of Kaylee. He doesn't like you, then. He's using you. Sorry, dude. He's talking over again. I'll mute up.
You have, but I haven't. You have, but I haven't. Okay? Dirty old bastard.
What, have you finished or not?
I finished talking to Pond Life like you.
Have you finished, Ben? Have you finished?
Right, can I just interject here for a minute for both of you, right? You don't like each other, that's evident, right?
Nobody
but the fact of the matter is, he's asking you a decent question. He's saying, why do you back up Kaylee when he's got enough information that Kaylee sent him, and I believe he probably has got this, by the way, because Kaylee was as thick as thieves with him at one point. I don't know if you know that, Den. Actually turned her back on people that were actually getting on with her and defending her at the
Yeah,
time. Because
there's
at
loads of
the time, hold on, Dan, let me finish.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Let me finish, then. Then, please, let me finish. Then you can come back. At the time, I didn't like Brian, right? Kaylee was in the thick of it with Brian, and she was having phone calls with him and sending him stuff and everything else. He's saying that he's got stuff that she said about you, and that he could actually put that out. And he's
Why would
asking
I
you
care?
why.
It's just another Wendy syndrome. Oh, I've got this, I've got that. If you've
So
got
you
it,
don't
put it
believe
out.
he's got it? Okay.
Put it out. Put it out. I couldn't give a fuck. I won't be asked.
Well,
How
I
many
spoke
people?
to Kaylee today, then, and said to her, will you please put out the 872 messages on me? Because you keep threatening it, but you've not sent one out. Now, Jupes, I'm asking this question to you, and you know what she's like. Why won't she show one text? And I've texted her many, many times, Jupe, many, many times. Why
Yeah.
won't you put one message out between me and her?
A weird obsession with
After
them.
today, I'm
I
talking to
Right.
promise.
Jupe
I
today.
don't know. I don't know.
Why have all the weird people
All
then
I'm
got
going to
an
say at this
obsession
point
with
is I
YouTube?
don't agree with anyone putting anything private out. Anyone.
Why
I'll
have
tell
all
you,
the old creepy
That's
you know
it.
what? You want to know,
Yeah, but
Jupiter? You
that's
want to
my
know?
stand on it. But you two
Yeah,
are free to deal
Jupiter,
with it however
do
you two
you want
wish.
to know Jupiter? Do you want to know Jupiter?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, and I've got proof of this, and I can show the recording. When we were speaking for an hour and 47 minutes, there's well, we've got me and Esau have got a recording for an hour and 47 minutes. And towards the last 40 minutes of the phone call, this is what she was trying to blackmail me. She went, look, Brian, please let me speak to your wife. Now, Esau was pretending to be my wife. Yeah?
Yeah. Oh
And
my
we've
God.
got the recording. We've got the recording of this. I can. It's no problem. Yeah. I mean, okay, Kaylee, I'm going to put you on to my wife. Please be nice to her. She's not social media. As soon as I put her, she thought she was speaking to my wife, which is Esau. I've got the recording. We can send it to you, Dupes.
Yeah.
She went, how do you feel, Blanca, about Brian fucking Chartel? But it was Esau on the phone.
Yeah, I can believe that, Brian. Shall I tell you why I believe you?
I promise you.
Because
I can send you the recording.
my mum was here last weekend, and I was doing a live stream, and my mum happened to say hello to people, right? Because she was talking in the background. I said,
didn't
"Oh,
know that.
sorry, that was my mum," and people said hello. People on the panel said hello, Jupiter's mum, and she went, "Oh, hello." Kaylee came on.
Yeah.
Kaylee came on and said to my mum, even though it's not true, and even though there's no evidence out there, because I keep asking for it. How do you feel about your great grandchildren getting beat to a pulp, even though it's not true? Which upset my mum, because my mum was like, "What'd she say?" And then my mum lost her temper. So yeah, I believe you. Kaylee does do that kind of thing.
What I said to her today when I spoke to her, what I said to her today, if she spent half the time concentrating on getting the children back than she does on YouTube, she'd probably have them every day. I was being nice to you. Wasn't it horrible? If she spent half the time that she does on YouTube, I'm talking then, sit back, because you're a Muslim, mate. If she spent half the time that she does on YouTube recording people, then into her children, Dupes, she would have them. But she doesn't. She's a nutter. Then Tara, have you ever been to her house? Have you ever been to her house, then?
Why is this old degenerate trying to link these?
Have you ever been to Kaylee's house?
I'm talking to Jupiter.
I don't. Yeah. I agree. But I can understand why Den's saying how's that relevant, though.
Because he's so invested in her. She's told me he's a creep. I got the message. He's a creep.
Give us an example.
You just told me what happened with your ex-wife then. Yeah, why you used Den Tarragon as a pseudonym.
A question. You've got all this stuff.
You answer me then. You're going to answer me then.
I'm invested into Umbrella, please.
Her name's Kaylee and Eve. Her name's Kaylee and Eve in Leversham. Listen, you've never been to her house. I have. She don't like you, then. The only place you've ever met her is Telford, what she tells me. I don't know whether that's true or not.
How
but
come
that's
you've
what
actually been to her house, if you don't mind me asking, Brian?
Because it's about 12 miles from my home, Dupes.
What, so you actually went round to visit her?
Yeah. And I spoke to Amber as well, a neighbour. She's got a neighbour called Amber.
Wow.
Yeah.
And yet she talks on here like she hates you, and she's actually been social with you offline.
Doesn't like me, Dukes, now. But you got to remember, I've got 872 messages. And I told her today, put them the messages out there. Dukes, have you ever seen one message from me to her out there? And she blackmails people like Rodney and all that shit, what she did with him. I've got all the messages that she was going to do to him.
Yeah, well, what she done to Moon was absolutely disgusting, especially when
Yeah,
there's
it
a lot of
was.
investigation.
Him. Yeah, it was Dukes. It was Dukes. She thinks you're a fucking idiot then. And I got messages to prove it. Sorry, Dukes. I don't mean to bring your channel down, mate.
You see, no, that's all right. You see, Den, and this is why I talk to everybody on all sides. And this is why I refuse to take sides, because there are people on here not telling the truth. A lot of them.
Let's be real. Then let's talk about the reason why you lost your children. Come on, because I've got my kids.
He's left. I don't know if he's going to come back.
Sorry,
he's back.
Dukes. I didn't
It's all
bring
right,
it down. I'm sorry, Dukes. I don't jump on panels. It's very rare that I do.
Yeah, can you do it with less animosity, though, and just try and be neutral as you say it? So Den is back. But this is the reason why, Den, because as me and Brian, we hated each other for a long time, right? Because I never knew the whole background of it. I never realised
you had me arrested.
Stuff with Brian Harvey or any of that shit, right? But it's like Danny Oakes Jones and all that lot. They were all using Brian to do stuff. Brian was doing it, and then they were going out front, sending him mental by saying, oh, he's disgusting, look at him picking on women. Meanwhile, they were the ones who gave him Laura Lewis's stuff and told him to go that Laura Lewis was a liar. They were giving him stuff to go after me.
The only reason myself or Umbrella know even who Brian Hill was because Jason had implemented us into that situation. We didn't know who he was.
I doxed myself, you fucking idiot. I gave my real name out there, you fucking idiot. Jason, A.K. whatever his fucking name is, then I gave my own name, you fucking idiot.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
No, what he means is, Brian, calm down.
Sorry.
Well, what he means is, right, so there was a stream on the Wasps where they were talking about Kaylee and to do with bleach, right?
Yeah.
There's no way that Brian would have known that, Rick, without Danny telling him.
Well, fair enough. Fair enough.
Danny, I'll tell you what these Dukes. I had 3 people telling me stuff on her, and that was Danny Jones Hoax Police, a guy called who's Eric Crack Bitch. He went for Eric's Crack Bitch, yeah. Who's the other guy? So I can't believe I can't remember the other guy. There was 3. No, AJ, and they were telling me stuff on her to go. But he sort of kept saying, no, bro, let's just hold this back. It ain't right. So we held it back. But when we heard about the bleach situation, I couldn't believe that. If I'm honest with you, Dukes, I couldn't believe she poured bleach down her ears. To this day, do I think it happened? I'm not sure, Dukes. I've got no evidence. Yeah. But she used to call me every single day. Every single day. I've got all the messages. She doesn't type me. Like, you know what you call her text? You type it, don't you? She doesn't do that. She said voice notes, if you know what a voice note is, yeah? I've got 872 of them, Dukes.
I've got about a million.
This is what I get put our messages out there.
Brian, are you aware of this then?
I'm talking. She was asking me to get pregnant with her, Dukes.
Look, I can believe it, Brian, because I don't want to put people's names out there, but I know 2 other gentlemen that I know really well that she was in private calls with them saying all sorts of shit. And I also know about Rodney. Rodney's ones were put out there.
It was terrible. No, Rodney was as bad.
Now, you see those messages of Rodney's that she put out?
I've got them all.
They were all around the same time of that live stream that I played the other day and broke down. You know, the one where you was on there and you went and you said to Rodney, you've been calling her in the middle of the night because that's what she'd been telling you. Well, if you go and actually look at the messages that she put out, it shows that she was leading him, not him aggravating her. She
I was-
every time he backed away, she would send a message. Oh, you've not been in touch for a while. What's going on? I still want to hear from you. I've just been really sleeping. Meanwhile, she's texting Brian, Rick, fucking Chrissy Morris, Jason, you know, all of them.
Jupes, I'll tell you something you don't know, right? And this is the truth. And I'll send you all the messages. Now, Rodney actually fell in love with her. I'm going to tell you the truth.
I know he did. No, I don't want the messages. I don't want all that.
No, he was besotted by
Are you aware?
Rodney phoned me up and said, Brian, please drop her out, basically. I'm right into her. Rodney was prepared to leave his missus for Kaylee. I said, are you some sort of fucking idiot? She's a nutcase. She's an absolute fucking nutcase. Brian, please stop messaging her. I'm going to ask her and I'm moving with her. I've got the messages. Kaylee can't deny this.
Brian,
why?
are you aware that Danny Jones used to have Umbrella on a show called The After Dark Show with Flow Destroyer, and everything was fine then? She weren't all these things which she's saying she is today. It was all fine then until she did one support video in support of Brian Harbour.
Yeah, we believe that, Rick. We're not. It's not even about that. I think it's more than that, Rick. I think it's more than that. I think these men turn on her.
Jupes, can I say one thing? Do I believe, honestly, Jupes, that what Danny Jones has done and this Eric crap bitch and the other guy to Kaylee is wrong? Absolutely.
Yeah,
do I believe
they trolled her?
I'll be honest, Jupes. What they did to her was terrible. In my opinion, no one else's opinion. What they did to her was absolutely vindicated and went after her hardcore. And she's a woman. But, and I say but, Jupes.
She leads the men on, yeah.
Yeah, she does. She leads them on. I've got messages from her asking me to have trip.
Go on.
Oh, not them kind of messages.
Sean, can you just let him talk, please? Are you still there?
I've got messages from her singing to me every single night, singing to me. She knows. And this is why she won't put one message out there on me. She can't, because she knows what I've got.
I don't get what the big issue with you and her is, Brian. Something obviously went on. Maybe you could have got together, maybe you couldn't. You didn't. At that point, you move on. You don't keep...
Because, to be honest with you, Den, she fell in love. She's not my type of bird. She's not my type of bird. But I let her. Me and Esau played her. Me and Esau played her for 9 months.
That doesn't make you men, does it? Realistically.
She's a lunatic. She's a fucking lunatic.
Well, if you two played her for 9 months, expect her to play you for 18 months. I think that's how it would work, to be honest. Enjoy the ride, is all I'll say. Because Umbrella, whether you like her or not, she's not stupid.
I told her then, yesterday, put all the messages out there. I said, put them all out there. She won't. She knows what I've got. She knows what I've got.
Your obsession only seems to be one way, Brian. You've just added to a collection of other old degenerates which have got a weird obsession about her. It's creepy as fuck.
I've not got an obsession with her. She had an obsession with me.
Oh, you've jumped on here to speak to me about Umbrella, even though I've never been with her, never intended to be with her.
She thinks you're a creep.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
What do you want me to do? Cry? So pretend to cry online or something? What do you want me to do, Brian?
Why you can't see your children? It's got nothing to do with me, Den. It's not my problem. She shouldn't be telling me this shit.
I think Brian's asking you as a man, why are you falling for it when you know that? But I can give you that answer, Brian.
I need an example of how I fell for it and how I'm.
I can give you the answer, Brian, because Den uses her for information.
I don't think so. She thinks she's using Den for information. She said to me, and I've got the messages, she's got him wrapped around a little finger. He'll do exactly as he's told. And she said to me one time when he was driving the car, you're from up north, aren't you, Den? You're up north, yeah? Yeah? He'll do exactly as he's told.
All I'll say is what I'll say to Wendy. Put it out then, Brian. Or stop talking shit, because you've been saying it for quite a long time, but not put anything out. You're the type of person
Let me ask you a question then. A simple question. Why has Kaylee put every single message out on all these men that she's blackmailed, but won't put one out on me? Not one.
Brian, you're the type of person that can't hold your own piss. So if you had something, we would have all seen it by now. You've clearly got nothing. Simple as that. Put up or shut up. Simple as that for me. And I still won't care less. You can put 20 videos out. I won't watch none of them. I won't comment and I won't care less or more next week. So that's how relevant it is, Brian.
Listen, Dan. I'm not going to bring because listen. Your private life is your private life, yeah. And I'm not like I was. I'm not like I was. I don't come on panels. Jukes is the first time I come on panels.
Only 6 weeks ago, you was on about doorstep and me and involving my son. So let's not talk shit. Anytime you meet me,
your court cases, Dan, and your family court cases, Dan. I know everything.
Yeah, okay, Brian. Anytime you want to talk shit, you could have come to yourself with a meat, man. I would quite happily smash your face wide open, an old bastard or not. It's not an issue to me. You want to talk shit and then try and bring shit to my family.
Let's not try and talk about violence.
Was I being violent, Jukes? Was I being violent, Jukes?
No, but Dan just said he's going to smash your face in.
Danny Jones and AJ Tyler and Esau. That's what he said. And I think Wavy was even involved. You all made out like he's going to do this for weeks and weeks. And then none of yous turned up because you're all cowardly cunts. I would smash the fuck out of all of yous put together on my own. Simple as that.
Yeah, but to be fair, you did know where Brian lived. You never turned up at his door, but you went to
I can't going to go all the way to Brian's to see some stupid old bastard which has got no credibility to nothing. He can't even remember. I've asked Brian. He can't even remember.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. No, Dan.
No, listen. He can't even remember. His sole purpose of being on YouTube was to get rid of the bullies for Brian Harvey. He can't even remember that time period happening. Ask him now yourself. Did it happen? He can't fucking remember. He's fucked in the head, Jupiter. I don't know why you've got him around. There's something not right with this cunt.
So, like I said, the link is there for anyone to come on as long as they're doing it respectfully. But what I will say about this is that, look, the point I'm making is that you're claiming that Brian did all this with Danny Oakes-Jones and everything. But how come you didn't go to his door and pull him up, but you were willing to do it to Sean?
Because fucking Sean lives round the corner. Brian lives round the corner from me.
Have you got the video, Sean, from a Scouser last night?
I was happy to see them all in Telford. I showed
What's that, Brian?
That's all you need to know. These are gutless
Can you play it, please?
I can't hear you, Brian. Dan was speaking.
Okay. There's a video from a Scouser guy. I don't know who he is. I can send it to you if you want me to. Who was talking about you and why they turned up at your door. Have you got the video?
A Scouser?
Yeah, some Scouse guy, actually. Yeah, he was a Scouse guy.
Never had a Scouser turn up at my door. Yeah, send me the video.
No, he was back in your corner.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, let me have a listen.
What about Heathen?
I'll have a listen.
I don't know who it was. I will send it here, but I don't know who the hell it was.
Is it proper deep cutthroat Scouse?
Oh, it was Liverpool. It was proper Liverpool. I don't really know.
It might be even then. Yeah, I think it might be even.
What are you blaming even for?
No, Jukes. He was
no, he wasn't blaming him for anything. I think he was saying he was sticking up for me.
He was sticking up for Sean and just said, why didn't you turn up at my house? Or why did you go to an autistic child's house?
Yeah, that was even yesterday,
Yeah, that was Heathen, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, that would have been Heathen, yeah.
Was it Heathen? Proper Scouse guy.
So. Yeah.
Brian, your sole purpose for being on YouTube.
Yeah, Heathen's very balanced. Very balanced.
Yeah.
He was, yes, Dukes. He was very, what can I call it? Neutral is the word.
Yeah,
Brian,
he is.
Brian, can I put this to you and then can I get a response from you? Yeah. Right, your sole purpose of being on YouTube, as far as I'm aware, was you was going to get rid of all these trolls for Brian Harvey. Is that right? Yes or no?
No.
What was your sole purpose for being on YouTube?
Anti-racism, anti-pedos. That was my purpose.
Yeah, you said 3 things. What was it? When I first jumped on your show, I asked you what you was about, and you said 3 things. What did you say?
Anti-pedophiles, anti-Islamophobes.
Right. So the people around you that have acted racist, basically you broke all your rules there in one go, just on one
Who did that?
one shot.
Who did that?
Esau's not been racist, no?
Maybe at times, a little bit.
Right. So there's one out the window. Pedo
I don't
stuff.
think you can
You've
use
got
that
Sean
argument.
on the panel, which is a fucking self-proclaimed rapist.
No,
Who?
I'm
There's
not.
another out the window.
Right, let me
And then
address
you're
this.
left with
Yeah.
racism. Well,
No, let me address this because I'm not a self-confessed rapist.
well, your own words say you are. I'm not going to argue the fucking
No.
points. on video.
I've never
I'll
been
just refer
charged.
people back to the video Sean
Never been
Cassidy.
charged, convicted, or taken even to court for any such offence. So as far as it stands, I am not a rapist.
All right.
Simple as
Okay.
that.
Hang on, Sean. Give me 2 seconds. I'm on about convicted. Convicted. Den. So don't jump out that one. I know I can't go at you, Den, because you're not convicted Islamophobe, but I know you're an Islamophobe. Everyone knows you're an Islamophobe. Yes.
It's not even a word, Brian.
What,
Definitely not
Islamophobe?
what you're saying. Yeah.
Islamophobe is a word, the same as homophobe, and
Yeah, that's the word. The one Brian said wasn't a word. It was just
You,
made up.
you are an Islamophobe, Den. 100%. You're
Not a word,
anti-Muslim.
Brian. That's not a word.
that's semantics.
Really? Do you know what Islamophobe is, Den?
I do, yeah. I'm not sure you do.
It's somebody
What?
that doesn't like Muslims.
Oh, whoa, Sean, please, Sean, let me go down this road. It's cool. Please,
Sean, can
please.
you stay out of it and just leave these two talking, please?
Thank you.
Okay, Jukes.
Then explain your prophecy of Islamophobia.
You give me your definition of it, Brian.
What is that?
You're
What,
the one thing that I asked.
anti-Islamophobia?
What you'll need to do is give me an example of me being Islamophobic as well. At the
You
end of
go
it.
into a mosque. You go into a mosque. Yeah.
Go to a mosque every Friday, Brian. And what? What?
No, you don't. No, you don't.
You ever do? You ever do?
We've got any proof of that?
Yeah, I put a video out about 2 weeks ago with me at the local mosque.
Are you Muslim?
On a Friday, yeah.
On a Friday, you were Muslim.
That's
Yeah.
very racist.
Oh, God's sake. Then,
Sure.
are you for real?
So if you say one more thing towards my direction, I've already told you my terms and conditions. I'm going to come kick your door in and smash your face in. Are you saying I'm
Sorry?
a racist now?
Sorry, say again?
Be
Could you
careful
repeat
now
that?
before you speak, Sean. Are you calling
can
me
you
a racist again?
I said the comment sounded racist.
Right, well, what you should do is hold your fucking mouth and shut your mouth because you're 2 minutes away from me, Sean. And I'm not going to give you no more warnings.
Why are
You're not
you
vulnerable.
threatening me? Why are you threatening me for simply speaking?
Sean, I
Okay,
asked you to be quiet.
before that,
Okay, yeah, I'll
do
be
not
quiet.
fucking speak to me. Don't
Let me
fucking say anything more my way. Don't even mention my name in your dirty paedophile mouth.
Den, we're talking, yeah?
Yeah,
Are
it
you
was.
a racist?
You say I am, but it's one of them for me. I know now because I've got a multicultural
Are you a racist?
You can say I am because you don't understand what a race is, do you?
But no, I'm so simple. I don't understand. Can you help
Right,
me?
well, I'll
Can
break
you
it
help
down
me?
for you,
Help
Brian.
me.
You seem a little bit like medicated or something. Islam
I
is an
do,
ideology.
I do, Den.
It's
Are
not a
you a
religion.
racist?
No, you need
Den,
to listen
are you
to
a
this.
racist?
You can talk, but you don't listen, do you? And
I don't
ideology
know.
has no rights. You can criticise an ideology
Den,
all you want.
Den,
Not a
can you
religion.
help me
It's
help
not
you?
a
Are
race.
you a racist?
I've said no quite clearly, Brian.
You like black people?
Well, they'd have to because I've got them in my family, Brian. So,
Do you like
how many
Indian people?
people have you got in your family, Brian? White.
What, in my family?
Yeah.
Well, my uncle's Trinidadian. My second wife is Anglo-Indian, so I have Anglo-Indian children. My third wife is Eastern European. My first wife is Irish. There you go. All right.
How many eyes have you got? Or had? Fucking hell.
So anyway,
Clearly
do
a
you like
problem there.
Muslims? Do you like Muslims?
Clearly a problem there.
Please explain to me. Do you like Muslims?
Yeah, got loads of good Muslim friends. My solicitor's a Muslim as well, which I've known from school. Anything else?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What about Islam? Do you like Islam?
No, I don't like Islam. It's an ideology. Same as
It's what?
Mark Let's Nazi ideology. Spoke out on both. Don't get called racist for speaking about the Nazi one, though. It's weird, that, isn't it?
You do know that Muslims is not a race, it's a religion. I mean, Islam
No,
is.
it's not.
Sorry? So you back me?
It's
Sorry?
Brian. It's what?
Sorry?
No, I'm sorry for you. You repeat what you just said.
Muslims, yeah, that is the religion, the Muslim faith, obviously, yeah.
Muslims
Islam.
are people. Muslims are people. Try again.
Of course they are. Of course they are.
Yeah.
Why do you hate Muslims?
I don't hate Muslims. Right,
You
this
do.
is how it's out, Brian. Muslims
Go on.
are people which choose to follow an ideology. Much like Nazis, they choose to follow a different ideology. Okay, there's no difference. Somewhere in the middle, it's just an ideology.
The Nazis is not a race or is not a religion.
Right, thank
What-
you. It's an ideology.
Where
Yeah,
are you going
same
on?
as Islam. Yeah.
How can you bring up Nazism to a religion? It's not a religion. It's a political view. It was a political view by Adolf Hitler. What the hell are you talking about then? Do you really know what you're talking about?
Do you want to know any facts, or do you want to just talk bollocks?
I'd love to. Please educate me.
67% of the Quran, which every Muslim reads, is hate upon anybody that's not in that ideology. Okay,
Infidel.
people like people like you, people like me, yeah.
Infidels.
Except
Go
on
on.
a Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on.
Right, so that's an ideology. If you read that book, it's basically a war manual.
Can I ask you a question? How did you put Nazism as a race? Because it's not. It was a political view by Adolf Hitler. How the hell did you turn that over from a race or religion? It's a political view.
I didn't say it was either. I said it was an ideology.
Rewind.
You can rewind as much as you want. I know what I said.
I
It's
know
a
what you said.
fucking ideology, same as Islam. You think Islam is a race somehow, or religion? It's neither.
Ideology. Tell me that. Tell me that, please. But explain to me how Nazism is an ideology.
How is it not an ideology? People.
No, I'll ask you a question. How is it an ideology?
How is it not?
It's a view from one man that put his views on a nation.
Right. And then
Do you know
it
your history?
and then it carries on and turns into an ideology. It was
No,
ideology.
what are you talking about then? You
What is it
really
then,
don't
Brian? What is it then? A religion, is it? Is Nazism a religion or a race? Is it?
No, of course it's not. It's just a political view from one person who puts it on the nation. What are you
Right.
talking about then?
An ideology, Brian. I'd Google ideology or something. It's like you're stuck on stupid. You think that Islam is somehow a race or a religion. It is neither. It's an ideology. I could be any colour of the rainbow can be a Muslim, Brian. That should tell you all you need to know. So throw the race card out the window, then realise that they cannot separate church from state, so it makes it not a religion but an ideology. If it was a religion or a race, I would be prosecuted
How
a
would you
long
explain Nazism as an ideology? Explain that to me, please.
Say
I
it
need to
again.
learn.
Say it again.
How would you explain Nazism as an ideology that you said in your words?
Because it's an ideology, Brian. Have you ever, considering you hate Tommy Robinson so much, have you actually listened to Mark Collette?
You not hate Tommy Robinson.
Have you
Where did
actually
you get
listened
that
to
from?
Mark Collette? Yes or no?
Tommy Robinson. Where did you get that from?
Have you ever listened to Mark Collette? You seem to know a lot. What Tommy
I've spoken to
Robinson?
Mark Collette personally. Listen, I've spoken to Mark Collette personally on his channel. I've spoken to Mark Collette personally on his channel.
And how did that go?
Not well. Not well.
So what did you think of him?
I think he's a prick.
You think he's racist?
Yes.
Right, we agree on that. That should tell you what you need to know, Brian.
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest, and it's going to get clicked. I think he's a low-life prick. Yeah, who lives off what he's done in the past and the BNP and the National Front and Nick Griffin because he loved him. I think he's a fucking prick.
We agree on that. There's the middle ground. I'm not racist, Brian. I wouldn't. be supporting anybody that was racist because they've got
Why
a
are you
photo.
not open to every race, whether it be Christianity, Catholicism, or Islam, or Sikh, or Buddhism? I'm an atheist. Then I'm an atheist
Okay. I don't understand what that would sway on whatever.
because I'm open to all people who have a belief. Then who have a belief, and I think it's nice to believe in something.
Right, but do you think it's okay to question something when it's causing terrorism and rape gangs, Brian?
Yes. Yes.
No, well, that's all I'm doing. I'm not attacking people. I'm attacking the ideology, which.
Have you said racist views? Have you said racist things? Then
Pardon?
have you said racist things?
No, because I'm not a racist person, Brian.
You have said racist things
All right, give us an example then. We'll wait for you to find it.
on the Muslim faith. You've called them terrorists.
Right? Like I've just told you, I've read the Quran, you haven't. I'm telling you now, it's a warm.
I'll be honest. I've never read the Quran. I've not. But I have a good friend who's very, very into the Quran who educates me.
Right. We're on about Zubida, because Zubida don't know her ass from her elbow when it comes to Islam.
I disagree.
Well, there's an easy way to deal with that. Get her up for a debate. I'll bring
Okay.
Nathan Kirkton and we'll have a discussion. She can bring whoever she wants, a cleric or.
You're really up for that. And as we're talking now, reasonably, I will arrange that.
Yeah, that's
If
good.
you-
See, the thing is, Brian,
yeah.
just the little things like Zubida liking music, Zubida liking makeup, them things are not allowed in her ideology. So
Yeah. And she's
it's
now a very
little things that
Muslim
should
lady. She's
count.
very strict. Since she's been married as well, she's a very strict Muslim lady. Very, very strict. Why you don't see her on YouTube?
You do see her on YouTube. She's still got her makeup on and all that. So she's not
No,
actually that.
she doesn't.
In my mind, from the mosque where I go every Friday, she wouldn't be considered a Muslim in any way, shape, or form. She'd be classed as a hypocrite.
She doesn't wear makeup. She was only here 2 weeks ago. She does not wear anything like that.
Well, I watch her channel and I've seen her with makeup many times in the last few months. She did take it off for a while when she was had a go at by whatever his name is, that Ali, whatever his mate. He had a go and then she looked like she'd took the advice for a while, and then she did a video saying, "I don't care what other people think. I'm gonna do me." Blah blah blah. Good on her. Good on her. She should be able to enjoy music and wear makeup. It's disgusting that an ideology would stop a young girl her age doing that shit. It's ridiculous.
Her and her husband was only here 2 weeks ago, yeah, and she left the beach to come back to pray, yeah, and she doesn't wear makeup. I can promise you, yeah, I promise you that.
I've seen her on video that has makeup on, Brian. So I've seen her on videos recently with makeup on. So
yeah.
Well, I'm not going to argue about it. You think she hasn't, and I think she has due to videos.
Would you show that? Then
What's that?
Would you be willing to show that? Because I can promise you, it's not happened.
All you have to do is look in the channel, Brian. That's all I'm on. I'm not on some secret group. I just subscribe to her thing, and now and again they pop up. It's them little 2-minute things. She's on a panel with some other bird. I'm not too sure who the other girl is. It's like a podcast thing or whatever.
She goes on podcast now. That's the thing. Yeah, she's on podcast.
Yeah, but you know something? Can I just interject here, then?
With makeup on there, Brian.
This is one of the problems that I've got with some people that want to call Islam out, right? If someone believes in a faith and they go and pray and they do all the other stuff, but they wear a little bit of makeup, wouldn't you rather have what I call a cultural Muslim in this country than an extreme Muslim? Because I would. Yeah. I'd rather have someone like that who's trying to, who doesn't want to be extreme, who wants to sort of amalgamate being British, being a modern woman, but has a little bit of faith.
Yeah, 100%. And Zubida is actually.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna deride her. If she wears makeup, she wears makeup.
I'm not having a go at her for it, but it's one of them. She needs to realise that in her ideology, which she protects before most things, that is not allowed. It's haram. So I'm not being mean. I'm just pointing out her
No,
ideology.
but what I'm saying is, all these people will go, "Oh yeah, but that's not haram, and you're supposed to do it to this extreme." You're actually backing up extremists.
No, I'm not. I'm pointing
Because you're
out.
kind of putting pressure on them to be extreme, and I don't want
No,
Muslims
it's
to be
the other way
extreme.
around. It's the other way around. I'm showing her that the ideology which you are physically pushing yourself, not you, Zabida. You know, you're pushing for this.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Dan,
Hang
can I ask you a
on.
question? Can I
No,
ask
let
a
me
Christian?
finish.
Let me one Christian.
You're so rude. You're so
I'm asking.
rude. We're talking.
I'm not a Christian, Dan.
You can hang on.
But then let me ask you a question.
You can hang
Dan,
on.
I'm not religious.
You can hang
Can I ask
on.
you a question?
You can hang on. You can
I know
hang
they're
on.
called haram,
You're so
etc.
fucking rude. You can hang on.
She's 6 years old. She's
can hang
half
on.
your age, then. She's half your age. Yeah. All I'm saying is this. I don't know too much about Catholicism or Christianity, but there's certain people who are Christians, they don't follow the path, shall we say. Yeah. She's only 26. Are you not being a bit harsh?
I've not been harsh. I'm actually on Zubida's side, if you listen, Brian, but you've jumped to your own conclusions already, haven't you? I made up your mind. I get on with Zubida. It's not an issue. Zubida is actually called out. The rape gang, she's actually called out the terrorism. She just can't do the links up to where I'm saying where it's one of them. We have a certain amount of Islam now.
What is your position then? Then, what is your position, man to man? Man to man, then. Man to man, then. What is your position? Because I don't know.
Right, we have a certain amount of Islam at the moment and a certain amount of influence around that. The more people keep coming over here, which have got a much thicker, broader version of Islam than Zabida, she's going to become basically what I would be, someone that is against Islam because she's not following and ticking all the boxes. At some point, she's going to have to wear the full burqa and all this, whatever, and to me, it's wrong. It's fucking wrong. If people choose to follow
is it just Islam, then? Is it just Islam when you say shut the borders down, or is it just shut the borders down full stop?
Full stop, everything. We haven't got enough housing for our own people.
The housing's ridiculous. We've not got enough houses. There's 69 million people live in this country. We can't house them.
Yeah, that's the Tories' fault, that, because they didn't build any houses over the last 12 years. That's what they committed their manifesto to.
King James? I don't know. Is that
Yeah,
right?
that's right. The Conservatives got elected in before they had all their new prime ministers in. They got elected on the basis on their Conservative manifesto of that they promised they would build an additional number of houses. However, that manifesto promise never came to fruition.
Okay.
That's why there isn't any houses.
You know more than me, King James. Can I ask you a question? See, when they build brand new houses, there's not 10% got to go to the council or whatever.
Good morning.
Hold on one sec. Who is the new guest that's arrived?
I am French.
Oh, bonjour, sir.
Bonjour, Jip. Comment vas-tu?
Hello?
Bonjour.
We speak English.
Bonsoir, Jip.
En français, c'est anglais.
Yes, je sais. Mais j'écoute quand même. C'est bien.
No, parlez-vous anglais, s'il vous plaît?
Je parle un peu, pas beaucoup. Mais j'écoute, c'est bien.
Just fuck them off.
Parlez-vous anglais?
Un peu.
That's too distracting. Just fuck them off. Oh, see you later.
Welcome to Jupiter's, sir.
No, he's been removed. He can't speak English.
Anyway, there's a little comment in the chat, Jupes, if we can just address it. Yeah, if we can just address it, if you're okay. Mickey Blue Eyes, you know you got lucky with Mickey Blue Eyes. Charlie Big Potato's got 3.5 years. Just for everyone to know. So he's out in 18 months. Sorry about that, Jupes, but Charlie, Mickey Blue Eyes. Big up Mickey Blue Eyes.
Brian, can you go over the situation that Jason was on about, where he was saying that you was offering large amounts of money to take down Wendy's channel?
Say again, mate. Can you repeat that? Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Can you recover the situation where Jason Tyler says that you was offering him, I think it was 10 grand to take down Wendy's channel?
No, well, listen, I'm not going to lie to you, mate. I'll be honest with you. I said some crazy shit 2-3 years ago. I wasn't right. Probably sounds like something I would say. Can I recall it? No. But I was a madman 3 years ago. Jupiter knows that. She had me arrested twice. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm glad you brought that up, Brian, because everybody says that I didn't do anything about you, but I did.
She had me arrested twice. But listen, I was a mad person 10 times ago in the sea. I'll call it the sea. Jupes.
If you remember, he had like 10 grand in an envelope on a video with a blue background.
Yeah, I'm not going to. It sounds like something I would have done.
Yeah.
Then. But I can't deny it. But it definitely sounds like something I would have done. But I was mad.
Yeah. If you want the truth about why he came over here, he'll tell you that he was asked to go to Brian. Well, you explain it, Brian. You was asked to go to Brian Harvey's.
Basically, again, I'm very, very short. Very, very short. I was asked by a guy called Ian Puddock, who asked me to go to his. He actually contacted a friend of mine who had a security company. He wouldn't do the job. He gave it to me. So I went to see Ian Puddock at a place that was called the Gin Factory. He then said he's got 3 serious trolls. One being a guy, obviously Brian Harvey. The second being Tom Cahill. The other guy, what was his name? I can't remember his fucking name now. Sorry, Dukes. There was another guy. Yeah, 3 of them who kept calling his offices constantly, and he wanted to stop. That's all. So I said, okay, I'll go and see every one of them. Well, Tom Cahill at the time wasn't in the country. Yeah. The other guy I spoke to, he stopped straight away, and then I went to visit Brian Harvey, who lives in Walthamstow. That was it. End of. No biggie. It wasn't a big thing.
Yeah, but from there on, you started acting as you're going to get rid of all Brian Harvey's trolls. So did you go
maybe. So, Brian, can I ask you a question? Did you get asked by Brian Harvey to go and talk to Wendy?
Yes.
Right, there you go. There's your answer, Rick.
Right. So then we lead up to Brian bringing Brian Harvey onto Wendy's show.
Right. So what happened? I'll tell you what happened then. When I was talking to Brian that first day, I went back a couple of days later. Then we started talking, and he was telling me about the internet, etc. I didn't know nothing about YouTube, and then he had a woman turn up at his door called Laura Lewis. Yeah, and Brian Harvey apparently has a lot of people keep turning up at his door, but this woman he brought into his house and done an interview with, and that's where it started from.
So when I asked you 15 minutes ago and said, in that your sole purpose for being on YouTube, you said it was all these 3 other things, which that came right off. Your sole purpose was for all this Brian Harvey stuff.
No, because I was under my name then called the Council of 7 Zen. That was my name.
True.
Do you remember? Yeah, the Council of 7
when I
Zen.
met Brian Earl, that's what his main account was.
That's what my account was. And then with Brian, that's not dark and path. But listen, a lot of what Brian Harvey says is true, believe it or not. It's weird as fuck.
I agree with that.
But a lot of what he says is actually quite true.
I agree with a lot. I think he's got a lot of evidence, to be honest. I just think it's weird.
And he's never differed from his story then. He's always kept to that same. So I believed him. Yeah. But obviously, when you're talking about the elitists, like your Michael Portillo's, your Ian Puddocks, your Pete Watermans, yeah? These are elitists out there.
And they've got money and they can fucking end you just like that.
Fuck you. Listen, I was the first person 2 years ago to out Philip Schofield. Sorry, Jukes. You don't want to talk about this. I won't talk about it, Jukes.
No, you're fine.
What do you think of Wendy then, Brian?
Sorry?
What do you think of Wendy now then?
Wendy Wu?
Yeah.
She's an absolute weirdo as fuck. She's a nutter. Listen, Partridge, you want to call her Partridge, whoever you want to call her, yeah, is a weirdo as fuck. She's a nutter.
It's just because obviously.
Was I a nutter 2 years ago? Yes.
Ryan, when you were looking into Wendy, did you ever come across a Denise Partridge?
Yes.
Yeah, and you know she's related to Hope Not Hate, didn't you, Denise Partridge?
Well, Brian Harvey. So I'm going to say Brian because we're the same name. Brian Harvey. There was two things that came out. Dupes. They thought because he met a guy when he's years and years ago in a nutty house. I think it was Snaresbrook. I'm not sure. And he said he met a guy called Brian. Well, they automatically thought that was me. It wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah. That was years and years ago. And then secondly, there was a woman called Sarah Arnold who done a piece for the News of the World on Brian Harvey and Millie Dowler. Well, her name's not really Millie Dowler. Her real name is Amanda Dowler. Yeah. Only Wendy knew this.
Wendy, I said she's a journalist, didn't she?
No, she's not. She wasn't. She worked for. Do you remember years and years ago? Who was the
Well,
black lady?
listen to this, right? Because everyone says that the connections don't mean nothing, but you would probably be able to back this up. Wendy used the name Wendy Partridge on one of her emails.
Yes.
Okay. Wendy's so-called Gibbon family that's on the Facebooks. Yeah.
Yep.
She's got a girl there that's called Louise that she says is her daughter, which is the video that she used with the girl singing. But she's also got a son who is not married to, but common law wife. And the common law wife's name is Partridge, the surname.
Yeah.
But there's also a Denise Partridge that turned up at the Hope Not Hate book launch, the recent one, with Lizzie Dearden.
Right. Can I put three things your way, Dupes? Yeah. Firstly, she said she lived up north in what they call the northeast area. All I'm going to say is what they called the what's that thing, the monkey area, whatever they call it. Yeah. I'm not going to say too much because I know a couple of people in the northeast. Secondly, she also said she had a book launch last year, not this year, last year. Well, where's the book? Yeah, where's the book? Sarah Arnold, aka Denise Partridge, worked for the News of the World. AKA, do you remember what was the lady who she was a black lady had a talk show?
So you're saying that Sarah Arnold was actually Denise Partridge?
Yes.
Interesting. And that Denise Partridge lived in Southampton, didn't she?
At the time, but now she lives in Oxfordshire. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But before that, she was born in what's the northeast? It was
Hartlepool.
Hartlepool, yes. Hartlepool. Yeah. So that's that situation. But then, do you remember that lady who did the talk show? She was a black lady, Teresa or something like that. What was her name?
Trisha.
Trisha. That's it. Trisha Goddard. Now there was a researcher on that program called Denise Arnold.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. She fucking hates me.
How long have you known Wendy, Brian?
Sorry?
How long have you known Wendy?
I went on her channel about 3 years ago, was it Duke? And it's called, I went on there with Sean, actually. Sean, you know about this.
Yeah, we were discussing the rape allegations.
I would agree with that, Carl. So Carl says the book did get released if you watch closely enough. It just had Nick Knowles' name on it. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think she was researching for him. Yeah.
No. Bollocks.
But what is interesting is that if you go and look at Lizzie Dearden also released a book called, I think it was called Plotters, and it was all about terrorism.
I don't know.
And that got released in January.
I really don't know.
And when Lizzie Dearden went for a book launch, Denise Partridge was there. But guess who Lizzie Dearden's partner is?
Who?
A Mr. Graham Partridge.
Really?
Yeah.
Listen, I know a certain person.
And how do I know that? I'll tell you how I know that. Because who did Tommy Robinson get taken to court over?
Was it Jamal?
Knocking on Lizzie Dearden's door and making
Ah.
accusations against her partner, Mr.
Listen, I
Partridge.
know for a fact, Jukes. I know for a fact. Yeah, facts. Right. IP. I'm going to call him IP because it will come to me. Paid Russell McGarry and Wendy money to troll me. 100%. I know 100%. Yeah. I don't know anyone else because I did think it was Danny Jones, but I was told no. But definitely he paid Wendy and Russell McGarry to troll me.
I believe that.
No, it's 100%.
Yeah.
I promise.
You know what? You make a valid point there, Brian, because when Russell did start doing all the trolling against you, he was very excited about it. Like,
why would EIP go on Russell McGarry's channel?
yeah.
That's not what he's about. It's not what he's about.
Mm.
Yeah. And Wendy was saying he's my friend. No, she's never met him ever. I was speaking to IP's wife called Liana.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
But I think Chrissy Morris proved that she'd never met him the other day when he had a conversation over on CFC.
Never met him. I promise you, Duke, she's never, ever met him.
Yeah, he pulled her up about that. He said you've never actually met him in the flesh, and then she had to. First, she tried to style it out, and then he said, "Well, I've called him today, and I know you haven't." And then she was like, "Well, okay, so I haven't met him. So what?" Yeah.
Mm.
She's listen, she goes by the weird names. The only weird thing I found, Dukes, this is weird, and I don't know who it was about. When Brian Arby got sent, when that Leona Lewis come to his house, she had a book, yeah, was weird, Chinese book, and it was signed Wendy Wu.
Did you just say Leona Lewis?
No, not Leona. Oh, God, what was
So
her
do you
name?
think Laura Lewis was asked by Wendy to go and troll him?
I don't know if I'm honest with you, because when we
Basically, to
found
get
out
the name Wendy Wu there to make him.
the Chinese book was in under Wendy Wu. She bought 1/2 ounce of weed for him, yeah. But the book was signed Wendy Wu, and there was another woman. I can't remember her name. What was her name? Sorry, but I phoned her, and she was as weird as fuck. But I phoned her. But when we checked out Laura Lewis, she ended up being involved with a double murder, and that's everyone said I've gone out a woman. I've gone out. No. We didn't. I didn't. We just exposed her when she turned up at Brian's house. That was all. Laura Kelly was her real name.
Mm.
Dupes, it was all weird.
Yeah, there is a famous singer called Wendy Wu. No, she's not Chinese. But what is interesting is that name was chosen. I do find that interesting. But
yeah.
The fact that the book was given over and it was given over with Wendy Wu was definitely a connection with the Wendy Wu. Yeah.
Who would have that name, Dupes? Wendy Wu.
Yeah, there's definitely a connection there, and it was definitely part of the trolling.
And also, Dupes, listen, people won't believe me. I don't give a fuck.
But you know another weird coincidence?
Yeah.
So you know all that stuff that happened over on Jedi's?
Yeah.
Well, it was around about the same time that Tommy Robinson went to Lizzie Dearden's and made the accusations about her husband.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know what, Jubes? This is what she does. She knows. And Wendy knows this, yeah. About 2.5, 3 years ago, when I was first speaking to Wendy in the summertime, yeah. And she used to like talk to me regular every single fucking day, every single day. And I had a video of her. I would never put it out because it was her granddaughter. It was her daughter screaming at her granddaughter. It was a new build house, yeah, in the hallway. Wendy knows this. She knows I've got it, yeah. But that's only 2 people that I've seen. I've never seen a proper, I can honestly say 100% picture of Wendy Wu. I've been sent images, but that was her daughter and her granddaughter. And Wendy knows this. Wendy used to speak to me every single day. Before I did the interview with Real and Maggie, I spoke to Wendy. Brian spoke to Wendy.
It's weird, though, isn't it, that she allowed you that far in, even though she was supposed to be so secretive.
She told me her granddaughter's autistic and tried to help. She asked me to help with a statement. So it used to be called. It was called getting a child statemented. It's different now. Yeah, but I helped her.
Do you think that was a cover story though, to make you sort of like feel entrapped into sort of like trusting her?
I don't know, Jukes, if I'm honest with you.
Mm.
I had Jukes 3 different numbers for her. Is that not weird?
By the way, Brian, while you're on here, was Wendy Wu joking when she told you she was going to cut the brakes with your kids in the car?
I just think she was being her, if I'm honest with you, Jukes. Yeah.
Yeah, she wasn't joking though, was she?
Well, she said a lot of things. She said she's going to Colchester Barracks, which she used to live very close to, yeah? And speak to them because she was ex-military, which she wasn't, by the way, and have them kill me. You know that, Jukes. You know this, Jukes.
No, but the funny thing is, another weird connection is that Simon said that he used to shag little girls at Colchester Barracks.
That I heard that the other day, but that come across a bit weird, Jukes.
Yeah, I recall that. Yeah,
yeah, Sean. And did she not try and justify it by saying it was like his girlfriend's?
Yeah. Did she? I don't know. I didn't hear her.
Well, she did, but then Hoof put out the full recording and proved that that was a lie. There was no conversation of like that going on.
But when you heard Simon say that, Jukes, he said, and I quote, unquote, something about little girls. And she said he meant girlfriends. Is that right or wrong?
Well, no one knows because Hoof, if you go to Hoof's channel, he put out the whole recording. And no one was talking about anything to do with that kind of thing at all. And for no reason at all, Simon said it. And then Wendy goes, what are you talking about, Simon?
Let's be honest, Jukes. Simon's a fucking weirdo. Yeah? I spoke to him offline. I spoke to him 2 years ago when I was on holiday. I had a 3-hour conversation with him, which he put out there. It's out there, people. You can listen to it. He's as weird as fuck. He went to Trafalgar Square and had a band around his neck saying, where's Brian Earl? What the fuck? Yeah, Maku put it on him in Speaker's Corner when he was pissed out. Remember, Jukes, he's as weird as fuck. He is as weird as fuck.
No, he
Simon,
is weird. Yeah.
No, he's as weird as fuck. Yeah. God bless Craig. That's what I'm saying. I won't say no more. But he's as weird as fuck. Yeah. Now everyone has left Wendy. Now I was the only person, Jukes, who went to court for 6 years. Who was hiding who he was? He said he's 6'4", some big shit house. Well, me and Esau. Yeah, well, me and Esau put it on him.
Oh, thank you for that, Brian. That's fucking brilliant.
You're more than welcome. You're more than welcome. Yeah. We call it nonsense.
Can you play a little thing about 10-15 minutes of what happened when when Brian Hill brought Brian Harvey onto Wendy's that time? Just jogs people's memories as to what kind of unfolded that day. Because everyone's gone quiet on it. You can't explain it.
No, it's there. It's there if you go and look for it. It's called The Test.
Yeah.
Yep.
Everybody's seen it. It's still there. She's still got it up for some reason. But even if it's not just that video. There's a few videos. I mean, there's even videos that I've got that I released recently, but I've put back on private, where you can see where they came onto my show and Brian Hill comes on and talks some stuff. Very interesting stuff.
Just a lot of chat went on between Brian, Hill, and Wendy, which I don't know. It's like stuff had been said in the background before, like before it was presented.
Like what kind of thing makes you think that?
Nothing specific that you can put your finger on. This is what I mean. It's obviously stuff that has been said prior to having him on there.
So what I got out of it was that Wendy didn't really know what Brian was going on about. She wanted to know what Brian was going on about, but that Hoof did understand some of it. And that was because they both came from the same area.
If you
incidentally, I don't know how it fits in because it could all be bullshit because there was so much bullshit. But Robert Nyrek's mother, where she was living in the end of her, where she was living, was around that part of Essex.
No, Wendy lives in Oxfordshire. That's where she lives, Oxfordshire.
Yeah, but I'm
Why not-
talking about Nyrek's mother was in
Oh,
that
Robert Nyrak.
area.
Oh, Robert Nyrak. Oh, sorry, Jubes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, I was remember 2 years ago, Jubes. I was speaking to her every single day, 3-4 times a day in the summer. She used to call me every single day, 3-4 times a day. And I thought she was cool, if I'm honest.
Wendy
How wrong was it?
previously admitted that she known pretty much everything about Brian's when I jumped onto Wendy's that time, if you remember, and that was prior
Yeah.
to her going on there and Harvey going on there. So
Do you remember, Jubes, when I said to you, Jubes, yeah, you've got 3 computers going on the go, and she freaked out.
3 what on the go?
3 computers on the go, and she freaked the fuck out. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then a few weeks ago, I said about her Kaylee. I know we changed the subject. She's got 2 computers on the go and a laptop, and she said I burgled her house. For fuck's sake.
Mm.
Mad. These are mad people, Jukes. Mad.
Yeah, I do think there's politics involved in it, though. I don't care what anyone says.
Listen, do I honestly believe? Listen, I don't care what anybody says, Jukes. Do I believe the Hive was an undercover paedophile? Yes, I do. I'm going to get slighted for this, but I believe the Hive was an undercover paedophile group.
I just think your angle is really dodgy, Brian. I mean, your sole purpose is supposed to
Sorry?
be. I just think your sole purpose is changed somewhat along the way. I mean, just in this conversation, you said that it wasn't your sole purpose, and then it's changed to it kind of is. But when
What he's telling you is he was sent to sort things out for Ian Puddock.
Yeah.
And then it moved from Ian Puddock to people that were upsetting Brian Harvey. And then from that minute on, he got dragged into a hellhole of shit because Danny Oakes' group and Plisco and that went into full swing like they do.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you remember, Duke. You remember. Yeah. So as soon as I backed Brian Harvey, I got the most abuse, which I didn't expect. So then, because of the lockdown period, which was all locked down, I'm not going to lie, I got addicted to it, if I'm honest with you, Jupes. I got a little bit addicted to YouTube, yeah? I went hell for leather. I was doing 8, 9, 10-hour streams.
Yeah, but it's not of anything good, though, is it, Brian? You've just gone to one extreme to another way. You might have had all the intentions of being the good guy to begin with, but you now end up the bad guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Isn't it? Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely. 100%. 100%.
I just think everyone's got to kind of stand back and figure out what was the original people put in place to do. Because for me, Harvey has got evidence there of some fucked up shit. I wouldn't want to be on the wrong side of that. You know what I mean?
I believe Brian Harvey talks 70% of the truth. Yeah, I know he doesn't. I know about the red rooms. That never happened because I worked at Brown. Yeah, so I know that never happened. But what he talks about, like Brian Gerrish, Kellaway.
I know Gerrish.
Yeah, Brian Gerrish. I spoke to Brian Gerrish. Yeah, like not last year, the year before, and he said, "How did you get my phone number?" He freaked the fuck out. He's a wrong one. Yeah.
He's connected to Melanie Shaw.
He's a wrong one, yeah. Then I spoke to Anna Breeze, all these people. You know Anna Breeze and all these people,
Yeah, I'm subscribed to her on YouTube, yeah.
I went very deep into this shit. I went into fucking, what's his name? P-I-E. I'm going to say too much. P-I-E. Mass Productions and all this shit. Yeah, I went so deep. It was because of the lockdown. I was like 14, 16 hours a day on it. Yeah, really.
Welcome to my world, Brian.
It was mental.
I think the only decent advice that Harvey's had has been off Hoof, which was to not talk about the evidence on YouTube because it becomes.
Sorry.
I think the only decent advice that Harvey's had is from Hoof saying any evidence you have got, don't show it all over YouTube because you can't use it in court, then, can you?
But then, if you look at Bill Maloney, for instance, yeah, Robert Kellaway, yeah, and the fixer of the what they did with that the guy who was disabled, it was all wrong. It was all wrong. I didn't agree with that. I just think it was all set up. And Puddick started that. He paid for it all.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe so. And that's a friend of Wendy's again, isn't it? So,
You're touching the elitist.
What is interesting for me, and I don't really want to get involved in it because it opens up a can of worms, but you can't really not notice it, that they seem to apologise for child abuse.
Yeah.
That whole group seemed to apologise for it. And it's quite disturbing. And when you find out that Danny Oakes-Jones was heavily invested in, I mean, they go on that I talk about sexual abuse all the time on my show and grooming. No, I don't. I talk about all different things. In fact, what I really like talking about is history and religion.
Egyptology as well. Yeah.
And religion and all that kind of stuff.
I've got messages on Danny Jones saying, please tell Esau to leave me alone. The incident with the bus stop, was not me. I was trying to save the girl. I've got all the messages saved. Me and Esau got everything on, Yeah, he knows this. Give me. And this is like in the last 2 months. Yeah. And yet Esau is full on. We all know Esau, he's my friend, but he's full on. Yeah. But Danny Jones, I've got many messages from him. But everyone knows he got done for ABH, it's ABH, at the bus stop. And he's trying to behave like he was trying to save the girl.
He got done for ABH.
Yeah, ABH at the bus stop. Yeah, he knows this. I've got the messages.
So he had a fight with someone, or he assaulted.
Basically, push come to shove. This is what happened. There was a girl at the bus stop who was arguing with her boyfriend. Danny Jones stopped his car. This is what he says. He stopped the car, jumped out, and tried to save the girl. But the girl then turned on Danny, and the police got called. And she said he assaulted him. So he got nicked for ABH. Facts. Can't deny it.
Wow.
Was he convicted?
Yeah, convicted.
Okay. Just checking.
I spoke to you, Brian, and I did say to you, I reckon Esau is just going to drag you down.
No, he's my friend, mate. I would never have a bad word said about him. Sorry. Never.
Yeah, that's not happening.
To me, it's one of them. People judge the people around you. It is that simple.
Listen, Esau's the best searcher I know, and he's saved me many times, and he's my friend. Sorry, but I'm never going to have a bad word said about him, then. He's my friend.
He terrorises people's families, Brian.
Sorry?
He terrorises people's families.
You see, this is where I get annoyed with some people because, right, I've never been close to Esau, and Brian will tell you now, even though I'm civil with Esau, me and him still go at each other, and I know I wind Esau up, and he gets the ump with me and stuff. But when Esau first came onto Reels, he was nowhere like this.
No.
The reason that Esau has turned out the way he is one, because, no offense, he decided to get involved with Brian Earl's business with Wendy, right? And so he got involved, and him and Wendy were going at it, and I, being Wendy's friend, stuck up for Wendy, not realising what was actually really going on, right? And I did genuinely misremember, whatever how you put it, the incident on Reels. And it wasn't until I listened to it back at a much later date. Oh, Rick's fell out. He'll probably come back in a minute. That I realised that actually there was more to it, and I've actually got that wrong. But if you look at Esau, the person that created Esau to go as bad as he did, in my opinion, other people might disagree, is actually Cam and Shell, because they had no reason to get involved at all. They got involved from Chantel's aspect of it.
Right. No, hang on, Dupes. It wasn't Cam and Shell, it was Chantel. Now, I'll explain to this because I was in that situation,
Yeah, go on.
How I come across Esau was, when I put Brian Harvey onto Real Show, everyone said, you're a mug, you're a dickhead, you're not bringing him on. Esau was the only one that backed me. Then after that, obviously, I got involved with that dickhead, that woman, about 12, 16 weeks, and Esau was talking, we were talking every single day. Yeah. Then she made up loads of allegations about Esau. She went off key, rightly so. He went off key. Then obviously after that, when I left and me and him, he backed my
Yeah,
corner.
but I think slightly before, you're right, kind of, but I think things overlapped because they were going at easy, okay? Cam and Shell
Yeah.
and Backstreet were going at easy. And this is
Yeah.
before you create your dream team. A lot of people don't know this,
Yeah,
right?
they do. That's true.
Right. So they were already going at easy and they were blaming a lot of what they were doing on Esau.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, listen, you're right what you're saying, Dukes, but if you remember the easy situation, do you remember when he threatened to blow me out, shoot me in the face? Yeah. Do you remember that?
Yeah, because he was being told that it was you and Esau that were doing it, right?
Yeah. And then he had
Wendy
Kaz
already
Payne.
had a Wendy
Yeah.
already had a bit of a hate campaign up against you.
Yep.
And Esau had joined you as a friend because
Yep.
at that point Real show had collapsed because Real had caused that for himself, really. But
Yeah.
yeah, so he sort of joined up with you, so he got sort of dragged into that as well. And then because you got involved with Chartel and then all that nonsense that Chartel brought to the thing, Shell and Cam then got involved, so they had even more reason to blame stuff on Esau. And that is where it all went. That's where it all became confusing.
Yeah. Esau never done anything like he does now 2 years ago. Remember, Dukes? Nothing like that. He went about that.
No, when he was sitting on Reels, he did do silly trolling, but it was never to the depths of what it is now, no.
It's all gone wrong, isn't it, Dukes? It's all gone bad. Let's be real.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's gone bad.
Yes, it's really gone bad. I mean, I've suffered serious abuse, but I'm big enough a man up to take it. But when you got the likes of Brat Freak, Stephanie Giddis, taking pictures of my children outside my fucking house, Dukes.
Yeah, but they're kind of making that. They're saying that never happened.
It happened. It did. Stephanie Giddis did that. Yeah, but even so, the hate campaign. Well, I had to have Scummy Mummy. We know her real name. Arrested.
Yeah, I know you got her arrested.
Yeah. Well, you did to me twice, Troops, in all fairness. Sorry,
I'm not judging anyone. I'm not judging anyone. I think if you have to go to the police to stop it, then or whatever, it's the best course to go down, because if it goes into the real world, that's when it gets nasty.
But Dukes, look at Ricky Mill's channel, dedicated to me. You look at Brian. There's a channel called Brian Hurls. There's another one called I'll Fuck Two Geezers. There's another one called Brian Hurls. I'll do this. All this is Scammer Scummy Mummy. And Stephanie Giddis.
Yeah, but you see, all that is just for views, and it's sick.
Yeah.
Because really, how do you affect Cam's life? You don't. How do you affect Shell's life? You don't.
Oh, listen, I'm off YouTube. You're the first person I've come on, Dukes. And I come on to back Sean because of what he's gone through. But I don't agree with Squire 7, Patrick Byrne, and Bops, Jamie Barnes going to his house when he called me Sean. Do you mind me saying Sean?
No, go on.
Sean phoned me yesterday. Said, Brian, they're at my house. They're at my house. And he's an autistic bloke. Listen, I know he's a grown man, but it's not right, Dukes.
Yeah, and he's done some stupid stuff. He has done some stupid stuff.
You've got to weigh into the fact that Sean had been offering to pay someone £750 to go and smash his mum's house.
Again, he's not got £5, mate.
Yeah, but then we've been through this. He'd already admitted he weren't going to do that, and they still went ahead and done all that shit.
It doesn't matter. It's one of them to say it to begin with.
Well, it does matter because, look, if you've got kids with autism, but I don't know. I've got a brother that's disabled, right?
Yeah.
There's some allowances that you just accept that sometimes people say stupid things in society. You wouldn't.
There's someone in the back, but put up the there's someone in the back. I think it's Shell. She's saying, but I'll cover the screen.
Yeah, you can come on, Shell, but as long as you stay at this level, I don't want all this screaming and shouting, because if it goes left, I'll just remove you. I don't think she will anyway, to be fair. I think she will be quite sensible, but...
For me, it's wrong to go to any members of family. Don't you have to go beyond the person?
Let's just make sure it is Shell. Is that you, Shell?
Yeah, it's me, Jupiter. I'm not here for an argument. I'm just
Okay,
here to follow up the lies that have been told. I'm not here for, like I said, I'm not here for any argument. So the easy stuff, it was around the time that the Dream Team started with the easy stuff. I wasn't even involved with the easy stuff. That was all to do with Cam and that and Emily and whatever, right? Even Stevie Atheist was in all in that. I've got streams on our premium tomorrow where she was actually going it easy. So I didn't get involved with that.
That's actually true. Yes, he did. That's true.
Yeah.
Well, hang on, please. I got it right. I got involved with Brian when he started making threats to all you women. I started clipping him. That was my involvement. Right, from there, then the Dream Team started. When me and Cam started our live streams at the same time, then Bleeding came along. Then when Bleeding started going for Cam, that's when she got dragged in. Brian, Batfreak never went to your house and took pictures of your kids. I have the actual pictures from Google Images. There's no kids on it, Brian. You've got to stop making that lie. And Jupiter, you need to stop running with that lie because it is lies.
Okay. Hang on. Let me just say, Michelle, I have no evidence, absolutely no evidence she took pictures of my children. I was just told it. Okay, I will agree with that, Shell. I have no evidence that Stephanie did that. I was told that. So, yeah.
Hang on,
Shell. Can I say that you're right?
You've made it out that it's fact, Brian. Yeah, and for that fact, Jupiter's then been saying this for days now for weeks now that we've done that to you when we hadn't.
Yeah, but I also do say that you lot deny it.
Yeah, because it didn't happen, Jupiter. It's Google Images. Do you want me to show you the picture, Jupiter? You've seen it yourself. It had £6 million, yeah.
Okay, can I ask you, I've never spoken to Shell, Jupe. Can I just speak to her? Would you mind? I've never actually spoken to her.
I think if people can find some kind of resolution.
Okay. Can I ask you, why did you do your vindictive campaign and all the other channels that you made up with Cam and Stephanie?
I have my channel and my channels, yeah. You were trying to take my channels down. I kept having to get it back, so I started the Brian Hurl Threats channel. Brian, you were threatening women. You were the past I speak to Brian for you.
Can you tell me who, please?
So it did look right. Can I just say, from my opinion, hold on. From my opinion, Shell is kind of telling the truth, because at that stage it did look like you were threatening me, Wendy.
Like it was, come on, he was.
No, but he had reason to, Shell. If you start looking into, hold on, Brian. If you start looking at the bigger picture, you will see that he was actually retaliating to some stuff.
Oh.
Danny Oakes-Jones was also giving him stuff on Laura Lewis.
Yep.
Right, yeah, he might have been retaliating, Jupiter, but come on, the threats that he was giving out. But yeah, that's my reason for clipping you, Brian. Right? That is it.
Can I ask you, Shell, on a real, please, can I ask you, who did I threaten who didn't come at me first, please?
What do you mean?
Who did I ever threaten that didn't come at me first?
Well, what did you do to Laura Lewis on that stream?
Laura Lewis?
I'll tell you. Having a breakdown. She was one. There was Yvonne. Obviously, there was Wendy. There was Amy. There was me. There was Cam. There was Chartel. There was Andrea Hope. There was lots of women. Jupiter. She was one of them. There was lots of women.
Okay, can I respond?
Whatever you were involved with all these men and this Danny Jones, these women didn't deserve you bullying them. They didn't, Brian.
Can I respond, please?
Everyone's kids and everything.
Laura Lewis was involved with a double murder. Danny Jones sent me everything on her. Yeah, Danny Jones sent me everything on Laura Lewis.
Danny Jones put batteries in Brian's back. Let's be honest.
That's firstly. He gave me all the evidence from the Irish Post on Laura Lewis. Secondly, let's go to the next one. And I'll respond to every single one for you. Andrea Hope, I speak to. She's got my number. We talked. Yes, she got the wrong opinion of me, and she apologised because of the Australian guy. That's number two. Let's go to the third one. Jubes, I do apologise. Me and her just went at each other. It was just a back and forth, back and forth. Yeah. Wendy Wu, she deserved every single thing she got and more. She said she was going to kill my children.
Wendy played us
so you know
all,
the
whether
threatening
you
of his
believe that or
brakes as
not,
well.
Wendy
Hang on a
has
minute,
played us all.
so you know the threatening of his brakes as well. That happened in a hangout, and it shouldn't threaten to.
No, it didn't.
It wasn't his kids. It was his brakes.
No, Shell, it's on a lie.
It happened on one of Brian's
It's on a
shows.
lie. I've got this. I've got the actual.
His brakes, though. It wasn't the kids' Jupiter. It was his brakes.
She said, "I will cut your brakes with your children." There, I've got the
People
absolute
like,
lie
you know,
on the grid.
using the kids as weapons, and it's wrong.
No,
What
it's
do you
not.
mean?
Because his children are just as equal as Wendy's grandchildren, Shell.
Yeah, I'm not on about his.
The thing is, Shell, from my point of view, right? From my point of view, Wendy played us all into going against Brian, right?
Yep.
She played us all, and she made it like her grandchildren are more important than everybody else's. And look at the mess that's happened to everybody else while she sits back. Look at the mess of it now.
Jupiter, right now, yeah, I get where you're coming from, right? Really, right? Jupiter, since you and Wendy are falling out, you are just like, it has hurt you bad. I know it has, right? I can tell because of the way you are. You're not the same person anymore, Jupiter. I don't know what's happened with you, right? And I know that that's where it stemmed from.
Right, I can tell you what's happened. She lied about my family, and I'm not fucking going to sit there.
To think, aren't they?
I'm not going to sit there and have people trying to manipulate me to
put
my children up to be vilified all over the place for Wendy's grandchildren. Who the fuck are Wendy's grandchildren when she's a lying cunt? She's a troll. She's played us all.
Yep. Let me ask you a question, Shell. Let me ask you a question. Who have I told? Shell,
right? That was it, Jupiter. There's no, and you're going on like we've been setting people up. We're not been setting people up at all.
Yes, you have, Shell. Yes, you have, Shell. You, Cam, and Stephanie. Remember, Stephanie was calling me every day 2 years ago in the back. She was
hang on, Brian. Go on,
Shell.
That you blamed me and Batfreak for. You then threatened us both. You threatened our children. Do you remember? Batfreak was that scared that she got in touch here. From there,
no. She was talking for 6 months.
Brian, out there. All the messages are already out there that happened between you and Bat.
Shell, please let me finish. Ask her who sent the flowers to her grandmother's funeral. I did.
Brian, you never sent no flowers either. Where's the proof you sent flowers? You never sent no flowers.
2 years ago at grandmother's funeral.
Not sending no flowers, Brian. Sure.
Can I just remember something around this time? I can remember that Stephanie Cadiz going on to his show and talking him into the background and being all friendly with Brian.
She was for 6 months.
It's all you out there on a stream. What was happening with her and Brian?
Have you seen the WhatsApp?
Yeah, she was trying to set him up with Simon Lord. We know exactly what she was doing.
Simon Lord wasn't involved in them. He was
because he put out all the phone calls.
Yes,
exactly. You know when he actually put that stream out, that's when they got involved. When the day before, she gave him the messages.
No, you're wrong. Yeah. I was talking to Stephanie for 6 months. 6 months.
Liz, Brian, listen, you're talking a lot of bollocks.
Well, you don't think I spoke to her for 6 months, no?
You didn't speak to her for 6 months, Brian.
Michelle, why did she send me pictures of her dad? Why did she send me pictures
I'll tell you why, Brian. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because you was letting trolls in your chat.
Brian, hold on. Sorry, Shell. Brian, calm down. Let's do this rationally. Let her speak, let you speak, yeah?
Stephanie sent me pictures of her grandmother.
And I'll explain why I did that.
Stephanie sent me pictures of her dad holding the baby. Stephanie sent me this shit. Stephanie sent me the funeral pictures.
Why did you send it? Yeah.
Shut up. Let me talk. Shut up and let me talk. Right, Stephanie sent me the pictures of her dead father with a little baby. Stephanie sent the pictures of her grandmother's funeral. Stephanie sent me the pictures at the cemetery. lie about that, Shell? Is that untrue?
She sent you the picture of her son because you had trolls in your chat. You was highlighting the comments of her kids' pictures. You would not take them pictures down. You would not get rid of them. You said you didn't believe that was her child, so she sent you her picture to prove
what are you
yes,
talking? I've got all the messages. I've got all the messages. She said to me, Shell, do you want me to infiltrate Cam and Shell for you?
No,
you idiot.
no,
Brian, please.
Oh my God.
When she speaks, let her finish and then come back to review it.
You was playing Bat Freak. You was offering her 10 grand for my details and everything, Brian. Yeah, you was ringing her up, and when she wasn't answering it, you were threatening with social services and everything. It's all out there. All your message between you and Bats is out there.
Okay.
Everything is out there, those and Bats.
I've had your address and fucking your pictures for over 2 years. I've never doxed you. Please take it to me.
Right, well, I don't care if you've got my address. I don't really give a shit. I'm not listening to that bullshit. I don't give a shit.
I've had your name, address for 2 years.
No, you haven't, Brian. No, you haven't.
Yes, I have, Michelle. Stop lying.
I'm not after that. I'm not here to discuss whether you've got my name.
So
Brian,
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 what she's saying to you, right? Let's just cut through this. What she's saying to you is at the time she was going at you because she believed that you was putting out 10 grand, and at that time she didn't know whether you had that kind of money to sort of like.
He put videos out. He put one out. He put a hit on me for 200 grand with a load of money, and the video with money. And then he put another one out, which I think 3 times he's put money on my head.
And back then, in Shell's defence, Brian, hold on, I'm not having a go at you. But back then, in Shell's defence, no one knew anything about you. We didn't know whether it was because that was one of the reasons we got into a row, because I was like, fucking hell, who's this bloke who's come out of nowhere fucking saying he's going to do A, B, C, and D? That's why we started going backwards and forwards. So I can understand why she, at some point, did think it was credible and then realised as time went on that it wasn't credible. Can you not see that and see that maybe?
Yes, I can. But let me tell you the truth. What happened? What I did, I went on a guy's channel called Six Clips, and this was 2 years and 4 months ago. And I put out a private investigator. I paid a private investigator to find the trolls. He run with that and asked me to come on his channel. It's a Scottish guy called Six Clips. Yeah, that's all I did to find out who these trolls were. And Shell, you shit yourself, and you know you did.
Oh God!
Oh, what are you on about, Brian? What are you on about?
Sorry, Shell. It was the way, the way he says it sometimes.
What, Shell? Can I ask you a question? Seriously, why don't you just go by your real name? Why are you hiding? Why do you hide?
My name's Shell. Why? What's it up to you whether I have to go by my own real name? Hang on a minute, Brian. Have you seen what you do with people's fucking pictures and names and all that? You and your group?
What do I do?
You don't have anything you don't know, do you? So so you wonder why people don't put the real names out.
Okay, Shell, can I ask you a question?
What's that got to do with you anyway? Why is Esau not putting his real name out? Why is Bleeding not putting her name out?
Shell, we infiltrated your group on the Telegram.
What group did you infiltrate, Brian? What group did I have?
With Stevie.
I've ever actually been in is Stevie Atheist and Urbans. So was you in that? Yeah.
And you didn't know, did you?
Oh, right, all right. Yeah. So who was in the group then? And what was the group called, Brian?
I've got all the messages, Michelle.
Do you understand what I mean with this guy? This is why a lot of the stuff you can't believe what he's saying.
So are you
Urban and Stevie come and pop up on this channel now and say you was in that group? Will they come up here and back what you've just said up?
Michelle, are you denying we put Stevie Atheist and Urban in your group? Are you denying it?
It wasn't my group. That's what you stupid man. It wasn't my group. Are you stupid?
Whoa.
Carry on. This is funny.
That was nonsense, word.
Come on, this is funny.
Well, I'm going to send it all to you now, Sean. Show it. I'll send it all to you now. What they were doing. Cam, her, and Stephanie.
What are you sending to me, Brian? Where are you sending
it? Then, Brian. Right, Brian. So let's establish who was in this group, yeah, and whose group it was. It was Stevie's, Urban's. Yep. Tiffy was in there. Batfreak was in there. Emily was in there.
Yep.
Yeah, Yums was in there, and what's her name? The lady who went to Sleeper's Corner. Yeah.
Yeah.
So come on, then what happened in that group?
I don't think
I'll tell you
Shell was in there. I think
what you
Kay might have
think is
been there at
listen,
some point,
Jupiter,
but
what
not
you
Shell.
think has happened in that group is a lot of bullshit. Because
Really?
I'll tell you what, if I was setting people up in that group, then everybody was.
You were setting people up, Shell.
Who was set up? What setup did I do, Brian?
To take me down.
Oh my God. Oh, you're just unbelievable, Brian.
You've got to come up with examples,
I clipped your bullshit, just like I clipped everybody else, Brian. You weren't the only one.
I'll send it all over to you now. Play it. There's loads.
Well, play it then. Come on, play it now. Play it.
I'm going to send it to him. I will.
I'll send it to it. Come on, quick. I'm just going to you while he shows it, because he's not going to show anything.
You don't want him implicated into
So let's tell you what happened in that group, shall I? When I got in there, because I got in there pretty late, right? So it was there was all flagging off easy because Urban and Stevie was all against Urban at that time. That's how I got involved. Yeah, that's how I end up calling out easy for them, right? So you'd get mentioned in their Dukes, but it wasn't a campaign like you think it was. It was just like, you know, like when you're in your group talking to Moon and that and slag people off a bit. That's what it was. Nothing come to YouTube of it. Nothing. None of it. You wasn't trolled by us or anything, and we ain't trolls. I don't have any troll accounts. I don't troll people. I did have once a read one. You know, everyone knows about that. It's actually a channel of mine. The first one. You know what I mean?
Okay,
I'm not hiding. I've never hid that.
I'm going to send it all over now. Just tell them what you said about Jupiter.
Who are you sending it to?
You're a real person. Say to Jupiter right now, woman to woman, you said about
See little screenshots of what you see, little screenshots that are being put out. I mean, like you, Jupiter, you like to say like you like context, right? But yeah, you know these videos that you're actually watching, like Stevie's and that ain't context. Do you know it? Because if it was Jupiter, they'd put out everything that was in that group instead of trying to stitch me, Cam, and Bats up.
Well, I think it would be fair if they did put everything out.
They need to put it all out, all of it.
Yeah.
I'd agree with you on that, Shell. They should.
Yeah, so they need to be honest about with the campaign they had against Easy. I mean, that's how I got involved, Jupiter, and ended up calling out Easy. Because if you remember, I didn't want to. I felt sorry for that guy. I felt sorry for Easy. I still do. I'll be honest with you, I still do. But he's gone too far.
What about that?
Do you mind, Brian? I'm talking.
All right, Brian, hold on a minute, because we're actually getting some truths here. So, and gradually we can put everything together.
Yeah, so it was about Easy and what he was doing. I mean, he was what Easy's doing now, he was doing then. But I have got videos now. I've got streams that where Stevie Avius and Urban that was talking. I mean, before Bat Freak fell out with Easy, Stevie and that was going easy. Bat Freak did a stream, right? And she felt uncomfortable because she was still friends with Easy, while Stevie was showing fucking emails and everything from Easy.
Yeah, but you have to admit that Bat Freak did get paranoid because she thought.
Yeah, but a paranoid though, Dupes. Then that group, that group.
Yeah, the whole group probably was paranoid, to be honest.
Just like they're getting paranoid. I'm not being funny about that fucking atheist, right? Cheese as well. Why do you think Easy's getting paranoid? And can I just say, you know the picture of his son, right? I had nothing to do with that picture. I don't even know if I was in that group. I don't remember seeing it. But that picture never left that group. But yet Stevie Atheist has fucking screenshotted it, kept it to 2 years later, then passes it to Bleeding. They show it on a fucking live stream. And then next thing you know, we doxed it. It never come to YouTube. Bat Freak put it in a group because she was angry because of what Easy had been doing to her, which I will show in the videos.
What about the other two people you doxed?
And I'm going to tell you this now, Jupiter, right? Because Skits needs to own up to this because I've got his comment. Easy then did a live stream July last year, right? Where he had my background for my channel, 3 pictures of his son, 1 picture's blanked out, the other 2 aren't, right? Skits has put a comment underneath it. Within an hour of that happening, Easy were running around saying he had there were trolls of his son's account, but yet no one's seen him. He doxed that picture himself, Jupiter. And yet, I mean, like, as anyone, apart from him, I mean, people are saying that he's been doxed in Mr. Unknown. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen the picture. I haven't seen any accounts either. And a lot of people haven't. He's accusing everybody of wanting to rape his son.
So what about the Brian Ells account?
People, but hold on, Shell. I don't know who it is because people do go in and we can never tell who's writing it, right? And I know people are saying that it's Esau, but there's occasions when I know it's not Esau. But
Esau has done it though because he's been caught, hasn't he?
Yeah, Esau has done it, but it's not always Esau, right?
But do you understand why people think it's him all the time? Though? Do you understand? And it's not that.
Yeah,
You're on about Stephanie's that. They're actually trying to set us up.
Please, Shell, let me finish, right?
Sorry, Jim.
But what I will say is that there were people coming in Easy's back chat saying shit. I see them write it myself.
Yeah, I believe that.
What about the Brian Hill's account? What about Brian Hill's account? That was you, Cam, and Stephanie.
No, it's mine, just mine, Brian. The Brian Hill Threats account is mine, not the Brian Hill's.
The Brian Hill's account. That was Cam.
That's nothing to do with any of us.
What, Brian Hill's account?
The Brian Hill's account is nothing to do with us. The Brian Hill's
Threats. Was you and Ricky Millwall? Stop playing.
Listen, Brian, have you got any proof of that? It's got fuck all to do. Well, it's got fuck all to do with me, got fuck all to do with Cam, and it's got fuck all to do with Ricky. The Brian Hill Threats account is mine.
Yes,
I've told you,
I know that.
The
Brian Hill's account with the Quasimodo, you knew was Ricky Millwall. You knew this.
What is Ricky Millwall? Ricky Millwall has 3 channels, and he has his own channels to do things.
Yes, but he set up the Brian Hill account. You set up the Brian Hill threats, and Cam admitted to the Brian Hill other account. That's 3 accounts.
I see, it's not even a Brian Hill account, is it? See, you don't even know what you're talking about, do you, Brian?
Brian Hill's fuck so many geezers, that one.
Oh, it might be called that, I don't know.
You know what it is. Come on, she said it on your channel.
Yeah, but I'm not denying that. It's hers.
Let me ask you a question.
I'm on about the Brian Hills one. I've got
what about the campaign that Cam put up against Bleeding Heart? Fucking horrible.
What campaign was that then, Brian? Because hang on a minute. No, hang on. No.
You was involved with it, and Cam and Stephanie. And Batfreak's never been away. Let me tell you this right now, people.
Bleeding came to you to go for. Listen, Bleeding came to you to go for Cam. She was the one who gave Esau the pictures. She went on the campaign. Cam hadn't done anything to her. Then how many times has Cam been on the panel with Bleeding? Yeah. What have they done to her? Yeah. So Cam has. She has retaliated. Yes, she has. She's got angry. But she didn't fucking start it, did she? No, she didn't.
The whole family, Shell. Come on.
And what? Oh my! What are you lot doing over there? What are you doing over there?
You tell me.
Well, what have they done to Taffy in the last 24 hours?
You tell me. Tell me. I've not been around.
No, you tell me, Brian. Come on.
Shell, I've not been around for 6 weeks.
You can't speak. Listen, clean your own backyard up.
I've not been on. This is the first panel I've been on in 6 weeks. Dukes will tell you this. I've not been around for 6 weeks.
You were on a panel the other day. What are you on about?
I'm not. What panel? I've never been on a panel.
You were on a panel the other day.
No, never. You're talking shit. I've not been on a panel for 6 weeks.
Right, okay.
Panel for 6 weeks.
It's pointless with me and you now, Brian. There's nothing else to talk about. I'm not the Brian Hill panel. That's it.
Listen, have I been on anyone here who's been seen on a panel in 6 weeks?
Oh, really? Are we really that bothered where you've been on a panel for 6 weeks anyway?
Well, you just said I was.
Good stuff line anyway, Brian.
Phone calls with Esau or whoever, Brian.
And also the truce as well that you said me and Cam had with Esau. I never had a truce with Esau. I wasn't even there. I put it 2 times on my stream. I let him off. The second time I went, I've had enough and kicked him off. Didn't want to know. I never went with no truce.
When was that?
Oh, Brian, I wasn't talking to you.
I've never spoken to you, Shell. I've never ever spoken to you.
You've never spoken to me, Brian, have you not?
No, I think years ago, a year, 2 years.
I know, yeah. Probably it's about a year ago.
Yeah. But do you not think the vindictive campaign against a single mother, Bleeding Heart, you three, she's a single mum. Bleeding Heart.
I don't think the campaign you did against Bats, she was a single mum. Not knowing you give a fuck about a dead relative, did you?
But listen, she's a single mum, and what you, Cam, and Batfreak did to her, disgusting.
Who?
You, Cam, and Batfreak.
Did what to who?
To Bleeding Heart.
Oh, get lost, Brian. Don't talk out your fucking arse.
Really, Shell?
Mm.
Really?
Really? Yeah, really. Let's look. You want to look back on what you did and what campaigns you did. Yeah.
Yeah.
All the trolls that you allowed. I mean, you was even highlighting a 7-year-old daughter, talking to it, asking it to come on the fucking panel to fucking slag its mum off. Do you remember doing that?
Who?
You.
Tell me who.
Right, Brian, don't play with me because you know I've got. Listen, I did one thing for you. You know what I did? I cleaned up my channel and so I put all my videos of you on private. Don't forget, I still got everything. I can prove your bullshit.
Can you do it now, please?
No, I'm not doing it now.
Why?
Well, I'm still waiting for you to show your evidence you were bringing before. Bring yours first, and then I'll try. I might bring mine. Show yours first. Still waiting.
Are you saying I spoke to a 7-year-old child?
Anyway, Jupiter.
Shell, are you saying I spoke to a 7-year-old child? Is that what you're saying?
You and your crew had a troll account of Batfreak's daughter with a picture, and you was highlighting it on your stream, and you was talking to it and asking it to come on and talk about its mother. It was and you know it was a 7-year-old child, but that was one of you lot in that chat.
When you say you lot,
modeled.
Well, when you say you lot, who? Be specific. Who was it?
I've got the video where you was highlighting it and talking to the child.
Can you show it, please?
No, I can't. But what I will do tomorrow, I will for you put all my videos from private, all your videos, all of them. So then everyone will be able to see. Everyone could see everything you did. Yeah, do you want that, Brian?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I'll do that. You heard that here, folks. He's asked me to do that. I will do that for you.
You have my permission to play with it.
Don't blame it. Don't start crying tomorrow.
I won't.
Yeah?
No, you won't. I promise you.
Don't start crying when all your videos are put back out. Do not start crying, Brian. Start threatening me. You asked for it.
I won't start threatening. Listen, I've got 2,400 videos on everybody. I've got them on the dream team. Seriously.
Yeah, have you still got the videos of the 12-year-old crying, wanting to commit suicide that your mother gave you?
Who's that?
You remember? Do you not remember saying it on the Crossman stream that you had videos of 12-year-olds who were crying, wanting to commit suicide that your mother gave you? Because she's a social worker. Do you remember doing that? Or the 2-year-old that you've seen being blown up?
Foster parent. I record everything, Shell. I'm way ahead of the game.
Yeah.
And why do you think, Shell? Why do you think, Shell, I've never been convicted of anything if I'm so guilty? Have you asked that question?
Because you play on the mental health line.
You have. Why have I not been done?
But you might have not been convicted of anything, but you've lost your whole fucking life, haven't you, for YouTube bullshit?
I've got a beautiful life.
Well, but you had though, haven't you?
No, I've got a beautiful life.
Yeah. It's not the one you had though, is it?
Big up, Brian.
Sorry?
Big up, Brian.
Who, Sean? Yeah, I've got a beautiful life. Absolute stunning. You know, Sean. I've showed you evidence. Yeah. Wonderful.
Yeah, I know. We've had phone calls and everything, yeah. Fucking cracking life, mate.
Cracking. Absolute stunning. And you will all see in about 8 days.
I'm not really asked. Crack on with you. I hope you have the best life, Brian. Just don't fuck it up for YouTube again, eh?
Sorry?
Learn by your mistakes and don't fuck it up for YouTube.
I've made many mistakes, Shell. Many mistakes.
I know, Brian. So I'm saying,
when you got out your house in handcuffs, why did you get that done?
Well, I'm saying to you, if you got a good life, do not fuck it up for YouTube bullshit, Brian. Don't go down the same path you was.
I'm not on YouTube.
I'm good.
You see Dream Team the Truth? Do you actually see any panels or do you see any streams of me? Not one.
You left the other week. You all went to better your lives, didn't you?
7 weeks ago, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So can I ask both of you, is there any way of resolving this situation?
Yeah, I didn't come on to speak to Brian. I just want to put the the
Right, so
lies
you
that
don't
have
want
been told
resolve. You
about
just
us.
want
No,
to
I
keep
know,
arguing.
no, I don't. It's not that. No, I'm not saying that. I didn't actually come here to talk to her. I just wanted to get across the points that have been said. Listen, I don't clip Brian anymore. I don't know if you've all noticed. I haven't. I don't bother him. He's done and dusted. I wouldn't even be up here talking to him. It's just it needed to be done. There's no.
And why do you think,
I don't cross your path.
why
You
do you
don't
think
cross
Ricky
mine.
Millwall won't not put a video of me? Why do you think, Shell, that Ricky Millwall will not put a video
Right,
of me?
listen, Brian. You think you've got Ricky Millwall and all this, but you haven't. Trust me. You know,
Am I not?
because fucking Irish Flame has doxed a picture, which I can prove it's come from her. That guy that you keep putting up is not Ricky Millwall. So yeah,
I know it's not. I know it's not.
Well, so why are you using the guy's picture then?
I don't use it.
You haven't got Ricky Millwall. Listen, right? Ricky didn't stop because of anything. Because he's scared of you.
Where
Ricky
he
stopped
works, his 2
because you were
children,
done,
his
Brian.
girlfriend, he's not
You are
working.
done and
I know where he
dusted.
works, he's not married. I know exactly what he's doing, and you'll see in 8 days.
Okay, Brian, listen,
I
you've been
promise
saying this
you,
for years.
he's not married. He's got he's not as old as you think. Yeah, he's a little fella, 5'6". I know exactly who he is. I know exactly where he works. I know his
Another innocent person, then you're going to adopt in it.
That's why I've gone away from YouTube,
Yeah,
Shell.
we'll look forward to that in 8 days, then, won't we?
You'll see it in the papers.
Not in the papers now, is it? Oh yeah. You know, this is what you do, though, Brian. You make stupid statements like this and that. I mean, it was only like how many weeks ago that hang on a minute. How many weeks ago was it you was going to have something in paper to do with Brian Harvey and that? Did that ever come about?
Nothing to do with Brian Harvey. Nothing to do with it.
What was it about then? But that didn't go in. That didn't happen, did it?
Never mentioned Brian Harvey.
Jupiter, listen, when it comes to us, Jupiter, right? Me, you, Cam, and that. Just listen. We'll stop talking about you if you stop talking about us. It's simple, right? We don't want to be fighting with you, Jupes. Do you know what I mean? He shouldn't have even got to this. To be fair, but he really shouldn't have done. Do you know what I mean? But do you know what I mean? Let's just dead it, forget it, move on.
Yeah, I can easily dead that. I ain't got a problem with that. But you see, it's all good people coming over and saying, let's dead it now, after my family have been raked over the coals everywhere for 5 fucking years. And you're not the only ones that have done it, to be honest. In fact, you're probably the least of the ones that have done it now.
What have I actually done to your kids, or Jupiter, me personally?
Not you, Shell. And I've always said, hold on, Brian, I'm talking to Shell. I've always said that out of you and Cam, I don't think you're as bad. I've always said that.
Cam hasn't even done anything to your kids, though, either, Jupiter.
No, but Cam has said a lot. Listen, what happened in Discord happened. Okay? And she has been very instrumental in going around whipping people up, saying it's all been done for attention and everything else.
Yeah, but Jupiter, right? It's all right. Looking from the right, I'm going to from the outside, right? If you was not you and looking at it, Jupiter, and looking at it, it's all been fucked up. The whole fucking thing. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like you were saying that it was Deborah that said it was darkness. It wasn't. It was Moon that said it was darkness. Moon the other day said she knew.
No, Moon told me in private it was darkness, but the first person to bring it out onto these channels was Deborah. We've seen the recording.
Jupiter, it was Moon on Easy's.
Bleeding, can you try and have a look amongst your stuff and see if you can find the thing where we proved that it was actually Deborah.
Can I just say something before I please? Girls come in and find out you're innocent. The reason you had to make it, and you know you know, don't act like you're innocent. You had to take the videos down because of the police prosecution. So don't come here acting like all high and mighty.
What prosecution? Right. So you're talking stupid again, Brian. What prosecution?
And the campaign you had with Cam against Bleeding Heart was outrageous. You had to take the videos down. So don't act like you took them down. Put them back up.
If I had to take them down, why would I be putting them back out?
Take them down. There's no choice.
I put them videos on private So
They
if you
were
look at my
you was
nothing
done for
to do with fucking
miscommunications.
on
You had
YouTube.
harassment on me. Stop
Solid
talking
difference
shit, Shell.
between
You
on
had a harassment order on me. You are a
yeah,
troll. Your Cam is a troll.
yeah, I'm
Steppy
a
Kadis is
troll.
a
Yeah, I'm
troll.
a troll. You're a troll. You're a troll.
I've got
You're a
6 months
troll then,
worth of
aren't you, as
evidence.
well? If I'm
No,
a
I'm not.
troll, then you're a
I'm on
troll.
YouTube. Well,
If
wherever.
I'm a
But
troll,
I've
then
got
you're a
6
troll.
months of messages from
Simple
Steppy
as.
Kadis. Why
Listen,
would she send me all the? Tell me
why are you
this, Shell.
sitting on
Why
about
would
that?
she send me pictures of all the family? Why would Stephanie Kadis send me pictures of all the family? Why?
I've already been through this, Brian.
I'm asking you a question. Why would she send me
I've already
pictures
been
of
through it,
all the
Brian,
family?
because you and your crew had troll accounts with her. You had a Nan's picture, a Nan's picture had just died.
She
Her dad,
sent it to me.
the baby,
On WhatsApp.
her dad had
I've got
just
the
died.
WhatsApp. Sean, I'm going to send you right now all the WhatsApp pictures of Stephanie
Charlie's
Kadis.
pictures.
What's these
Yeah.
pictures, yeah? I never
She
answered
didn't
them.
give you all then. She didn't give you all then, though, did she,
Hold on,
Brian?
what are you sending me,
No,
Brian?
no. Because bleeding's already had, we've already got that as well, where bleeding went on Instagram to get them.
I never knew bleeding then. I didn't even know bleeding heart then.
So what
This is 2.5 years ago when Stephanie Kadis was phoning me every single day.
So why are you blaming her upon when she left 2.5 years ago, Brian?
Do you remember when she was going to make up the caps and the t-shirts? I've got it all for me.
Yeah, the masturbate channel, yeah. Do you really think she was going to make you t-shirts, Brian?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course she was, yeah. What, was you going to give it money to do it as well?
No, she should do it for free.
Fuck off. Yeah. See,
So
there
why
you go.
would
You ain't
tell
going to
me
get
this,
no
Jill?
t-shirts,
Why
ladies and
would she
gentlemen.
send me
Brian,
pictures?
Brian,
Why would she
listen,
send me
obviously,
pictures?
you're talking
Jill,
out right.
why would she send me pictures of a dead dad with the baby? Why would she do that?
Do you see, how many times do I have to explain it?
Just answer me.
How many times do I have to explain it? You
One.
and one of your crew had a troll account with her dad's picture with that baby. You wouldn't block the account or anything. You kept highlighting it. Yeah.
No.
She asked you and pleaded you to take it down. You wouldn't. So you said you didn't believe it, that was her child. She sent you that picture to prove that was a fucking child.
He sent me pictures of me. Her grandma was going to when she died. I sent flowers to the funeral.
No, you
Yeah,
didn't, Brian. No, you didn't.
I've got the picture of the funeral.
Brian, you didn't send no flowers. Stop lying. Stop
You don't know.
lying.
You don't know, Michelle.
Listen, Brian, you couldn't even afford fucking what God knows you was on fucking drugs, but come on, Brian. You were conning people to get you drugs. Come on, mate. You ain't buying no one above a fucking. You didn't.
Really?
Stop lying.
Really?
You're a liar.
Really? You need to go
really.
speak to Stephanie. You really
I'm
need
not.
to go
Anyway,
speak.
I'm done. Is there any more questions? Anyway, Jupiter. Let's sort me and you out. Let's just dead it.
You're full of shit, Michelle.
Right, I'm talking. Listen, I'm talking to Jupiter. Do you mind?
I think you guys should finish this off.
I think you should shut up. Jupiter,
Yeah,
so
look, I've got no problem, but at the end of the day, the minute I start hearing people fucking going on about Discord and putting their theories out there and fucking all that shit, yeah, it pissed me off.
Yeah, well, yeah, but Jupiter, do you know, out of everyone that were talking about it was you, Moon, and all that. You were the ones going from panel to panel talking about it, and then you had Esau not talking about it.
It's not true. See, this is where I get fed up of people rewriting history.
This is what I seen as an outsider, Duke.
Yeah, you might have seen it as an outsider, but you wouldn't have seen it straight off. So the incident happened. I went on to Brian Earls. I've shouted my head off because Danny Oakes-Jones had been on there. I came off, calmed down, went back on, readdressed it and said, actually, it could have been somebody else using it, which no one actually runs with. But Brian Earls got it on his fucking show and can prove that's the truth. I think Skits has actually put it out on video.
Got it.
Right? But I then the next day came on and said, I'm going off YouTube. I fucking privated all my fucking channels. Every single one of my channels went down dead for a while, right? And Moon went off. During those two or 3 or 4 days, whatever it was, silence from my channels. Luke was the one running streams. On that first stream,
he wasn't going on easy or anything.
On that first stream, no, because I was completely off. On that first stream, yeah, that is where it was brought up by Cam that Deborah had told her that it was darkness. I didn't even know it was darkness at that point because I never saw it. I only went by what I'd been told from my messages. And even when I reported to the police,
it was darkness. It was moon. And then from there, that's when everyone else said it was darkness, Jupiter.
Well, where did Deborah get that?
Can I ask you a question, though? Can I ask you a question? You did say that you told Esau because you was hoping he'd run with it as bullshit. Why would you want him to do that?
So what happened was when I went on and had a go at Danny Oakes Jones, I come off and I heard Danny go back on there and say it's all bullshit. It never happened. And I've only said that because of Eric releasing a video on me. I didn't even know there was a video released on me, right? So I didn't even know that. So I went on because what's his name? Esau was saying, oh my God, I can't believe it. What you reckon it's all this, that and the other. And I thought, I don't need Esau running with a load of bullshit. So I screenshot, where I'd been given the notification from Discord. That's all Bleeding Heart had. But after Luke's show, so that was sent to Bleeding Heart, I went back on, I said to Bleeding Heart, there's your proof, it did happen. Now, in that first sentence of the screenshot, if anybody knows what a Discord screenshot notification looks like, you'll see a little Discord sign, and then you'll see some of the first bits of the sentence, not the whole chat, but the first bits of it. Well, in the first bit of it, it says, Jupiter, Plisco has just put CP into your Discord. That's what I screenshot and sent to Thingy. And I said, but please do not run with this bullshit that it's not true. It is true, and it's gonna be reported.
Can I just say one thing? Can I just say one thing, Jupes, if you don't mind, please? Yeah. Is it really bad if you're poor? Is it really bad if you're poor?
If you're poor,
Shell?
no. Why?
No, Shell, I'm asking Shell because you said I'm benefits. I'm really poor.
I never said that. I said that 2 years ago you were conning women.
I was what?
Conning
but Brian,
women.
I want to sort this out right now. Hold on, we can talk about that in a minute. So,
read that, then, Shell. Read that, Shell. Well, your statement yesterday.
I'm talking to Jupiter. Do you mind?
I'm talking to you. It's only 97,000. There's only 97,000 left in there. You dickhead.
Yeah, we know you're not poor at the moment, Brian. So after that,
why not? I sold my story.
Have you paid Laddenbrooke's Hospital back then as well? No, you paid them.
Brian, can I just finish this conversation? So after I gave her that screenshot, she showed it to Esau. It was only a fucking screenshot. There was nothing that would have affected the case. All it was something to show her that it was fucking true and not to go along with the fucking stories that people that it wasn't true that Danny Oakes Jones was saying. That's all it was.
So
but after the channels went quiet on Luke's, Deborah and Cam had a discussion about darkness. That was the first stream. I then phoned up Moon and said to Moon, I don't understand it. I've been told that it was Plisco, but they're saying the name Darkness. She said, I can understand why. And then she explained some stuff to me, right? I then phoned up Luke after he'd done a second stream talking about it, where Cam was going on, shouting her mouth off. Oh, it's all for attention. I think it was Esau, this, that, and all that. And I phoned her. I said, listen, please do not follow Cam and go along with this bullshit story that it's not true.
Yeah, but you know what? She wasn't the only one that was saying that, Jupiter. But
she was the most vocal. She was the most vocal. Yeah, I'm not saying it was just her, but she was the most vocal.
You do realise, you know, when you went on Easy's and when you first spoke about it on Easy's, when you said Bleeding Heart, I'm gonna send you some. Esau then said he'd already seen it. That from there, that's when people
he said he'd already seen the screenshot.
Right, so no, you hadn't sent it then. By then, you hadn't sent it. You were sending it. He'd already said it.
I'm going to explain that. If you listen, you'll understand. right? So when I called up Luke, I said to Luke, do not run with this bullshit. I'll tell you what, I'm going to send something so you can see that it's true. Now, because I trusted Luke more than I trusted Esau and Bleeding Heart at that time, Luke was actually given part of the full thread. I did a video and showed him more than just the fucking notification. I showed him part of the whole conversation. He then went out of his way to show it to everybody because he likes attention, yeah? Which then upset fucking Crystal, which wasn't fair on Crystal because no one needed to know that Crystal had fucking observed it. Which then upset Dave because Dave was in a relationship with Crystal. But Luke knew what he was doing by doing that. But because he now put it out to that side, I thought, well, fuck it. I'm going to go and give it to the fucking other side so that they all know what everyone's talking about, because otherwise the other side are going to start making assumptions. And I've already got your side making assumptions. So then I gave them the second thing, the same exact fucking recording that I gave Luke, I then gave to them. So when he said he'd already seen it, he'd already seen the screenshot. The screenshot that I called a fucking, what is it, Photoshop? Whatever I said when I muddled the word. He'd already seen the fucking screenshot. But he hadn't seen the full conversation that Luke got. But because Luke put it out, I was like, well, no, put it out to the other side. But everybody else who filled in the gaps in between have fucking made a whole fucking story out of nothing. And all because they wanted to believe that A, either I did it for attention, or B, that I'm trying to set up Plisco, or C, they just wanted to fucking do a hate campaign for views. I don't know what it was.
To be honest with you, Jupiter, the whole thing should never have come onto YouTube. You should have kept it quiet.
Well, I've already said that.
Because not only bringing
times I've already said that. I've even told the fucking police officer when he came to my house what I did, and I wish I hadn't. So it's not like it's hidden. No one has uncovered anything. Nobody has made anything better for the fucking police. All they've done is made it fucking worse for themselves. Because I haven't hid fuck all.
Calm down, Jupiter.
No, because it pisses me off. How would you like it if you had that fucking happen in your Discord and you didn't ask for it, and yet every cunt is trying to make out you're the paedophile when you're the fucking victim?
Yeah, I wouldn't like it. I fucking, and whoever did it, it's disgusting, Jupiter, and I hope they find it. I really do.
Tells the truth. I've got Esau's coming on, Jupes. How many Telegram groups have you had between you? How many Telegram groups have you, Cam, and Stephanie got?
Anyway, Jupiter, listen, I get it. The whole thing. I'm not talking to you, Brian. I'm talking to Jupiter. Do you mind? We'll drop you out, Jupiter. If you would please just drop us out.
Listen, I'm not arguing with you, but every time someone fucking runs around with all this fake bullshit, yeah, and bigs up Wendy and fucking goes along with her shit and goes along with Luke's shit, then I'm going to get the hump.
Jupes, ask her how many Telegram groups she's got.
When you got a hump, though, Jupiter, you don't need to keep blaming me, Cam, and Bats for everything.
Yeah, I agree with that. But at the same time, if you're sort of going to run around saying things like, "Oh yeah, well I reckon her family have done this," or "Yeah, I reckon, yeah, that she's lying about it," and "I reckon this and that and the other."
You know why? Because you've been saying things about me.
No one's been saying no. I've always had more of the upper hand than you, Shell. I've always had, and I've even said to people, I don't think Shell's as bad as Cam. I've always said that. Always fucking said that. I've always fucking divided you two, to be fair.
She won't talk to me, Jukes. Ask about the campaign and the Telegram groups about Bleeding Heart.
Oh my God, I'm not. There is no fucking Telegram group.
But I'm not here to argue with anybody else. Listen, I'm not here to argue with Shell for anybody else, Brian. Right? If people, I can balance it up. If she was to say, "Oh, so and so has done this," then I'll say, "Yeah, but so and so has done that." But when it comes down to just me, Shell, and Cam, the thing is, there was no need for me to even have fell out with you, Shell, if I'm honest.
No, but you started bringing me in. Moon started. I mean, maybe Moon was saying I was trolling her and all sorts.
Yeah,
Do you
but
know what I
Moon
mean?
is not me. And Moon's
But
got a
this is
right
what
to
I'm
say
saying.
whatever
A
she
lot of
wants.
things as
This
well,
is the
Kat.
problem. This is the
You know,
problem,
a lot of
Shell.
things as well, though, Jupiter. You're not seeing a lot of things what Moons has been saying as well. I don't think. I really, truly don't think. A lot of times you've been there when she's on one, and you've
Yeah,
not
but
been around.
even when Moon is on one,
And this
whether
is
I'm
why
there,
people are getting all fucking confused with this Discord stuff.
yeah, but whether I'm there or whether I'm not there, right? Whatever Moon says is not me. I don't blame you for what Cam says. I only blame when you sit there and go, yeah, to Cam. Then I think, oh, fuck off, Shell. You're sitting. But if it's just Cam, I say it's Cam. And most people hear that I actually say Cam, not Shell. Most of the time I say Cam. Cam said this. Cam done this. Cam's pissed me off.
And that's another thing, Cam. You are blaming Cam for everything.
No, I'm not.
And you blame Bleeding Heart for me. You campaigned against Bleeding Heart because of the Dream Team.
I've not had no campaign against Bleeding Heart. If I had a campaign against her, trust me, she'd know about it, mate. Right, anyway, Jupiter, I'm going to leave because this prick's going to wind me up. It's done. Like, listen, listen. This YouTube beef is getting ridiculous with everybody. I mean, what's happening to Taffy right now is fucking fucked up. Yeah, fucked up. And he does not deserve any of that. And we're all beefing. Come on. It's got to stop.
Well, and Bleeding Heart does deserve it. And Bleeding Heart does deserve it.
Because it's not just
Did
his
I
world
deserve
trying
it?
to fuck up. It's a little 9-year-old girl's little world they're trying to fuck up. They're taking it out on a 9-year-old child.
Listen, Shell, Plisco went round doing worse than what's happening to fucking Taffy right now with my fucking everybody is telling me I've got no right.
You have got a child at 9 years old.
Shell, listen, I want to make this point really, really fucking clear.
I get what's
happening
to
Taffy is wrong. Hold on, what is
with.
happening to Taffy is wrong. Yes, I don't agree with it. But, and I'm going to say this, and I'm going to make it fucking perfectly clear for everybody.
And I don't agree with people either.
Twice as much as what they've done to Taffy, yeah? And yet people are trying to tell me that I can't suppose that it's him that did what happened in the Discord.
Yep.
Even though it's my opinion, because I've got a lot of evidence beforehand and after it happened, by the way, of things that group, including Plisco, were saying, plotting and planning.
And he put my kids on the dark web.
I get why you're investigating it. But what I do know is that he went running around doing worse than what he saw is actually doing. Well, I don't know because I haven't heard the latest, right? But
yeah, hang on, none of your family's lost a job, Jupiter.
What do you mean?
What about putting children on the dark web?
Social services
What about
kids
putting
taken off
children on the dark web paedophile sites? What about that?
Put you on, right, Brian, he was wrong for doing that, but he wasn't put on a paedophile site. Stop saying that.
The dark web.
Yeah. He made a picture that looked like Pornhub. He wasn't put on the dark web, and you know it wasn't. And a few weeks ago said you paid to go and fucking find it on the dark web. You're lying. It didn't get put on the dark web. Don't be silly.
Well, that is the thing. It could have been.
You've even admitted he didn't, and even he said to you, Brian.
Do you know 100% he didn't do it? Do you know 100% he didn't do it?
I'll tell you what. Then why don't you go to the Pornhub now and go and get the link and show us?
There's 9 people putting statements against him. No, that's all he's done. There's 9 people putting statements against him.
Listen, it was wrong. Listen, it was wrong for doing the picture full stop.
Friendly with ghosts, didn't they?
Listen,
forward. You can't just say something. You can't just say something. You have to put the evidence forward, Brian. That's how life works.
No, that would be jurisprudence if it's going through
Shut
court.
up, you know what's talking to you, little rat. Brian, you've made the statement. You have to put the evidence up. That's how it works.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Shut the fuck up.
We have There's 9 people. There's 9 people dead. There's 9 people now putting statements against Plisco. 9 people. We all can't be wrong, can we, then?
Brian,
just show the evidence. Just
about this we've had that as well. We've been talked about that. Anyway, but listen, go find it. Go and bring the Pornhub link and bring it to show everyone.
No,
Bring it.
it's not
Well, with
the
the
police.
stuff that you were supposed to bring before, the evidence that you're going to show against me as
I don't need to show you nothing. It's with the police.
well.
As is
Right,
number 8.
okay, yeah. You're on an ASBO. Remember that one, Brian.
Excuse me.
Anyway, Shell, between me, you and Cam, we'll try and move forward and not mention each other. Right?
Michelle Smith. Am I on the ASBO?
Sorry, Jupiter, what did you say?
I said,
No,
you and
am I
Cam,
on
we'll
the
try and
ASBO?
move forward. Right? I've
I'm
heard
not
what you
on the
said. We'll
ASBO.
try and move forward. But
Michelle, am I on the ASBO?
But the fact of the matter is that Ghost was instrumental in doing what happened to Taffy in his job. Yeah, everybody is sitting there applauding him.
He clicked it. But Brian knows who did that, don't they? Was it a certain female that did that in a certain group?
Okay, okay, I'll answer your question. You answer mine. Where's my ASBO? I ain't got no fucking ASBO.
Brian, oh my God, it was only a couple of months ago. You said you cannot ring the police because of you've got an injunction for 5 years.
The CBO, a criminal behaviour order. You dickhead. It's a CBO, criminal behaviour order. You dickhead.
Listen, I don't agree with what's happened, right, with your family and you know what I mean, and the Discord shit. It's
well, hang on, you, Cam, and Stephanie did that.
Right, well, that went quiet, didn't it?
Sorry, Jukes, I didn't mean to get. Sorry.
It's all right. She's coming back. I do think, though, that people should just try and be able to speak rationally instead of screaming over each other.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I dropped out.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Yeah, as I was saying, Jupiter. Listen. I just want. Just leave us alone. We'll leave you alone. Yeah, but we will. I won't hold you any account for Moon. Do you know what I mean, or anything like that? But like, just if you think I've done something, Jupiter, come and ask me. Do you know what I mean? Oh, I've got I just noticed as well on your channel, I've still got a spanner, so you might want to take that. When I came on your channel before, I seen someone be deleted, so I realised I had a spanner. So I'll let you know. So yeah. So anyway, I bid you good night. Thanks for letting me on.
And fuck off.
Yeah.
Respect for jumping on, so.
You don't have to be that rude, Brian. Fuck's sake.
You feel free to come and ask me on one of my live streams because I'm sure you've got a lot of questions because a lot has been said. But yeah, I'm open. Anyone can ask me anything.
To be honest, Shell, right, where I am, hold on, Brian. Where I am in all this is, I know this sounds really nasty, but I will try and go forward and not mention you. But the bottom line is this: everything that could be done to my family has been done, right?
Yeah.
And when you say but at least my kids have not lost their job or Hector's not lost his job. It's only because our family are fucking self-independent. Basically, they own their own businesses and they run their own businesses. And apart from the fucking one that's a fireman and the other one that's in children's services.
Listen, I didn't agree with when he saw and that was going after your family. I don't agree with any of it, Jupiter. I don't. Yeah, I don't. With Taffy, with everyone should fucking stop.
You agreed to going after my little kids.
Shut up, dude. Bring your evidence of what you're spouting.
What you, Cam, and Stephanie went after, didn't go after my 3 children.
What did you
lying.
do? When I put out the videos, everyone will see what you did, won't they?
Yeah. Well, you don't think I got 2,400? Seriously, why did you get arrested then? Why did you get arrested?
Do you really think it's worth raking over and over and over and over why can't we all just agree kids are
why did you get arrested? You had to take them videos down. You were told to take them videos down.
That Brian, you silly plonker. I only took the videos down about 6 months ago. What are you on about? You stupid man. You silly man.
Okay.
You know what? Stop with talking.
Michelle, if you're telling the truth, Michelle, put them up now. Put them up now.
You're on them talking again, aren't you?
Sorry?
Anyway, Jupiter, I'm going to go.
Put the videos up now if you're not lying.
Shut, I will. I'll put them out now. When I go to you,
Do it
I'll
right
put
now, Gummy, do it right now. We won't. I promise you, Duke. You won't do it.
Who are you telling what to do? Who do you think you are?
A lot fucking better than you, Gummy.
You are. Do you think you have any impact in my life, Brian?
I wouldn't want to.
Well, I know exactly. So fucking keep your nose out then and shut your mouth.
Michelle,
right, because it's too late.
Michelle,
thanks for letting me on. And yeah,
bye.
so
Bye, Gummy.
Brian,
Bye, Gummy.
So you're going to have all the videos released on you again, Brian?
She's not allowed to. Duke, she's not allowed to. She will never do it. She's not allowed to. It's part of her military communications order. She's not allowed to do it. That's why she had to take them all down. It's talking shit.
It's mental, though, that people want to still keep fighting. I don't know. I just don't know why people just can't fucking drop people's kids out. And you're right, Brian. Your kids are equal to everybody else's, and that's where I drew the line, because I was like, hold on a minute.
We've got the groups. Yes, we've got our groups as well. Listen, so it's not all both one-sided. We've got our groups, but she's trying to lie and saying, because we put people in their groups, she's trying to lie saying there was no Telegram groups where they're not infiltrating, trying to stir up shit with, and you as well, Dupes. They did it against you and did it against me, mainly me. It was mainly me.
No, I know that. I know that things were said about me. And this is the other mad thing. Because at the time, everyone was believing and blaming me. Everyone was saying that I was in these groups. I weren't in none of those groups.
I can swear to now, I've never seen you in one Telegram group, Dupes.
Brian, I personally pulled Plisco on this web shit or whatever. I've not seen any evidence. I've just heard what you said. That's it.
The only two
So
people
if Wendy had her early streams up, Mr. Rick, I can guarantee you that man was turning up, telling everybody what he'd done.
Rick, let me tell you this, Rick. Only two people see the
He
real.
Was under the name Chock full of nuts, and he was turning up. And I actually thought he was a nutcase that was just saying random stuff.
Also, Dukes, it was Chock full of nuts and William L. Buffalino. Only two people see the real posters, and that was me and Russell McGarry. Only me and him see the real posters. And then he doctored them to make them look less. But only me and the Wasp see the real, what he put on the dark web. And that's why, if you remember, Wasp turned against him. There's only two of us that saw it. No, sorry, Esau see it.
It's why he got thrown out. Yeah, it's true. That is why he got thrown out.
That's why Wasp wouldn't have him on there.
Yeah, but surely you must have some evidence to back that up.
The police have got all that, and there's 8 other people who've done it. But
there was stuff shown at the time, but then Plisco came on and he showed a load of different stuff, and nobody knew what one was true. But what I can tell you, then, from my memory, is that he used to turn up in Wendy's side chat saying, "Can I be let on? Can I be let on?" And under the tag Chock full of nuts, and he'd come on and say a bit like what he does with Dan. And say, I've just phoned Brian, he's on holiday. Or I've just put his kids on the dark web. And I didn't believe him. I'm not going to lie. I thought he was just a nutcase who came on and said things as a stupid troll. And it was all bullshit. You know, like you get those trolls who turn up and say things for comedic effect.
But what we've done, Dupes, I won't say too much. What we've done, he come under me on the WhatsApp under a name called William L. Buffalino. And that's what he goes under. His gaming name is William L. Buffalino. I'm just gaming whatever PlayStation, whatever you call this shit, yeah? So I sat back a year. We just followed it. He kept sending me, it was all in Scottish. There was some weird words. Like he'd say, "Are you fucking your wife's gash?" Things like that. Words we wouldn't talk in English. It's a Scottish word. Yeah.
Sure,
no, we used to say gower.
Yeah, that's another word. Yeah, that's another word. Gower. Yeah. But it's Scottish words. But listen, Plisco, there's 9 people now. We've all putting statements together. He's a wrong un. He's not as old as you think, by the way, and he does like his dirt bikes. We've got him on that. He's a dickhead. But let it be. That's all I can say.
I'm not going to let him be. Fuck off. If he turns out to be the bloke in Discord, I will go to court and get him done.
Yeah, absolutely, Dukes. 100% I'll be behind you the whole way.
You know, I mean, no, fuck it. After what he done to my family, people don't know the half of what that man did.
Can I say something right now, Dukes? Yeah, when I got the pig's head delivered, people said I did it myself. There were about 20 stamps, all from that area of Dorset. It says on the stamps. But so what did I drive all the way to Dorset and send it to myself?
I don't believe you did it to yourself, Brian.
Of course I did. My son opened that, Dukes. My son opened it, and people like Shell said I bought it from my local butcher.
I mean, don't get it twisted, right? And I know I've got a dark sense of humour, and maybe you're a bit different to me. But if someone sent that to my house, yeah, I would report it to the police. But I'd find it fucking ridiculous, to be quite honest.
But do you know what? This happened, Dukes. There's a butcher's in Great Bentley. They had 19 people phone them up. Shell was one of them. Stepping Kiss was one of them. Cam was one of them. Was
but
one
Brian,
of them.
you've got to admit, it was ridiculous when the police looked when they opened up the box and they lifted up that pig's head. It was comical. I shouldn't laugh, but it was kind of comical.
The thing is, there was a paper in there from Dorset. Paper. It was Plisco all day long. Of course, it was him, dickhead. But he's a gamer. You know this, Sean, as well. He's a gamer. Yeah.
Yeah, he sits on the PlayStation, not on the PlayStation, on the PC. He uses PC to access cross-compatibility games so he can play.
He actually sent me a video. He sent me about 18 months ago. He sent me a video outside his house. He wouldn't show, obviously, his face, of a pit bike or a KTM 125. Yeah, that's all he was showing. He sends me shit like this. He's weird as fuck.
Yeah, he is weird. I will agree with you, he's weird. But I mean, there's still an outside chance it wasn't him, but in my opinion, it was definitely him because there's too much, and that is only my opinion. I've said to the police that that's my opinion, but obviously, obviously the police are going to do their job and they're going to investigate properly. They're not just going to go on opinions.
They are.
Yeah, and sometimes even the extreme cases, they can convict you just on circumstantial alone.
So,
well, I've got the stuff on Wasp. I've got I don't like using his evidence to say when my boy was 4 at the time. My little boy was 4 at the time. He's 6 now. I put him on the dark web. Yeah.
So look. Let's put it this way: even if it turns out he didn't do it, he can't blame other people for blaming him when he was going around saying shit beforehand that he was going to do it.
Well, what I've said to Plisco is regardless whether he did do it or you've made up lies in a video to make it look like he did it, it's just fucked up either way. It's disgusting either way.
It is, yeah. With people's kids, it's fucking bang out of order. Anyone's kids, even if you don't like the person.
Yeah, this is it. I've not.
Remember, Duke, sorry, Rick. When he phoned up Bucky, tried to get me kicked off the site, saying I was a paedophile about 4 years ago. Do you remember that?
Yeah, he did do that as well. Yep.
Yeah, he's a fucking wrong un.
And all the stuff they put around your village.
Yeah, and he also phoned every pub in my area.
If you look at the live stream where Hoof jumped onto Moons, you will see that when that's brought up, that Hoof says, yeah, but hold on a minute, but Brian L said this. So he's not denying that it was done by that group, because it was.
There was a group. There's another group by Chrissy Morris. If he saw jumps in the hotel, there's a group. Chris, you know this, Sean. Chrissy Morris set a group up about 12 weeks ago. It's called Brian Hell's Misdemeanors.
Well, I've not heard of that. Apart from when you told me about it, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chrissy Morris is another nutcase. I don't know why he keeps phoning up the police with all his nonsense. But it's going to backfire on him because the police are well aware that I've told them that he's doing this and it's harassment and they've agreed with me. And in the end, he'll end up being brought in if he carries on.
Dude, they don't take him seriously. They really do not take him seriously. Honestly, he acts like he's like a police informer. They don't take him seriously.
He's a fucking another weirdo. I'm telling
Weird
you.
as fuck. And how he's not been rearrested for his abuse against Fiona and Joe, I don't know.
Well, I think the police have lost control, haven't they, at this point?
Yeah.
No, the Morris situation is being looked into with
Okay.
the Fiona thing. I spoke to them. They rung me up. I give a statement over the phone.
So,
I mean, I think, to be honest with you, Dupes, I think it's me and you have suffered the most abuse.
yeah, but this is why I get pissed off when people turn up, and not because I'm a victim, because I don't like being a victim. I don't give a shit for all that sympathy.
But you are.
No, I know, but I don't give a shit for all that sympathy, and it's not nothing I can't handle anyway. But the fact of the matter is, this is why I get annoyed when people turn up trying to fucking tell me, oh, but feel sorry for this. Hold on a fucking minute. When I was telling you how bad these people were, you were making out I was a nutcase.
Yeah, true. It's true.
So, you know, what do you want me to do now? I mean, let's be honest about it, Brian, right? I'm civil with Esau, right? But if I stop talking to Esau tomorrow, it won't stop Esau doing what he's doing.
No.
And even if I went over there, had a massive row with him tonight, it wouldn't stop him doing what he's doing, because Esau is his own person. I've got no control over him.
But I've always said that Esau's like a wild stallion. I can't control him.
You know, we can try and say to him, look, Esau, I think what you've done is wrong. Please slow down. Don't do that to Taffy. Can't you see his mindset? But then it don't help that group push Taffy up front and fucking praise him for fucking going at Esau. And then what do you think's going to happen?
Exactly.
Everyone's got to stop all the way round. Otherwise it won't work.
What about Dukes? What about Taffy saying he's going to rape him, bend him over, rape him again, turn him over and rape him again? Is that acceptable?
No, it's not acceptable, but it's not credible either, is it? I don't really think that's going to happen.
No, of course it's not going to happen, but it's still wrong.
And of course it's not acceptable, but it weren't acceptable when you said similar things about whatever, when you was fucking out of your head that night.
Definitely, 100%.
You know, everybody says stupid things. And I've noticed that Taffy is not the only one that loses his temper and says, I'm going to rape you on here. Do you know I've even heard it in the black community? Really? There was one bloke called Suge who actually told Jedi in an argument that he was going to rape him and pull his hair.
Well, and this is why the police will not arrest people online now. They won't do it.
Because the words are being bandied around like common language.
Yes, yes.
Right, I'm going to jump off, James. I've got to take the dog for a walk. Nice one for letting me on.
Yeah, that's all right.
All right, take care.
Speak to you later. You know, everybody has said things that they shouldn't have fucking said to intimidate in most cases. And then there's the others that actually say it because they get off on it. And that to be honest, right, the ones who say it to intimidate are disgusting. But the ones that are actually getting off on it, they're even more fucking perverse and weird.
Yeah, they're the ones that are more likely to do it.
And the cheek of it all is that the perverse ones are the ones running around blaming everyone else for being perverse. And don't get me wrong, Sean. I will say
I've
this.
been perverse.
I will say this because this is what annoys people, right? And I'm not trying to have a dick.
No, it's perfectly fine.
Right, but this is what annoys people, because when you chirp in or whatever, they think, yeah, but what about all the smut you've done, Sean? That's what they think. But the fact of the matter is, to a certain extent, yeah, you have done smutty stuff, right?
Yeah.
But I also think there was a little bit of coercion. I think there was a little bit of attention seeking. I think some of the things that you've said, you've lied to try and cover up something you think they're going to take the mick out of you for, and actually made it worse for yourself. I do think a lot of that's gone on as well.
Yeah. I'll accept that. Sometimes some things is just the way they are. But yeah, I'll accept that. That's right. I don't help myself sometimes.
But listen, Sean, you've said nothing more outrageous than what I've done. Let's be real. Yeah, back in the day. Yeah, nothing. And do I regret what I've said? I'm honest with you. A couple of things.
Yeah, sometimes you do forget.
A couple of things. There's a couple of things. And you, Jupes, with me. Let's be real. But yeah, has it cost me?
Yeah, but that's the thing, Brian. Apart from PD, who did turn up at your house, right?
No, he didn't. Jupes, he didn't turn up. Jupes, he didn't turn up. Jupes.
Oh, all right. Well, whatever happened there. Apart from that,
Great Bentley. I went there. Yeah, he didn't turn up. He took a picture of Great Bentley Station and pretended he did. And if people want to watch back the video, when he said he was in Colchester afterwards, I went, "What hotel you at?" He went, "I'm not telling you." He never came. Esau put him out there. Esau showed him shagging another guy. And that's what he was upset about. And now he's in the Czech Republic. Yeah. And this guy in the chat, this Fox, who's Goofy 99, who's commenting completely. Fox, you're Goofy 99. Really? Are you that desperate? But yeah, listen, I'm not going to lie, Jupes. I regret a lot of things I've done. Has it cost me? Yeah. Have I got £225,000 out of it? Absolutely. How do you feel, people?
Where's my paycheck, Brian? Come on. Oh, wait, I better not say that. Somebody will think I'm blaming you.
How do you wrong-uns feel? All sitting in the chat making your comments.
yeah, but you didn't get £225 out of anything that happened on here.
Yeah, I did.
No, he has. He has been paid out. He has.
Dupes, I have.
Oh, have you? For what then?
I'm not telling you. I can't tell you right now. I'm contracted for 8 days, another 8 days.
Yeah, he's on the contract. He can't explain anything until the papers come out.
It's been evidence.
Yeah, we've had a chat behind the scenes.
How do you feel, people? I got £225,000 in my account.
But he's only got 97 left. Let's make that clear.
No. That's one account.
Well, I don't know. I might be taking your advice anyway, because after all these lot fucking carry on.
Well, no, I'm not going to lie, Dupe. You did help me.
You know.
You had one stream that helps.
I think you should drop a donation then, Brian. You know, a couple of grand.
No, I don't need people's money. That honestly,
I know, I'm only joking, James. I'm only joking.
James, people think that I'm poor. I'm not rich. I'm not poor though.
I'm poor.
No, I'm not poor.
No,
I'm not rich, but I'm not poor.
I've got to say this. Fox, Goofy 99, are you feeling the pain? Do you want me to show you my payslip? You mug. Do you want me to
Listen, the truth of the matter is, I don't care if you are rich or if you're not.
I'm not rich. I'm not rich. So I'm rich in? I'm rich in love with my children. I can give them what they want now. Jupes, whatever they want. And Goofy 99 Fox, are you upset? Sean, you've seen the receipts, haven't you, bruv?
Yep. I was wondering why you're only giving me.
Feel the pain, Fox, you mug. Sorry, Jupes, I've got to say that. He's a prick.
Yeah, stop winding up people in the side chat. It's not worth it, Brian.
This is Fox. Look, it's all night long. He's been telling it shit.
Yeah, but don't forget he got set up as well. People say that he's lying, but
he's 99.
Yeah, but he got sent a link. Hold on, he got sent a link and ended up in a room he didn't want to be in.
Did he? I didn't know that. Pray tell.
People tried to set him up as well. This is what I'm telling you. They've done it to a lot of people. A lot of fucking people, and I'm sick and tired of it. Some of them, some have done it out of misguided loyalty to certain individuals, but others knew exactly what they were doing and have coaxed people into fucking going along with group mentality and group mentality think.
What do you think, Jupes? Let me ask you a question before I've got to go through. And what do you think of these people who just hide behind an avatar? And I've got friends do it as well.
I think they're cowards, all of them. And I've told Esau that and he gets upset with me, but I do think they're cowards. Difference between me and you and Sean, whether people like Sean or not, he
Sure,
shows
sure.
his face. I can walk down my local fucking high street. I don't give a shit.
Can you take anybody credible, honestly, that won't even show their face or their name?
No, you can't. No, you can't. You can't.
You Wendy Woos. And it goes for everybody, you know me, who doesn't show their face. And I'll say Esau as well. You see, he's my pal.
But it's
all these
interesting, all that partridge stuff that you said. It's very interesting, that.
Oh, God, I went down that fucker.
There are some interesting observations.
Actually, I said the name wrong earlier. It wasn't Graham Partridge. It was Samuel Partridge.
Samuel Partridge,
yeah. Samuel. Yeah. That the,
but she did, I heard she gave you a little bit of a hint. I don't believe it was true. Yeah, who she was.
No, basically, she claimed that she was Nirek. She was related to the Nirek family.
She's not related to the Nirek at all. Yeah.
But you know, whatever. Look, I don't know what the truth is.
Yeah.
I've done both lines of investigation, and both lines.
Do you actually know what she looks like? Should we do?
No, only those pictures that everybody else has seen.
Not in her kitchen. You've not got the one in the kitchen.
Nah.
Okay.
No.
Okay. That's how we got her, from her tablets. Her tablets. She's got that problem. I can't remember what the problem's called. Women get and she left her tablets on the side.
Grace disease, yeah.
No, not that. No, not that. No, not that.
Thyroid.
That's it. Girl, thyroid. Yeah, she's got thyroid gland problems. Yeah.
What? And she had tablets. So what? The tablets on the table, you could.
Tablets on the table, and we managed to get on Zoom in on them. Yeah.
Oh, did you?
That was a thyroid problem. That was a problem. Yeah.
And what was the name on those tablets?
I'll send it to you. Yeah.
Okay.
But that's what he's got. What's it called? Is it expanded or something like that? Thyroid problem? I don't know. I don't know what they call it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, she's nearly 60, Jukes.
I don't care how old she is. I just think that what she did was despicable.
What, to you?
To everybody.
Well, she fucking hates me for some reason.
Louis, don't tell me not to fall for his waffle. If he shows me the screenshot and he gives me the name and I can see it, I will know whether it was in that original video.
What's she saying? And lives in the house at the bottom of the garden.
I would actually, at this stage, and I will honestly say this, believe some of what Brian says compared to any of what Wendy says. Wendy's a liar. Through and through.
Oh, God. But can I ask you something, Jukes? Did you not know halfway through? I mean, listen, I'll be honest with you, Jukes. I bullshit half the time, just to fucking get people going.
Yeah, I did. Yeah? And that's why halfway through I started telling her some wild stories that she added to, which has kind of come back to sort of like bite me in the bum a little bit, but not really. Because it's proved what a nasty cunt she is. And
listen, I just think she's a bored housewife. She's got no life, is she?
I don't know.
But what was the biggest lie? Come on, the cemetery. Come on.
See, now that I believed at first until she started saying that she drove miles away to do it, and I was like, hold on a minute though. And then she said it was in blind rage, and I was like, what? That makes sense.
What? And her son's picked her up from a GPS. Come on, Joe.
Yeah, it didn't make sense. All of it didn't make sense. It sounded like a really fabricated thing. But because everybody was going against her and I felt a bit sorry for her, I thought, no, I'm not going to be the one to put the boot in. But then she started up with her nonsense and I was like, no, I'm not having this, no.
Crazy.
Oh.
But this is what she did with me 2 years ago when I was talking to her for 6 months.
But you got to laugh at the other people on here though, because all of the people that were really vocal, who said they didn't believe her, suddenly because Jupiter now says she don't believe her, Jupiter's outrageous, and they all believe her. It's mental. It's absolutely mental. The hate that goes on.
The other day when she was going at your kids, what the fuck went on? What the fuck went on?
Basically, she was a plant. It's obvious she was a plant.
Do you think so?
Yeah, so she was basically there to get, because she obviously thought I was more involved with the Tommy Robinson inner circle than I was.
Yeah.
And I think she was there to find out things, definitely.
You really reckon that, honestly?
Yeah, I don't believe a word that she ever told me now. No.
Well,
I think in between all of her bullshit, there's probably some stuff that that would actually tie into who she is. Yeah. And I think that partridge thing is a bigger clue than what a lot of other people do.
Oh, yeah. I think Brian Harvey was very close to her. Not close.
And it's interesting that you say that there was what did you say? There was a Sarah, was it a Daphne?
There was a Sarah Arnold. That was one.
Yeah.
That was on the News of the World sprung. Then there was Partridge. Then there was the Denise as well. Brian showed me. She got so many pseudonyms. Yeah. And anyone who's in the chat who says she's got a book out, show me the book. Now,
do you know what was really funny, Brian? There was a Jenny Rowlands. Do you remember that one? She had a Jenny Rowlands.
That's what she used to WhatsApp me under. That was the name she WhatsApped me under, Jenny Rowland.
I found that really funny when you came out with that and said, and you know that you're this as well, Wendy. That's when I realised that she was a troll, if you want the truth.
I had 3 numbers.
She, at the time, was really... I was on her shows and everything, but I had this Jenny Rowlands that kept turning up under my videos writing nasty things. And it was then that I was like, oh, so you're a troll, are you, Wendy?
And that's what I think.
But I still wasn't sure whether you were just saying that and it was you lot writing it.
No.
So I was edging my bet is, you know.
Brian Harvey was very close. He was really close.
But yeah, she's told a lot of lies, a hell of a lot of lies.
What was her problem with Amanda Dowler? She had a big issue with that.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I just think at this point she's a very judgmental old cunt.
Yeah.
Who tries to make out that she's got a moral high ground. But
Brian Harvey, I'm saying now, she would hate this now. Brian Harvey looked deep into Hartlepool and Jeff Partridge. Yeah. Motorbike accident. We couldn't find one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe his name is Jeff, honest.
Luke sent me some interesting stuff.
He's pretty on the ball. I'm not going to lie. I don't know what he does, but Dave Collection is pretty on the ball.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he sits there and says that I asked him for information. He did actually send me some interesting stuff. He might not have realised how it actually fitted in, but he did. Yeah.
He called me last night.
He called you last night?
Yeah. I'll send it to you, Sean. Do you want to see it? Yeah, he called me last night 3 times.
This is what I'm saying. Out front, they all make out that they're not doing this, but they are in the background. Yet me, who they accuse of being in bed with Brian, I can honestly tell you I've never had a private phone call or direct communication with him.
Never been on bed tubes. Let's make that clear.
You know, I've never been involved with any of that behind the scenes with Brian. Yeah. All of these have tried to sort of like use him and get involved with it. And they've done the same with Danny Oakes-Jones, yet they all sit out front making out that they're not. And the thing is, even to the point of Wendy at one stage making a truce with Brian Earl and Esau, and they told her, this is the truth. They told her, we'll make a truce with you, Wendy, but it don't include Jupiter. And she agreed to it. And yet I'm the cunt that backstabbed her.
And how many times you've seen the evidence, Jupe? How many times has Danny Jones tried to make truce with us in the background? People know this. People don't know this.
Yeah. But that only come out because
No, we sent it to Moon.
basically Wendy had to admit it.
Yeah.
She had to admit it. And when I asked her, she said, yeah, I have made a truce with them. But she never ever told me. So they were still going at me for months, and they were only going. This is the joke of it. Esau was only going at me because I was friends with Wendy. I responded and defended myself. Then Wendy makes a truce with them behind the scenes. Don't tell no one. They're still going at me. Because I'm going backwards and forwards at them because of Wendy. And then when she finally admits it, it's all forgotten about, and it's meant to be me who stabbed her in the back. Fuck off out of here.
But I know I've never seen you on any Discord, Telegram groups, or whatever. And Sean, you know we were on there, Jukes. But excuse me, but we're on these groups. But anyway, but I'm going to put this: Danny Jones is a big instigator on all these groups. He is. Trust me on this. He really is.
Danny Jones is not a very nice person. I know that much.
Terrible person. Awful.
Yeah. And nor is Simon Lord. He's evil.
He's a shit cunt as well. But listen, do you remember when Wendy Wu, Danny Jones, and Hoof was on that group sharing children's pictures? You know, Sean.
Wow.
I heard about that, yeah.
It was Bops's kid.
Yeah, I heard about that, yeah. Question is, how did they get that picture if
They got it on Facebook.
There you go. Same group, same individuals,
Yep.
on people's Facebooks. Yet they cry and complain when it's done to them.
Yeah.
By other people.
I just think it's disgusting. They were going down everyone's business.
It is, yeah.
Going down everyone's business. And what goes on in people's private lives has got absolutely fuck all.
Yep.
You see, what annoys me, right, mostly, is that they're called out for what they do to each other on here, but they want to go down my private life and think that it's acceptable. No, it's not. It's not.
Yep. No, it's not. But because you're quite well known on YouTube, Dupes, that's what it is.
Yeah, maybe I am, Brian, but that's not the point, is it? Because if anyone did bother to go and have a look, my family is actually pretty decent.
Huh.
You know? But that don't mean that they can't hold their own, because they fucking can.
Of course, yeah, but what is
and they do know people that are probably proper wrong-uns that would take matters into their own hand.
Yeah. Can I just respond to you, Den Tarragon, right? You said about Jason. I'll say it right now. I've got messages from Kaylee Eneve. I'll say it, I'm not going to call it Umbrella, saying she was going to burn down Jason's caravan. Can I help her? How about that, Den?
Oh my God.
That's arson with intent to endanger life.
And that's why she won't put one message out about me. She knows what she sent me about him. Yeah? When she found out where he was and what caravan park he was, near St. Joseph's, I said, Brian, I want to burn his caravan down.
St. Joseph's. My grandparents used to have a caravan now.
Really? What about that, Den? Because you're saying in the Den Tarragon in the side chat.
It's the one with the duck pond, isn't it? They've got a big duck pond there.
There's two. I'm not going to say which one it was, but he was staying there when he left his house.
Mm-hmm. Used to go there a lot as a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Louis, at some point you have to realise whether it's credible or whether people are just saying it to be spiteful bastards because they've been wounded by words themselves.
Listen, I cannot take any who doesn't show their face ever credible on here. Like Louis, like Fox, like these people. They don't show their face. Yeah, we know who Den is, blah, blah, blah. But I won't take no one as credible. Fox could
No,
be
we have
like,
seen. If you went back far in time, you would know that Louis has been on a couple of times.
yeah. Sorry, I'll take that back. Yeah, he has been. But yeah,
I don't think Brian's acting like a saint, like you said earlier. There's things that he says he wishes he never said.
I've been an absolute prick, Dukes. Absolute fucking prick 2 years ago. I'll admit that, mate.
You know, I think a lot of people have said and done things that they should never have done. And I just think that there are some people that are getting off lighter than others, and it shouldn't happen that way.
Do you know what it is, Dukes? When people try to act this person, that person, Louis, when AC said come and meet you at Canning Town Roundabout, you bottled it. You shit it from AC. I've met AC.
Yeah, why were you going around saying Banterline was AC when it's actually fucking Chartel?
I know. I was just because I know what him and Afghan do in the back. I'm not going to say too much. Yeah.
Wait, Banterlion is Chartel.
Yeah, it's Chartel. Yeah.
Well, that changes something.
Sean, I sent you loads of messages, mate. Come on.
I didn't know about that Banterlion. I thought it was somebody actually from America. Holy shit.
The funniest trolls on here is AC and Afghan. They're quality. I'm not going to lie.
No, Afghan was the one who first doxed my kids' pic, so I can't allow him that. I can't allow him that. And also, Brian, my kids were in school uniform.
Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry.
Yeah. So he put out their fucking school as well.
Really?
And the thing is, when you've got nutcases like Plisco who run around fucking... You know, Plisco actually was showing where my kid's school was on a live stream.
Don't surprise me. It don't surprise me. Listen, he's going to get it. Everyone knows he's going to get it. He said, look at Den. He's trying to make excuses for her. No, it wasn't Den. No, it wasn't. I've got all the messages, Den, Tarragon, you fucking alias. Stop. Fuck it. I've got all the messages where she wanted to burn his caravan down. Then you've got no idea.
I think he's just looking for a fight with someone, I think.
Oh, yeah, but God, even that's sinister, then. Why do we need to know that you know where he lives? I don't get this. I really don't want to know where anyone lives, and I don't want to know who their kids are, and I don't want to see kids' pictures.
If you remember, Tubes, about 18 months ago when Rodney was about, then got so jealous about him. Absolutely fucking frantic, didn't you, Den?
Don't call people's kids bastards.
Yeah, I was just seeing that. Yeah, it's a bit out of line. That. Oh, inside chat's just disappeared.
He can come back tomorrow. I'll unblock him tomorrow.
Who's that?
Louis. Come back tomorrow, Louis. That was a bit much.
What did he say?
Said, I don't allow it for anyone's kids, let alone fucking.
What did he say? I didn't see it.
He called your kids bastards.
Oh, God's sake. The Louis with the lisp.
Yeah.
Well, we obviously know what his problem is, so.
Problem is, AC knows who he is. AC went.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you've got to have a free fall on him, because I get on with Louis, but I'm just not having that tonight.
Yeah, I agree. It's just about a bit out of line.
But it is what it is.
See, I think we all have the capacity to be better human beings, you know, Brian.
Sorry?
I think we've all got the capacity to be better human beings. And I think
we've got to.
Right, hold on, Louis wants to come on. Louis, I will one block you, but I don't want you writing shit like that in the side chat. Come on.
I won't. But at the same time, just be wary of this guy. This guy hasn't got a fucking any kind of credibility at all. And this other muppet here, Sean, standing there. I don't know what you're doing, thinking you're doing here, cheerleading or whatever. You're another fucking mug. You're a bigger mug than Brian. So you just shut your mouth and don't ever fucking address me or mention me at all, Sean.
Why didn't you meet AC?
Cunt.
Why didn't you meet AC?
You fucking weak, sad little wimp of a man.
Why?
I'd rather be a wimp.
I'd
rather be a wimp than a man who threatens
fucking
women.
retard.
I'd rather be a wimp than somebody who threatens somebody's kids.
Yeah, you're a cunt, mate. You're a cunt. You fucking never have kids. You'll never have kids because you're a fucking
when AC said come and meet you, why'd you
fucking age? You've got fucking age, you fucking cunt. You can't even go and sort out your fucking little disease that you've got out. You can't pay your fucking rent. You can't step out your front door. Everything about you, you're a fucking loser.
Louis, why did you
bless you, Louis? How about that for a fucking reality check?
Hang on, Louis.
You fucking idiot running here crying to fucking Jupiter. Oh, Jupiter, help me. They're coming for... Fuck off. Go and stand on your own 2 feet like a fucking grown man.
He's never ever asked me to help him. He's never ever asked me.
He does it virtually. Virtually, he does it. He virtual signals.
Hang on. I'm asking you a question.
They've done that. Everything you've done, you've caused yourself.
Hang on, Louis the List. Why did you bottle it from AC?
No, he ain't. No, he don't deserve that.
He's a drip dude.
Listen, Louis.
Go on.
He might be a bit sleazy, right? Sorry, King James.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, no, I have been sleazy in the past.
You've done sleazy shit, right? That you need to fucking. That he's embarrassed of.
And I own my shit. I'll always.
He wants to try and move away from it, but so is Seven. Luke, all of them, they've done sleazy shit.
Yeah, but I don't see them coming online trying to do some fake fucking suicide shit for attention and feed them.
Yeah, but fake suicide is nothing compared to what they've done. They've tried to drive people to suicide.
This guy is not serious about suicide. He's fucking.
I'm not talking about just Sean.
How are you going to?
I'm not talking about just Sean. They've got no sympathy for anybody.
After running your mouth, putting £750 out. Or go around
you run your mouth to AC and cried like a little girl. Why'd you do that?
You're an idiot. You're a fucking mug.
Why did you run away from AC?
I don't run away from no one, you fucking idiot.
AC put it on you. You cried like a little girl.
AC doesn't even talk to you. You're a mug. You're a mug. He doesn't even talk to you, governor.
He doesn't even talk to you.
You're a mug. And he's told me that you're a mug. I spoke to him on
AC
Telegram.
put it on you and you shit yourself, kebab boy.
Stop the lies. You're not fooling
Just be
anyone.
honest.
You
We've got the video recording. You shit
You're not
yourself.
Fooling anybody.
All you
put
on
are
your
is a fucking
town. Said, come on, in town. You
You're
shit
an
yourself.
old fart. You're an old fart that has already got one foot in the fucking grave. Carry on, and I'll give you a fucking nudge.
Why did you shit yourself, madam? It's a simple question. Why did you shit yourself, madam?
What is this tramp gonna do?
Huh?
What the fuck
I'm
can this
asking you
tramp
why
do?
you shit
Can
yourself.
someone tell me? Have you seen the state of him? You're a fucking rip-off fucking tramp. You're a tramp. You're a tramp. You ain't no father.
What do you get from being abusive?
You can't do nothing.
Louis. What are you and Brian getting from being abusive?
No, I'll tell you what I'm getting out of it. I'm not getting nothing out of it, but the geezer's a fucking mug. He thinks he's going to come here and start sweet talking you, Duke, and blah, 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 mate.
Right, hold on, stop.
Through your fucking bullshit,
if anyone thinks I get sweet talked by anyone, then you don't fucking know me.
Well, definitely don't let this fucking geese. Don't let
just because I let people come on and have their say doesn't mean, right, that I agree with everything everyone says. And it doesn't mean that at the end of the day, I'm being sweet talked or manipulated into fucking anything. Because I've always maintained and will always maintain, I will talk to whoever I want when I want, Louis.
Yeah, but that's fine. You can talk to him, but I'm just saying, don't let him try and get into your head thinking that he's all.
What did you say to Emily Luca? 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 Did you try to groom Emily Luca? You tried to groom Cascade. You tried to groom the bleeding heart. You tried to groom Emily Luca.
I see through your
what
shit.
did I for?
And like the rest of us do. There's only these dumb fucking vulnerable people like Sean that are actually up here fucking offering to blow you. Everybody else sees through your shit. You fucking
what's with the
idiot.
sexual act reference?
And what?
What's with
Sean,
the
shut
sexual
your
language,
mouth.
man?
Shut your fucking mouth.
What did you say to Emily Luca?
No,
Well,
what
her
did I
feet
say
on
to
the
her? Go on,
plate.
you tell me. What did I say to her? What
You
did
said
I
you was
say
going
to
to
her?
rape her and
I said that,
Cascade
did I?
and bleeding.
You fucking liar. You liar.
dirty.
Is that the, when was this?
This is what I'm
Brian?
saying about Jude.
About
This is
3 months
exactly my
ago.
point. This guy's got no credibility. Everything he says is a fucking lie.
What did you say? Did you say you went to Emily Luca's house and she told you
Yeah.
you never been to her house? Why'd you lie?
Listen, son, did I say I was going to rape her?
No, yes, you did. You said you'd
I
been
did.
to her
All right,
house.
can you go and confirm that? Go and confirm that. Hold on. Go and
Right,
confirm
that's
that
not
right
true.
now.
Okay, stop.
This is what
Brian,
I'm
that's
talking
not true.
about.
He
This
never
guy
said
is full
that.
of
But he
shit.
did say
Let me
he'd
get
been
the
to her house.
evidence.
But
Let me
he
get the
didn't say he was
evidence.
going to
Let me
rape
get the
her.
evidence. I'll call you back. 1 minute, troops.
Go on. Go and get the
Right, if
evidence.
you've got evidence, that might change it. I've not
This is-
heard you say that.
There's no evidence. He's chatting shit. He's just said that I threatened to rape her. Is
Yeah,
that
I've
the
not heard
evidence?
it. I've not heard you say that.
All right. I ain't going until he comes back. Let's see this evidence then.
Yeah, but Louis, you need to calm down, right? Because I want to point out something to you now.
Go on.
You said earlier you wanted all this to stop.
Dukes, I
And
do
then,
want it
and
to
then it
stop.
looks like you're coming on to have a go at these two.
No,
brownie
because I'm
points.
just sick and tired of it, Dukes. He's always coming here trying to worm his way, doing his Jack the Lad fucking shit. Listen, son, your
Yeah, but
heydays
he
long
ain't worming
done.
his way. Louis, he's not worming his way nowhere. I've already settled things with Brian a long time ago.
That's all right, but I'm just saying, I just don't like the fucking fact that he thinks he's sweetness and light. He thinks he can come here, talk the talk, and fucking manipulate. You're not manipulating or fooling anyone.
He's not
We see
manipulating
right
anyone,
through you.
but he can come here and talk whatever he wants to talk as long as
Yeah,
he's being
that's fine.
sensible.
But what he's not going to do, he's not going to jump on the panel and start accusing me of saying that I'm going to rape someone, which is a straight
No, I agree
lie.
with that. He needs to bring evidence to that. I've never heard you say that.
Fucking liar. This is what they do. They just chat shit.
That's
Chat
why we asked
shit.
about evidence.
He said he's
What?
got evidence.
Go on then, go and
Sean,
get
if
it.
I was you, I'd keep quiet because
All right,
you know what's going to happen. They're going to go down the line of, well, you're a rapist.
Yeah.
Just
Or the fucking suicide.
Exactly.
Thing,
Look who's talking.
Well, I've never been charged or convicted with anything.
Oh,
I know
it's
you're
just
not a
shut up.
rapist, Sean. You're no more a rapist than fucking Louis is. What Seven's idea of rape is just fucking out of this window, and it's because he's dysfunctional.
Yep.
They should never, ever have fucking coerced him into thinking that he was inappropriate, so he went and fucking whatever. And those people were evil.
They made
bastards.
that. With that actually. Let me issue a clarification about that. Right. I was told not to give out any information about the investigation when I was in custody. Right. And obviously, I knew I'd be fucking harassed about information when I got back, and that's exactly what happened. So I told them that I handed myself in, right? But I didn't. This is the crucial fact, right? I had to mislead them because I didn't hand myself in. I was arrested from my home address, and I was marched up my street. Very crucial.
So why was you arrested? Who made the allegation?
The allegation was made by two individuals that were not even there. And the person who had actually allegedly made the allegation hadn't even given a statement. That explains a lot.
Fucking mental.
This is why people don't know anything. This is why I've
It's
just
all
let people
mental
know.
that they want to keep hold of a recording and fucking sit there playing it over and over.
Yeah.
But you have done sleazy stuff. You have put yourself
I have. Yeah. I'll agree. Yeah.
And you
What
do
was
need
all
to
this
move on
about
from
today,
it. But
Sean?
how ever are you going to move on from it if these cunts keep going on about it?
What was all today about? About trying to threaten people for emotional blackmail and that you're going to commit suicide again? What nonsense is that about?
Well, here's the thing, Lewis.
Do you
I do
think it's
sit
funny?
with a knife next to me every day.
Do you think it's funny? No, but do you think it's funny? Do you think it's a smart move?
What are you mocking me because of my mental health? Yeah.
No, I'm mocking you because you're a spastic.
There is a question that I want to ask you though, because I see an argument going on in the side chat earlier that because of people talking on the panel that I couldn't ask you.
Okay.
What's all this about? You laughed about giving 7 women STDs.
Yeah, that's a bollocks thing, right?
Yeah, I see.
It
Here
was
goes your credibility.
Well, it was a bollocks thing because I've never had 7 girlfriends.
Sean, everything about you is fucking bollocks.
Hold on, I want to
Everything
hear
about
what
you.
he's
I've
got
never
to
had
say,
7
Louis.
girlfriends.
Please calm down, Sean.
Right? I've not had 7 girlfriends for a start, right?
Right.
But plus, I had this feeling, well, if they're going to fucking terrorize me, they're going to terrorize me anything, no matter what I say. So I just give them something. I just said something. And they actually believed it. It was complete bullshit, but they absolutely believed it as instant fucking
Yeah, but
gospel.
why would you give people... See, this is...
Because when I said I had autism to them, they kicked off left, right, and centre and tried abusing me all kinds. So I said something else that was more dangerous, and they believed it. So you know what I mean?
Why tell them stuff?
I know it was stupid.
To yourself.
Yeah, it
Why?
was stupid. It was stupid. But
no, I'll
I
tell
just
you
had
what
this
you done.
moment of madness.
You doubled down. You doubled down thinking it made you look hard, but it didn't.
Yeah, in a way, yeah, because all the things they were talking about,
it plays up to people.
No,
he wants to be popular to his certain little group that he's in,
about,
and he's an idiot.
They were talking about a load of nefarious things. So I was thinking to myself, well, how do you get closer to these people to find out what they're up to? Give them something. It's the way it works.
Sean, stop. You could never ever be a double agent.
You wouldn't
you
have any idea,
never
mate.
ever be a double agent.
You wouldn't have
True,
any
you
idea.
couldn't be a double agent, Sean, to be fair.
No, I couldn't.
So don't even try to make out that you're some sort of fucking 007.
I'm not making out anything. I'm
He's
just
not
telling you what happened.
completely thick, though, Louis.
No, he's not. He's pretty clocked on, but he's just an attention-seeking little fucking gimp.
Yeah, but don't you understand that he just wants friends, and that the
yes,
best way
okay, fine, but there's ways of going about doing it.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah, that's like going out in the normal world and socializing, but some people don't like socializing in the normal world.
Yeah, but you need to learn how to be normal.
I don't know how to be normal. I'm sorry, but I don't know how to be normal.
Yeah, I know you're abnormal, but we will learn to be normal, because people are going to keep checking you until you do be normal. But what you don't need is a bunch of fucking elderly men running around fucking raking up shit. Louis, you've said fucked up shit in temper before.
Yeah,
you wouldn't want it.
I haven't said
hold on, Louis. You
Go
wouldn't want that raked up day after day. It'd enrage you. I know you well enough to know that it will.
Yeah, I know it will, but this guy, Jupiter, when you see someone consistently make the same mistakes over and over and over again,
it doesn't affect your life.
What?
Well, because that's the part of him that's fucking thick. Ichabod, yeah, I agree with you, but until I hear it for myself, I can't really make a proper... Because I only heard in the side chat that that's what they were arguing over.
Well, he's just admitted it now on the panel.
He's admitted that he laughed at it, but how he laughed at it, I can't tell if it was an embarrassed laugh or him being a bragging laugh or what it was until I hear it.
Sean, you know, like when he says he's king of Scotland, he actually believes his own hype.
This is what happened, yeah, right? When I was talking about the HPV thing, right, it was them not who said, oh, you've gave it to all the girls you've been with, right? That's what they were saying. They were saying, I've already given it. I didn't even get a chance to really say anything. But that's what they were saying. And it was Bob saying it. He says, oh, you got HPV. Oh, you've infected all the girls. I'm going to tell everyone that you're infecting them. That's what he said to me, instantly threatening me. And I thought,
listen, on a real one now, yeah? This is the only bit that's sincere that I'm going to give you. What? Sincerity that I'm going to give you. You need to sort your life out. Do you know that?
Well, sort yours out first.
No, I'm serious. You need to sort your life out. All this fun and games, all this fuckery you're doing on the internet, it's not getting you nowhere. You're not even tasting your own towel.
What's your position in life to tell me how to live mine?
Well, I'm not the one that comes onto the internet begging for attention, trying to get suicide, trying to.
Dan Kerrigan, you did try saying that Tina Collard was AJ, and I don't believe that.
Sad imbecile coming on here trying to pretend that you're a double agent. Again, you're not. Coming on here trying to pretend that you're a king. Agent. You're not. Reality check. When are you going to wake up and smell the coffee, son?
What is actually your problem with me?
You are a fucking idiot. That's the problem. You're the problem.
And how does that affect your life?
I'll tell you how it affects my life. When I come onto YouTube for a laugh and a bubble, and I've got a prick like you begging for attention for the 200th millionth time, I'm
What do
going to
you want the
commit
attention
suicide.
on?
I'm going to cut myself.
Well, it's YouTube.
boring.
I'm into
Fuck
the
off.
YouTube. I'm into YouTube to make money and make a business out of it.
Yeah, but you're not going to
Come on.
make money if your fucking credibility is already being wiped all over the floor, is it?
Oh, I'm not. I
Sure.
still
Why
make
can't you just
something.
go and get a normal job like everyone else?
Stop telling me how to live my life. Go and live yours.
So who else is going to do it? No one else is
You
doing
fuck all
it, you
do
fucking
you. It
idiot.
doesn't really
You're
matter to you, does it?
incapable of sorting out your own fucking life, aren't you?
Well, I'm quite happy with my life at the moment.
No,
I don't
you're
need
obviously
anything.
not. Every 5 minutes trying to commit suicide. So don't
Big
come now
fucking
and try and
deal.
tell me that
Oh,
you're fucking happy.
fucking hell.
Big deal, Lewis. Big deal, Lewis.
Every
right?
5
With
minutes
no-
he's trying to
with
commit
all due
suicide,
respect,
but yet he's
if
happy.
I want to
Oh,
self-harm,
sure, yeah,
that's my
you're
choice.
living
You
a
can't-
fucking
Right,
wave
you
of a
two are
time,
quite
aren't you?
comical at the moment. I'm not going to lie.
I know it is kind of funny, isn't it?
All right, it's noted then. Okay.
Every 5 minutes he's going to commit suicide, and he's trying to make out that he's got the best fucking
So
life.
your
He's living his
problem,
best
Lewis,
life.
your problem
Right,
is
the bottom line is this, though, Louis. I agree with you. He's not as happy as the front he's putting on, right? But I think he's probably happier now than he has been for a long time because at least he's not being bullied into doing seedy stuff.
Yeah.
All right,
But
that's
the problem
fine.
is,
But just a few hours ago, go on.
the problem is he needs those fucking group of pervs that have been perving over it to stop perving over it.
Jeeps, I don't believe that anybody's perving over anything or doing anything to this guy.
This is what I'm not liking about Lewis.
So
Every
Rugged Man
question
has
that
got a
kind of
sneaky
topic is-
recording,
Yeah.
of him making love to some woman that he was with, yeah.
What was you
And they
doing
were
on a
all
hangout
sitting
call
there
making
listening
love?
to it and talking about it, Louis.
So what was you doing on a hangout call?
Well, there's your
getting-
first mistake, Louis. There's your
What?
first mistake. You're assuming that I was in a hangout.
So how did they get a recording of you banging your
Because
missus?
my
End of
girlfriend,
story.
because Kim was in the hangout on her device.
So
letting
your
them
bird fucked you over.
Yes.
Well, that's on your birds then. So what you need to do is need to
then
go and take it up with her.
so
You don't go
why
and take it up with
instantly blame
Rapid
me?
or anyone else.
Why instantly blame
You take
me?
it up with your bird.
He was going to, but she said she was pregnant and everyone else backed her up.
Yeah,
Louis.
that's exactly what happened. And in
And
order
he
to
felt
prevent a
like
miscarriage,
he's got her pregnant. She was going to have kids, and he didn't want to take her to court if they were his kids. Turns out that was all a lie as well.
yeah,
But then what she did was turn up again fucking years later and make out she'd had twins by him, which was also bullshit that they also run with to torment him again.
So do you think that's fair, Lewis?
No, I'll tell you what I think is fair.
I think they're all fucking mental, Louis.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. And like Sean, if you don't stop, if you don't slow down, you're gonna learn the hard way.
To me, why are you saying it to me?
No, but you're
For
gonna
me to
learn the
slow
hard
down
way.
doing
Son.
what? Speaking. All I do is
What?
speak. All I do is speak on YouTube.
And,
That's it.
And look where that gets you, son.
Well, I've got freedom of speech, just like you have. You've got the freedom of speech to abuse people. I've got freedom of speech to inform people.
Inform people of what? So
Well,
you've got
history,
freedom of speech.
the things
to
that I've
inform people.
experienced, my own life
Hold on a
experiences.
minute. Hold on. You've got freedom of speech to inform people you're about to commit suicide.
Well,
or
that is
fake
one way
suicide.
of wording it, yes, sir.
For
That's one way.
attention.
Yeah.
For fake sympathy.
Have you ever self-harmed, Louis?
Fake victimhood.
Have you ever self-harmed or attempted suicide?
Never ever. Do you know why?
So what gives you the right to sit there and judge somebody?
Right, this isn't productive.
No, I'm not a weak piece of shit like you. You're weak.
Well, that's your belief.
Every sense of the
Louis,
fucking
this
word.
isn't productive because all
It's
that's
not
going to happen is he's going to get defensive.
All
He's
right,
actually
fine.
going to fucking try and defend all the shit that he's done when he knows that he shouldn't be defended it. Then he's going to regret that all the shit that he's defended just out of false pride, and then he's going to try and kill himself again. So can we just stop?
Jupes, he ain't going to try and kill himself. People don't try to kill themselves. People
He
actually kill
does. He
themselves.
does hurt himself. He slashes himself up and stuff. Yeah, he
Yeah,
does.
with a plastic spoon and a knife.
It doesn't
Like a clock
matter.
from
He's got
real.
scars all over himself where he does it.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's down to him where he does it. No one does it to him. He does it.
Yes, it's called
Lewis.
self-harm, Louis.
Yeah, well,
and,
that's the
and, and
problem. You
you,
need
you've
to
got
go
to
and
think
get
about it.
help.
There's something brave about cutting up your own skin and feeling that pain. You need to
Is that what
understand
you
that, Louis.
think?
That's more brave than anything.
Is that what you think? It's called stupidity, you idiot. Fucking idiot.
He knows
that
that.
language,
He knows
that
he's got to pull
demeaning
himself
language is
up.
why people feel
But some
miserable.
people respond to things in different ways, and your tactic to try and tell him to fucking improve himself is not really going to help.
No, but to be fair, Duke,
it's kind of like listening to my mum.
softly approach with this guy. It's got no.
It's kind of like listening to my mum, and that didn't end well for her.
So now it's going to have to be fucking. You don't want to do it the nice way. Now you're going to have to do it the difficult way. Now you're just going to be harsh, straight reality check.
Unfortunately,
there's no more walking on eggshells with you, Sean.
So
there's no more giving you fucking attention, Sean.
Who's this? Come on.
Make yourself Sean, liven up. Go and get Brian, because I'm waiting for this bit of evidence. Go on, hurry up.
What was that?
Go and get Brian and tell him to come back with this bit of evidence.
He's not a dog. He's not on a lead, you know.
Go on. I'm waiting. Make yourself useful. Can you do that? Can you actually do something useful for once?
I don't know. Let me ask your mum.
Anyway, guys, I think I'm going to round it up roundabout now.
I don't blame her. All right, good night.
Have a good evening, Jeeps, anyway, and thank you for letting me on.
Yeah, no. Night, boys.
Good night, Jupiter.
Night, James.
Good night. God bless.
Night. I've got someone to come in here. Hello?
All right.
Too late. Ha ha! He thought he was going to fucking ruin the show.
Good night, all. God bless.
Night. Right, guys, I think that I'm going to call it a night. I think. It's the end. Night, everybody.